Let's see. Is this working? Voice connected to everything else. Should be working. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, yes. It's working. It's working.
Afternoon. Yes,
I can
yes.
finally hear you.
Oh,
Yeah. All should be fun. It's the 5-year anniversary. Lord help us.
Hey! 5-year anniversary of Bruships. Who have we got a special guest apart from us?
And man, it's just you guys. Honestly, it's just you guys at the moment. But the others have all know and are all saying they will possibly turn up.
I know. Is it? I know one of the Dans was in the chat earlier.
Hello, everyone. Right then. So we are here. We are. It's just.
yeah.
It's being fun. It worked on Tuesday. For those who don't know, we were here. If you were here Thursday, you knew it would have worked.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Dr. Clarke, you may not be transmitting audio.
I am transmitting audio.
I've got Temu and Knight saying on Twitch, and okay, Jonathan says it's transmitting.
5 by 5. The audio's coming through. Those were old messages. I wasn't transmitting, and then I started transmitting.
Okay. Oh. Seneca, hold your questions.
Hold questions, please. Questions closed. For some reason, it worked. For those who were there will know what I'm saying. It worked on Thursday. It's now decided to not work this evening.
This is because it hates you.
Is it because it's the weekend?
I think it's because it hates Runon, honestly.
I mean, it probably does.
Yeah, it's probably slightly transphobic or something.
Yeah.
No, it's just it's like Frankenstein. It just hates its creator.
Well, the problem is, like, let's try this. Oh, that's because I don't have that set up on my side. Hang on.
No idea why it's not. It's not. The usual suspects, yes, so far.
I'm not sure how I feel about being referred to as a usual suspect. It's possibly the only context in which I'm usual.
I mean, it works on my machine.
Yes. And it was working on my machine on Thursday.
Yes, it was. Do you have any idea how annoying this is? And also, to Jonathan Moon's point, my father made me, and he's transphobic, so I don't think that logic works as well as you'd like it to.
I think Castaneda has probably got the right idea.
Yes, it decides to become a Minecraft server. It feels it is not being properly treated yet. And
yeah.
I was trying to be nice to someone and give them their squeaky toy while I was live. And what I'm actually getting is generally harassed for a squeaky bunny. Generally, I am being mildly, squished by a poodle.
Temu, hold your questions.
Check fire.
No, it's still not transmitting. Okay, let's do this. Shut the bot off. Close streamer bot. And we'll sneaker net this for a minute or 5.
Yeah.
And then we'll boot it up and see if it works.
We'll try the grand rebooting.
Yes. I will turn everything off, including Stream Deck. I'll turn it all off.
You shouldn't need to turn Stream Deck off, but
I turn them all off. I'm getting my 1901. So this week I have a can of 1901 thanks to one of the usual suspects known as Dan. Dan Freeman has sent me cans of 1901.
You needed to celebrate.
Thank you. I'd also also like to point out that by sending me cans from 1901 and not sending them to Runon, he was also a little bit cruel to Runon.
Runon hasn't sent me their address. I'm not suggesting you do now on the open chat, by the way.
Hey, Dan, would you like to know something interesting?
Mm-hmm.
My home address is a matter of open public record. Because I'm a licensed professional in the state of Virginia.
That is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My old one is because I was a borough councillor.
I'm just trying to decide what to have to
And
drink.
my view was if anyone really wanted to come and argue with me as a borough councillor, they could, but I would explain to them exactly how little power a borough councillor had. No. No.
Quick question. Do I have cider, mead, or beer?
Or whichever one boasts your float the best.
Lots of them.
trying to decide what order to have them in.
Yeah, Jonathan Moon, 1901 is the special Iron Brew. It's the Iron Brew Iron Brew made according to the 1901 recipe, the original recipe. It's the one you have to pay more sugar tax and things on, and it's really good. Most of the people seem to be voting for mead for you, Dan.
Okay.
Leslie, that's because I hold 2 federal clearances.
Yeah,
So I am
there are a few of us as
have
well.
Hive Mind, Sparkling Mead, Honey and Ginger, which is a near 3.4% ABV, but it's very nice. Well, I'm sure it will be nice. I'm not always a huge fan of ginger, but we'll see what this is like.
And as you can all tell, as usual, someone is trying to take over the stream. Yeah. I do love it. Was one of my colleagues who was looking at me the other day going, Alex, do you have a black eye? Why have you been fighting? And I went, no. You sure you've got a black eye? I went, no. No, I haven't been fighting. Got it from the poodle. Oh. Okay. So that said, Steve is happily sneak-a-letting questions. When I say happily, I mean he's not killing anyone actively over it. I'm gonna delete. Delete these so it looks a bit neater. No.
Thank you, Steve. And again, if I'm fortunate enough to get over there, especially if, presuming I can find an employer that will employ me, I owe you a fairly decent meal.
Do you mind? You big fluffy beast. No. Stay. And I'm sorry, Tematu, but the colours of my Iron Wolves are, and I can't think this way. I think why this is the case, are black and white or a sort of golden brown and white, and I can't think why those are the colour schemes of my Iron Wolves. I can't think where those colour schemes have come from.
Yes, Steve.
Anyway,
but yeah, now he might be getting something eventually once I get back to my game store with the spoons to remember to order a item so that I can work on it. He might be getting something which is in an Iron Brew paint scheme, but that is not the color of his army.
No. Right then, so with that being said, we have questions from Senator Canero, member 1 year. This is going to be getting very loud for everyone if you're going to do it just right on top of me, so I'm going to take it off you. And probably going to have you being upset with me for the rest of the time. But if I do... that! Oh, thank God. It's safe. And you're not going to get to it through there, because there is a... Oh, good Lord, he got it! He managed to sneak through a closed gate!
Which means how many times has he snuck through that gate where you haven't been watching him?
He won't get it this time. He just got his head underneath it enough to get to it. He didn't actually get through the gate. All right.
Are you sure?
Positive.
This time.
Poodles. Senator Canero, question. How many medals do you think the average Call of Duty protagonist would get if he existed, or Battlefield protagonist? Call of Duty protagonist.
How many times do they die?
A lot.
Officially none. I would say they probably get Medal of Honor or Nation of Origins equivalent.
They might do that. They might also be getting war crime trials. We'll leave that to one side.
It's not a war crime if you're successful and your country wins. Then it's just a unfortunate incident.
Well, no, you've got to remember that most Call of Duty protagonists are members of special operations.
Yes.
And what tends to happen to special operations? They just get black bars and people never hear about it.
Yeah, they
Right.
go around, and every time they're being photographed, they just have black bars across their faces. It's just terrible. Imagine exists the whole
Yeah,
time with a
because
black bar across your face. It's just awful.
I played enough.
Little do we
Call of Duty
realise
Black
that,
Ops
in
to know
fact,
that.
in reality, the people that's how they look. That's just how they look. Like it's not an effect or a black bar. That's their face.
Yeah.
That's
It is.
it.
It is.
They get issued with the black bar along with the Sandy Barrow.
It's part of the CGI in it. It's part of the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's actually just black paint.
Okay. Any news on ShipShape Australia's backers rewards and any date on 2024 Writers Competition results video? The results video is currently being saved because I might be being naughty with that because it might be one of the extra videos which comes out while I'm away in Japan. Details of which are to come out soon. And as for the Australia Shippers Backers Rewards, books are supposed to be on your way. We have got to have a meeting about that because apparently we might be a couple of books short from the original pile we've got, but we'll track them down. And medals are supposed to be out, coins are supposed to be going out to people. I know a number of people got promoted to Iron Brew coloured coins because they were so close. Frankly, I think the vote, and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, within the ShipShape group was if they are within £2 of the Iron Brew coloured, we're just going to give them the Iron Brew coloured anyway because it seems a bit cruel. Because there was a number who seemed to be some reason ended up on the £2 below the Iron Brew. Because basically what we did was because some people added something in and then added more in and then added more in, and it's a case of when they looked at their final total, when you converted the things and put them all into the pound figures, we're looking at it going, why are these people all roughly £2 off Iron Brew? And just went, they get the Iron Brew one.
I don't remember. That seems entirely reasonable.
Yeah. The ShipShape meetings have started to meld into one. We've got to have more of them.
I know.
I'm just glad I'm not a member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why must you threaten me so? I know Powder Monkey right now is on strike, and we really need to find some way to
get it to be happy. But
what was that
It
Admiral's
works
name?
for me still.
It works for him. It works for me. It's just on Sundays for Dr. Clarke, it doesn't work.
It's on
works
strike.
On Thursdays. It works on Fridays. It works on every other day of the week, but a Sunday.
Are we sure?
Are you paying it weekend rates?
Are we sure?
That be free?
Is it possible that it could be a Jehovah's Witness? Yeah, Teamu's got it.
You're the one who gave birth to it, Runar, not me.
Hey, listen, my mom gave birth to me. She didn't expect me to be trans 26 years later.
I'd have said the sense of humour would have been the giveaway, but I'll leave that to one side. Super chat from Michael Couch. Thank you.
That's called depression, not dysphoria.
Cheer guy. Question: did the London Naval Conference of 1930 revisit at all the aspects of the 9 and 4 power treaties that were also negotiated originally in Washington? It's one of those things of, to an extent, in theory they do, but not much in practice. In theory, they basically restate them as being part of it, but they don't actually renegotiate them. There were some people who wanted to renegotiate them, but honestly, to get the people on side, you just left them be.
Yeah, that was my recollection. That there's some stuff. There's one or two provisions about that are kind of from them, which bizarrely are kind of still extant because of the way things were worded, I think.
Yeah.
So it just makes life even more interesting trying to unpick stuff because it kind of just feeds back on itself.
Either Powder Monkey is Catholic, or there is another option. Powder Monkey is from Chicago. And they've now decided they're Catholic because the Pope's from Chicago.
I think it's from that Scottish Low Church, the Wee Free. It's also probably obsessed with Iron Brew.
Yeah.
As a non-drinker.
All right.
So,
with that being said,
mm,
did the London Naval Conference answer that one? Castanea, does it have a desire to become the Minecraft server? I think it does. I think it honestly does. But that's coming with time.
Like I said, 5 to 10,000 Great British pounds, and I'll run it for a year.
Donald Rumsfeld. Is it fair to say that Nelson had more in common with Blake or Duncan than Anson or Han in terms of being a leader, whose unique strengths lay in his interpersonnel skills rather than tactical skill? That's an interesting question, but I'd say Duncan and Nelson are both fairly good at the tactical skills as well. They're good at the tactical and strategic, but to some, once you're getting up to admirals of that level in that period, you're arguing over them scoring 9 out of 10 versus 10 out of 10, or 8 out of 10 versus 10 out of 10 in this specific thing. I.e., the cumulative score that they've got out of the, let's say, out of 100, they're all in the 90s. And so it's a case of, yeah, that one's slightly not as strong tactically as the other one, but, you know, Nelson is the guy who does like to use one ship to capture another ship, and basically to, you know, as a bridge to capture a second ship. So, you know, you can't really look at him and go, he's not as good tactically as the others. No, he is. He's pretty good. And he's pretty good at the strategy. I'd say the one problem with Nelson on the strategic level is he doesn't understand some people not as fast as he is. Considering how he tends to overtake his own opponents and then go, why are they not here yet? I thought they'd be here before me. So I must find them.
I think
would
he
you
doesn't really get the politics.
Yeah.
Nelson. I think that's a big failure on his part. He's not great at the kind of grand strategic where it starts melding into the politics.
No, he really doesn't get politics. He doesn't understand how by having an affair with a married woman is going to do something and not do great things for his name when he himself is married.
So would you say that do you know, if you know what gun game is, would you say that Nelson liked to play gun game but with ships? I'm judging by the deafening silence that the only people who know what gun game is are probably Dragon and Foxo. It's a mode in typically first-person shooters where every time you make a kill, you get a theoretically better gun.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm familiar with that.
I'm familiar with it, but I'm also don't think that really ascribes to this one.
Okay. Also, we have been joined by a Drac, apparently.
We have been.
Oh,
Hello.
Hi,
And I have a
Drac.
question for the Drac.
oh
Go
no.
on.
Okay. So, let me just do a few quick changes.
Run on. You gonna go?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
I'm good.
If you were
Okay.
talking 30, 60 seconds ago, we could not hear you.
No, I was just waiting for the question.
Oh, okay. Did you manage to catch for the what was it, Channel 5-year anniversary? Bruships, my discussion about my foreman's nipples.
I've only just logged in, so no, unfortunately,
Fair enough.
I've been out and about in the wildlife.
Having
Hey,
fun.
in the wildlife. Nothing wrong with that.
Hmm.
What have you been doing with the wildlife?
Mostly photographing it.
Cool.
Okay. Not having Flopatron destroy it.
No, well, we've unfortunately had to. Well, Richmond Park has a current all dogs must be on lead policy because it's whatever they call the equivalent of calving season, but for deer. But that's extra important for Floppy because, of course, he is a deer hound, and deer are the one time we've seen all his natural inborn instincts take over. We discovered a few weeks ago the hard way because we were in the woods on the far side of Epsom Downs, and one of the little muntjac deer that is, gradually overrunning the UK, made the very, very, very dumb mistake of stepping out onto the path about 50 yards ahead of us while he was on a bit of an off-lead walk. And that muntjac discovered a dog that's built to chase down and kill red deer. He's very capable of chasing a muntjac through the undergrowth, running it down, and putting an end to it in a very, very short order.
Oh dear.
Oh,
That's what it thought.
briefly.
It made a tactical blunder.
It has
Mm.
made a very
I-
On the plus
tactical
side,
blunder.
venison.
I mean, they're considered a pest species, so it's fine, but I've never seen him move that fast, and I've seen him move pretty quickly before.
Yeah.
If
anyone wonders why the camera's
But yes.
disappeared, I'm just sorting it out.
Yeah, so Floppy was on the lead, so we were just looking at because I've got a new camera and a couple of different lenses for it. So I've got this rather weird lens that Sony sell, which is supposedly a 70-200 standard lens, but also a half macro. So I was finding various insects and taking photos of them, and it seems to work pretty well, actually. Weirdly enough, it works a lot better, I think, personally, as a macro than it does as a standard lens.
Mm.
But it does an okay job as a standard lens, so I'm not too fussed.
Yeah. I have Discord being Discord.
Yeah, if you're failing to start camera.
It is. It always continues. It keeps telling me my camera is sending at too low a rate. And I'm sitting there going, no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, well, in the last live Patreon dry dock, although I've got the new fancy microphone, which is I think the recording quality is
Dalek track.
Yeah, well, this is the weird thing. The recording quality on my videos is much, much better now with this, but it keeps hopping in and out of Dalek mode, and weirdly, not for everyone.
No, we couldn't figure that out, could we? We tried refreshing the page, we tried changing the mic, we tried moving it round.
But some
was
people
fun.
were saying, some people were saying, oh, it's Drake's gone Dalek, and others were like, no, he's fine. And it's like, well, that's weird, because historically when there's been microphone problems, everyone has the problem, or no one does, and this time it was some people have the problem, and others don't.
You were going Dalek of the First Order. It was quite interesting, really.
But no, I'm just glad I've kept my old microphone, because now I'm just going to put a little label on that that says that is the streaming microphone.
I think I noticed some changes according to what my volume settings were, weirdly.
Well,
So
when I
I
went back
wonder
to look at
if-
the recorded sort of the YouTube live stream once it's all been done and everything, and there are a few cases of audio artifacting on there, but it's only a very slight sort of doubling. But who knows? I don't know why, but I will just use the older mic instead for live streams.
Seems fair.
So how are we doing on the 5th year anniversary Bruships?
Solely trying to get the questions to questions. The lovely bot has broken down for some reason again. It worked on Thursday, but in typical life,
5 years of 5 years of Bruships today, 4 years of ramblings next Monday. It's all happening. It's all happening.
Yeah, it worked fine on Thursday. It works fine for Fleet. It works fine for me.
Yeah.
But on Sunday, it doesn't work for Dr. Clarke. If you cannot tell, I am mildly annoyed.
But the bot is useful when it works.
Yes, and for the 6 months plus that it was working perfectly fine.
Yeah.
More often than not.
But we will sort of deal these things as they come up, because for some reason the camera is working perfectly fine on OBSBot and OBS, but it isn't working fine when I'm on anything else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick OBS camera, me, over where I should roughly be on the screen.
We got
gonna
a
be-
thing.
I'm
That's
down,
right on.
I'm down here. Yeah, we got Runons. Runon's doing well. And I will also, now, because I can do that, I'm go hunting for the questions. And luckily, I have the questions, and I will have a way to show everyone the questions. But thank you, everyone, for being here. And yeah, the thing is, I love doing Bruships, as you might have realised over the years, because it allows me to chat every week with all the audience and answer questions. And there are so many naval history questions out there. It's the constant thing of, and I know you find this yourself, Drac, seems to be a never-ending supply of questions, which is a good thing, because it provides you and I with ongoing sustainment and support to allow us to do our naval history activities. But it's also a thing of, oh my lord, there are a lot of questions, and there's a lot of stuff out there, although I did see something which you will find interesting, and this is a comment which I'm going to be responding to in a comment response video at some point. But they suggested that if the Royal Navy had gone more aggressive on the tech in the Dreadnought race,
No.
the British government would
not
have gone bankrupt and Germany would have won it, because Germany was more prepared to put money into the Navy than Britain was.
Not this question.
Yep.
Who asked this, and how often were they dropped on their head as a child?
I have no idea, but I shared it with my Master at Arms, and they basically were all going back to me going, "What the frigate has just been said to us?" And I was sitting there going, "Well, you know,
Yeah,
these things happen."
And part of the problem, Drac, was some of the phraseology used. Has my you're one of those very interesting people, aren't you?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going to go with interesting.
It's like,
Kaiser,
yeah,
I believe,
Britain's
is
going
the
to go
term.
bankrupt in a naval arms race that basically ended in 1912 because the German army barged into the Reich Chancellery and said, "We want our money back."
Yeah. That was pretty much the problem with it.
The naval arms race that then continued on because Britain built 5 Queen Elizabeth and was planning on building 8 Revenges because they hadn't quite realised the arms race was over.
Yeah.
Sorry, we accidentally built. We were accidentally planning to build 13 of the world's most powerful dreadnoughts because we hadn't realised you'd stopped trying to beat us yet.
No, it is kind of embarrassing at certain points, that particular race.
Oops.
Oh dear.
I'm trying to think of an equivalent overkill. So if I'm-
Hashtag just British things.
oh, we accidentally did. I mean this is. There is a sniper annoying me. B-52 comes along as your close air support and unloads.
Surprise, J-Dam!
Uh,
Oh dear.
how many JDAMs were you carrying? I'm a B-52. All of them.
All of them.
Oh.
I was carrying up. So I do have a question thing up in the corner, and I have everyone else on display. And yeah, it should be working now.
Team U, the bot is working on Twitch. And by the bot, I mean the computer program, not Steve, because Steve is so much more than a bot.
We're told.
Steve.
Or at least that's what he wants us to think. They want us to think.
Yeah. Steve does a lot more than a bot. And I've rapidly ad hoc redesigned the entire Bruship screen, as is the tradition of this thing when I do this. Oh,
wait a minute, hang on, I misspoke. Because we have the actual underlying program down, it works on my stream. It does not work on Dr. Clarke's stream, but it does output to Dr. Clarke's stream because of how I have it configured.
okay.
So, if you are in the Twitch chat and you want to submit a question, I'm not seeing it pop up in YouTube again. I have no idea. I don't even know where to begin troubleshooting on this one.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out at some point. So, next question, and this is a fun one. This is after Castanier's
Night,
question
Goldman
about
Mod.
Minecraft and whether or not we're going to have when we're going to have a Minecraft server for Shipshape. And I think that'll be a good one. That'll be a fun one. Letting Shipshape have a Minecraft server. From Donald Rumsfeld. Answered that one, which was on that. Next Castanea question. If Dr. Dan would bring the knowledge of how to make yellow fever vaccines in time to machine to the 1840, would the Royal Navy look favourably on a request for a peerage? Do we think Dr. Dan would ever get a peerage out of the Navy?
1840s, I'm not so sure.
If he was able to sort of support the yellow fever vaccine.
I was going to say, if you took it to the 1770s, when everybody and all and sundry was fighting over the Caribbean, they'd probably give you a peerage, a life pension, a permanent seat in Parliament, and your name emblazoned in gold letters 16 foot high on the outside of the Admiralty.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to break in.
Though, there's like 6 people on the West Caribbean station, and they're probably the ones they want to die anyway.
Oh, that is the problem.
I am going to break in and say and address a point of gross slander in the YouTube chat. I did not implement Beatty's good ideas. The bot has remained unchanged for the last 3 months, with the exception of adding in some shout out functions for the panelist minus Drac and Dan, who refuses to set up any sort of crowdfunding apparatus. So
on the grounds that I really don't want to have to do a tax return, and if at the moment I'm PAYE, and it just makes life so much easier.
Yeah.
Although I did have a lovely accountant who did accept apologies for late submitting stuff to her in the form of good quality vodka, which was good.
That is
that's one way to do it.
Bowman, given what Dr. Clarke said regarding difficulty of getting given what Dr. Clarke said regarding difficulty of getting politicians to upgun OPVs in a previous Bruships, would it be possible to rename them torpedo boats and add triple twin ASW torpedo tubes?
It wasn't so much in previous, because I remember you and I had a long discussion about this a couple of Bruships ago. It was not so much getting politicians to upgun them that's the problem, it's that you don't really want to upgun them.
Because if you upgun them, then politicians are going to think they're actual proper warships and think they take the cost of, they replace frigates, and then you're not going to get frigates.
Yeah, and adding torpedo tubes kind of has the same problem.
Yeah. It's basically...
and if you don't get frigates, you'll be right properly forget it.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you some politician would say, you know what, to hunt that submarine that's in the thing, we'll not send one of our ASW frigates, we'll send the OPV, despite the fact it has no sonar and no towed array and not very good quieting.
Yeah,
and more importantly, it doesn't have a helicopter.
Yeah, it's more the
because
computers.
If you're close enough to fire, then that would be, that's not.
It's more these days. It's the computers. It's the sheer amount of computing power you need for ASW warfare.
Yeah, but they don't have access to anything for water cooling for their computers there.
No.
Just throw a 240 AIO on it. You'll be fine.
Okay, so what was the whole idea of an F-35 kill switch, which certainly is Russian propaganda, being so successful? Why is the idea of the F-35 kill switch, which is Russian propaganda, being successful despite the numerous reasons you can think of for why it doesn't exist? Oh, this brings us back to bilge pumps. This would certainly be a bilge pumps topic when we next get a bilge pumps. Why did the idea of a kill switch catch on? Because people find it sexy to think they've got such powerful systems.
I think also there's the whole thing of the F-35 is relatively, I wouldn't say necessarily, it's not unique, I think, but I think it's the first frontline fighter that has very easily, basically essentially over Wi-Fi updates for its software.
Yeah.
And so people have kind of got it into their head that if you can do an over Wi-Fi software update, then clearly that means somebody back at Lockheed Martin can just do an over the Wi-Fi software update that bricks the plane, which in theory you could do if you disguised the appropriate kill switch within a software update, but it's for very, very good reasons. You don't do software updates in the middle of a war zone or like while you're flying or anything like that. You do it in peacetime. So you'd know if your aircraft was bricked before you ever tried to take off if somebody went to that extreme.
Also, you have how do I put this? It's like even I know for Britain, and I'm fairly sure for everyone else, all the updates before they go out to the aircraft are checked by each of the nations.
Yeah.
They all have their own check system in place.
And
I mean, it's not like these things are flying out with an open Wi-Fi hotspot in the middle of a flipping
you can't track them by going,
war zone.
where's the nearest WIE-7 port? Ah, there it is. That must be an F-35 flying over my head. Engage. No.
Yeah. Also, too, it is it's a thing of it's very easy for people to believe could be implemented overnight.
Yeah.
But what I will also say is that the thing that a lot of people miss is that the F-35, while it is a product made in America, doesn't just use components built in America.
Nope.
It's also made in a lot of different places.
If they if they were daft enough to create a kill switch, the rest of the NATO partners would go, right, you're not getting the parts from us that fit into the F-35. If you're going to be that way.
Well, I mean, there's also I think it comes from the same sort of group of people that you perennially see pop up in various British media who are insistent that the US has a similar kill switch on our nuclear missiles.
Yeah.
The ones that explicitly don't have pretty much anything in the way of remote communication capability once they're launched, for the explicit reason of stopping anybody hacking into them to try to stop them.
The best one is I was told that it's because the Americans have control of GPS, they can turn off their GPS receivers remotely, and then they can't target. And I went, but they
the nuclear missiles that famously use star sighting, not GPS.
Yeah. They don't use GPS.
Although I do find it hilarious that it's like our world-ending weaponry, and their sort of unbreakable form of navigation is stars.
And then also there's the whole matter of GPS. GPS receivers are passive, and they are receivers.
Yeah.
And also, Knight, the Shoutout edition was put in a week ago.
Yeah.
Powder Monkey's been down for almost 2 months at this point on YouTube for reasons that we don't understand.
We don't understand. It's just stopped talking to YouTube for some reason. Various things.
I mean, the thing is, no one is going to be using GPS in an actual war zone except for people with heavily encrypted GPS receivers in the first place.
Yeah.
Because one of the first weird things you learn as a engineer is that GPS is not anywhere near as the regular GPS is not anywhere near as accurate as you actually think it is. Firstly, and which is why you have to have ground sort of calibrating ground stations if you actually want to do a proper GPS survey of a building or something like that.
Yeah.
And secondly, because you can have these correcting ground stations, anything that's not absolute full-grade military GPS is incredibly easy to spoof.
Yes.
Because you just get one of those ground stations and start transmitting correction coordinates that are very, very slightly off. You don't have to make them miles and miles off, but a few meters here or there, and that can make all the difference for precision-guided weaponry.
Yes, it can.
I think the F-35 thing also comes from it was the first thing to have a very public concern about the software's actually slowing down development and procurement.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, it's better than the F-22 software, which is just like I don't know.
The F-22 software. But no, the fun
The
thing about the
F-22 software is basically the Voynich manuscript in electronic code.
what I love is the fact is when it comes to the F-35, people they'll talk about kill switch, all these things, and you sit there and go, actually no, if there's anything which could come as a sort of kill switch, it's the fact that you get the mission targeting information is a centralized system, and the spares systems are technically a centralized combined system for everyone involved. But there again, if you how do I put this politely? That always presumes that no one can go back to a back for basic system, or will stockpile enough spare parts. Cause I do know I had this conversation with someone from the US who found it hilarious because they said, "Have they not met your Royal Navy?" I went, "What do you mean? Why specifically talk about the Royal Navy?" Well, there's the spare parts your Royal Air Force wants for their F-35s, and there's the spare parts list your Royal Navy wants for its F-35s, which means they can probably build new F-35s.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the
Go
Royal
alongside
Navy's
the
approach to
swordfish.
spare parts.
Go alongside the fairy swordfish. We can rebuild them. We will rebuild them.
Oh,
Did we did we get Matthew Blairens' question?
it might be on the list somewhere down here.
Because we did bow mill
Yeah, there
boys
are
not going in the
Matthew Blair's
OPVs.
questions are down here, so I think they have been grabbed.
No. I mean, did we answer it?
No,
it's on
so
the list,
Why
but
are,
it hasn't been picked.
why are submarines the primary anti-ship problem rather than, say, carriers? Well, it would be carrier aircraft, which would be the anti-ship platform, not the carrier. Carrier aircraft would be used. The whole point is...
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure I would consider submarines necessarily the primary anti-ship platform. They are in the UK, but we made a big fuss doing that because we'd taken a gap of having anti-ship missiles which worked on our surface ships. So we made a big thing of saying our submarines are our primary ship anti-capability, and that's brilliant.
I mean, there is a kind of good reason for that, though. A well-crewed SSN with good sensors and torpedoes that's modern is a terrifying threat for a surface ship to deal with.
Well, I think it
holds
also
pretty much
comes.
all the cards.
Yes.
It also comes, I think, from the whole thing of the Falklands being the last actual proper conflict we fought, but also the theory that, which to be honest is probably a little bit mistaken, but the idea that not necessarily what I would say war of choice, but any war that we fight, the idea is that it will be away and we don't have to be there immediately. Therefore, the nuclear subs can spend all the time in the world that's necessary getting into position and knocking people off with torpedoes and the occasional sub-launched harpoon.
Yeah.
And then we can move in with the surface fleet at leisure, which is great if it's something like the Falklands where you can just flink off Argentinian ships until you feel that it's safe to send the surface fleet in. I'm not necessarily sure that holds true if you're trying to stop someone taking an island that you don't want them to take in the first place.
It's kind of like the scenarios we talk about, and you and me get into trouble occasionally with people over this, because we point out that even if Germany did just spam submarines and didn't build any surface ships, they wouldn't have won the World War II, because they'd have actually made it easier for the Royal Navy to deal with them, because they'd have made the threat one-dimensional, and all the Royal Navy would have done is just churn out things like the Flower class and gone, okay, run your wolf packs into these.
I mean, the funny thing is, of all the people who would probably be mad at Germany for going full submarine mode, it would actually be the Imperial Japanese Navy and the Bruships Mariner, because if Germany doesn't build any capital ships, and the biggest thing they've got is a Deutschland, then when Italy declares war, every capital ship and fleet carrier in the Royal Navy turns up in the Mediterranean, and the Bruships Mariner will be like, what? You were
in a
supposed to
nicest way,
distract them.
the carrier strike on Taranto will be like, what? Let's see, it'll be Furious, it'll be, the Ark Royal could still use
we wouldn't have lost Glorious, because
it wouldn't have lost Glorious, so it'd been Furious, Glorious, probably Eagle, and Illustrious at that point. And that's a Taranto which I don't think... Giulio Cesare might still survive, because as we all know, I have looked at that many, many times, unless I'm taking 2 squadrons of skewers in, and I am specifically telling them to just target Cesare. Nothing else gets it, because everything else, the torpedoes will go to something else around it.
And at that point, if you've got Nelson, Rodney, King George V, all the QEs, Hood, Renown, and Repulse all sitting in the Mediterranean as well. I don't think Cunningham's going to settle for just an airstrike.
Oh no.
He'll go. Yeah, the early 1930s Mediterranean Fleet exercise idea of you send in the airstrike at night and then you show up offshore with a dozen capital ships in the morning to finish off the survivors.
Plus, with that many carriers, he'd have enough fighters. He could get them out in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the air cover. Okay, maybe you still maybe be a little bit stretched for destroyers because you're going to be using some of those on the convoy escorts, but you're going to have more than enough cruisers for AA work. Plus, at that point, you have the luxury of just selecting capital ships that can do 24 plus knots. You don't even have to worry about the R's.
It's just. And then, if you've got the Italian fleet done like that, then in nicest way, it's not Force Z, it's Indian Ocean Fleet.
Squadron Z?
It's Indian Ocean Fleet. It's Eastern Fleet. It's possibly even, in nicest way, it's possibly even Andrew Cunningham and Fleet.
I didn't know we were going to send Fleet back to the 1940s.
Just a minute. I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah,
On the plus side, you're now second in command to Cunningham on Warspite, so you'll probably survive.
I mean, okay. I guess I'm in charge. Whoopee.
He's on
This could only go well.
No.
Cunningham's in charge.
Cunningham's in charge of Warspite, so Fleet would have to be on the far ship, so he's going to be on the Prince of Wales.
Oh, for the love of Mike.
It's all right, you know for Fleming fighter cover.
Fleet. At some point, you've got to tell me how you express your love to Mike, because you say "for the love of Mike" an awful lot, and I'm wondering.
The reason why I say "for the love of Mike" is that little cousin's friendly channel.
Yes.
Yeah, but you say it on your channel too.
It's becoming a habit.
Roughly, the issue is that whenever you say that, he keeps making me think that my brother's being so much stupid. I mean, you know him.
Oh.
That's
Because that's what he goes by.
Ah.
Now, next bit of fun, and this one is a Foxo and Dragon question, but I presume everyone else is allowed to get involved. As the HMS faction has been announced for Azure Lane's 8th anniversary, got any ships you'd like to see announced on Friday? Yeah, this was an interesting one to me because, as Drac knows, I think Drac is also the same. We're both very much we love any way people get into history, but we're also slightly disturbed by how some of the ships are portrayed as very little girls on Azure Lane occasionally. Knowing those ships'
Don't
histories.
worry, this is a well-known gripe in the community. We still remember the whole HMS Ant. HMS Ant's issue.
Oh, yes.
Either way, King George V. Yeah, either way, less said about that, the better, because otherwise people get annoyed. For Royal Navy ships, I'd like to see. I would love to see more of the World War One fleet. We've got the German World War One fleet. Why not some of the Royal Navy?
Yeah, we just need Iron Duke.
Do you have HMS Tiger yet? Is HMS Tiger there?
No.
How can they not have the prettiest ship in the Royal Navy's history?
To be fair, HMS Tiger, the Tiger class could also be a good one to see, but...
As Dragon, we need HMS Iron Duke. But we need to have a stern school teacher HMS Iron Duke.
What would Agincourt be at that point?
Agincourt, I think, would just be amusing.
Slightly tipsy French waitress.
No, the crafting abomination. It's like that's too many turrets. Why do you have that many turrets?
You could just do all the World War One meme ships.
We don't have enough tribals, as I recall.
I'm just trying to think of HMS Walker. I'm sorry, Canada.
Yeah.
And what should we get up to?
Yeah, we only have Nubian and Eskimo for tribals, so would definitely not mind seeing another tribal class.
They're always going to have troubles.
I have no opinions.
Right.
Because you won't be a particularly good ship, but think about the funny one-liners you could have with HMS Invincible.
Well, I think a fun
Oh,
one
yeah.
you could have would be HMS Dreadnought. You would have it as an elite rarity ship, so not that good, but you would give her probably the buff first of her kind, would be how the
Ooh.
game would call it. And this would be a either buff to battleships or buff to battleship experience gain.
Ooh.
I think could work very nicely for her.
Also, she should have the ability to ram smaller things with impunity.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay,
But
next.
that didn't really work. Game
If you
wise.
get it, yeah, special ability, ramming speed. That could be good.
All right. Next question is Matthew Blairens, and this is one which me and Drac will probably enjoy. Because what is the purpose of an SSGN? Why not just use hunter-killer submarines or surface warships? Because this is going to allow us probably both to talk about what the Americans have done to the Virginia class.
Oh, not this again!
Which I think...
What have they?
Drac, what would you describe the additions they keep making to the Virginia class hull?
Well, I just hope that the SSGN versions of the Virginias are given state names, because they're going to need the length of an entire US state to turn by the time they finish with them.
Are they approaching the stage where, like the K class, they will be able to have the bow at crush depth and the stern still kind of at parachute
It's
depth?
beginning to
I
look
think
that way. They're beginning
actually-
to look more like propelling pencils than submarines.
Yeah, they are, let's see. The Virginia class, and I'm just checking the new Virginia class length to just to clarify that.
They also have
Block
100.
5 or something.
Yeah, block 5 are 140 meters long.
How long will block 1?
Block 1 were 115 meters long.
I mean, it's only a half-size swimming pool. Or do
Yeah.
we only talk about swimming pools to late Prussian SSBNs?
Box up breathing.
Look, you tell Fox off for not eating enough. Now you're telling her off for breathing too much. I mean,
The K
I
class.
can't I cannot make the response I wish.
The K class
K
were
class?
only 100 meters long. These are now getting up to 1.5 times the K class length, and the blocks 5 to 6 are going to be even longer. They're making them longer, so they're going to be longer than 140 meters.
so are they going to make the longest of them the Montana so that they can just call it the Longtana?
Well, the thing is,
Well, let me put it this way: things that are shorter than the Block 5 Virginia include the Dreadnought USS South Carolina.
well, the thing I don't understand is, okay, if you're going to end up building basically another Ohio class in terms of length, because they're 170 meters long, right? They're the SSBNs. Why not just build one of them and fill all the Trident cells, the Trident holes, with, I think they've got an insert which slots in and can take 8 Tomahawks, isn't it? Is 8 or is it 7?
What, in the single Trident?
Yeah.
Pass. I thought it was 6, but it could be 6, 7, or 8. Who knows?
It's from what I remember from the insert, it's a 5-pack. It's a 5-pack of Tomahawk for a Trident tube.
No, it's 7.
Wow, really?
It is 7, and that's
Just for reference,
yeah.
not only is Virginia Block 5 longer than a South Carolina class battleship, it is also less than half the width. So
Yeah.
we're talking some extreme length to breadth. I mean, well, it's exactly a 14-to-1 length to breadth ratio. You're going really fast in one direction.
Zoomies!
Yeah, it's like again, it's the thing is, with 7 Tomahawks for 16 cells, the Columbia class would be carrying what, 112 Tomahawks. And it's almost easier to do that than it is to just keep making a hull longer and longer and longer, because the hull wasn't designed to be that long. And they're just they're just taking the hull and they're just adding bits into it. They're just extending it out, and it's turning a submarine into one of those Great Lakes steamers, which are incredibly fragile.
Dr. Clarke, just think of it this way. What's easier, adding another 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet to the Virginia and calling it an upgraded Virginia, or getting Congress to approve an entirely new class?
Yeah, I would just extend the Columbia class's production run. Just say, look, we've done SSG and Ohio conversions. We've got the Columbia hulls now under construction. We just want to build some more of them, except with Tomahawk packs in the cells instead of Tridents.
That probably will happen, but there's also the fact that the US wants more missiles now, and the best way to get more missiles now is to do the cursed Virginia stretchy machine.
But it's not, because the Virginia...
The problem to me is... The problem to me is you've got this... The US is... I mean, I know it sounds slightly absurd, given just how many Virginias are planned to be built, but the US wants more attack subs.
Yeah.
And if you compromise the agility of an attack sub hull, and also, to us, I mean, it's not making it a strategic asset, because that's your ballistic missile subs, but your a Virginia that's got lots and lots and lots of Tomahawks on board is a different asset to a Virginia that is configured almost entirely for underwater warfare and anti-surface warfare. And that means you're less likely to want to deploy that submarine into an environment where you might have to be fighting enemy submarines and surface ships. It's at that point primarily a platform to get in, launch Tomahawks, and get out again, which means that to a certain extent you've almost removed that ship from the equation of how many fast attack subs do we have at a time when the US fast attack sub fleet is shrinking, because one of the problems they've got is they can't build Virginias faster than they're having to decommission Los Angeles. At which point...
And you adding on these lengths, you're going to extend the build time of the Virginias, and you sit there and go, you've already got the second production line going for the new SSBNs. You've already got that production line going. And that's really the point. You've got the Columbia class production line going. You might as well use it. And that takes pressure off the Virginia class.
If it was me personally, I would be tempted to either go... I mean, I think maybe the remaining Los Angeles probably don't have that much longer on them now. But given that you've got at least the first of the Columbia class building, while you're working out with Congress, hey, can we have some money for some SSGN Columbias? You could also put together a profile and say, look, we don't necessarily, if Congress argues, oh, we can't afford to pay for all of that up front, you could argue, well, we'll still build our dozen SSBN Columbias. We're asking to add that on at the end of the production run, and then in the interim, as and when the Columbias come online, and you're having to decommission Ohio's, take some of the Ohio's that perhaps still have some life in them, but are now surplus to requirements as the Columbias come online, and SSGN them. Because you've already proven it can be done.
So you might as well do it. The thing is, though, the youngest Los Angeles was launched in 1995. That's Cheyenne. So the youngest Los Angeles is 30 years old.
And the youngest Ohio, to be fair, is only a year younger. Louisiana.
It's just, you sit there and go, then you got it's when you start talking about people talk about how great the seawalls are, and you go, well, yeah, Jimmy Carter was laid down in 1998 but commissioned in 2005. Yes, but Seawolf and Connecticut were commissioned in 1997 and 1998.
That's the year I started high school.
Yeah. They are the Virginias. It's quite scary. Foxo, I'm fairly sure you're the youngest on here. Which year were you born?
2004.
Yeah,
Baby.
you were born the same year Virginia was commissioned.
And half of it,
And
under half the age, half are all Navy.
yeah, it's just yeah, it's fun.
So, I've got sort of one or two thoughts, and I'm not quite sure which way round they go
Yeah.
for what they're doing with the Virginia class. I suspect it's to do with the fact that is it to do with the kind of nuclear arms limitation that you can't, although you can put a nuke on a Tomahawk, you don't, honest to God. You don't want to be building more SSBNs would be going into that sort of realm, whereas more SSNs that happen to have a lot of cruise missiles are a different thing.
Well,
On the other
that would
hand,
be assuming Russia is actually, if any of the treaties mean anything anymore with Russia as it is.
The other thought I had was, I thought if you want something to just turn up with a bucket load of cruise missiles and then go away, that's what a B-52 is for, not an attack submarine. And the difference is you already have a load of B-52s. They can do that. What they can't do is be sneaky, like a not ridiculously overextended Virginia class.
You are right to an extent, but also the problem is with, and this is one of the things about us talking about converting the Ohios which have been used and converting Columbias and all these things, is that it's not just about being sneaky.
Loiter time.
It's loiter time for the aircraft, but also it's the fact that you don't have. If you are deploying B-52s to an airbase, that's part of your diplomatic signaling. That's going to be picked up by the enemy. That's going to raise tensions. You can have the submarine, especially if it's not an attack sub with other duties, literally go into an area and sit there and wait. And it'll power down and it will sit there as a invisible, as close to an invisible pocket in the ocean as it can be. And it'll sit there quietly. And if you need it, you launch them. If you don't need it, you don't launch them. It means you've still got in your pocket the ability to deploy the B-52s as a way of raising things if you need to. But if something happens while you're deploying the B-52s, then it doesn't depend on the B-52s for you to be able to devastate those things and cause the amount of trouble. And actually, the thing is, when it comes to me, the trouble I tend to get is when I start talking about the British and I go, well, we're building 4 Dreadnought class. We should probably be building 6 and 2 of them should be rolled as SSGNs, because for Britain, that would make sense. That would be very useful.
Therefore, things you can guarantee we will not do.
No. Things you can guarantee we won't do. Definitely.
Somebody start streaming.
I'm trying. Doesn't seem to be working. There you go. I just put up an image courtesy of Covert Shores and H.I. Sutton, so you get an idea of just how ridiculously long the Block 5 Virginia actually is.
I'm just going to make something disappear. It should show up. Oh, yes. Yeah, this is the thing. This is what we are complaining about when we talk about the Block 5s and we're going, this is becoming a bit absurd. It's literally developed a humpback. It's a
hunchback of
Yeah.
Newport
There's
News.
no- Look, it's my problem isn't so much with the Block 5s. The Block 5s are reasonable. It's the ones that have 2 or 3 payload modules that I start to go, you're no longer an
Yes,
attack
the
boat.
Block 6s. Yeah, the Block 6s.
Yeah.
When they're going to talk about having, when I talk about having 3 of those modules, and you sit there and go,
Yeah. The Block 5s, I could just about sneak you in as a fat attack submarine.
yes,
The Block 6s and 7s, no, you are an SSGN now. Accept it.
yeah,
I mean, because the other thing is, the engineer in me is also going inefficiency because it's an attack sub. It's only got a 10-meter beam, which means you're inserting this entire great hull module with these cluster launchers, but you can only get them one after the other in line.
you're going to make so many issues with stresses on that hull. I know that it's a wonderful, amazing feat of engineering they're doing it, but it's also a case of why the friggin' are you doing it? It's one of the things of we've managed to create all these new submarine principles of how to make submarines to do this thing. Yes, but why were you actually doing it in the first place?
Yeah, whereas if you use the hull of a larger ballistic missile sub, they generally have 2 rows of cell launchers going next to each other or slightly offset from each other, which means for the same length of hull module insert, you can double your missile payload.
Yeah, and it just the sheer volume of missiles you can get on. You just need to use a Columbia hull. That's literally all you need to do. And then also, in this way, considering the inserts are Trident class, they're using Trident cells. You could literally go, well, what we'll do is we'll take the older Columbias and we'll transfer the inserts away from them. We'll always have the inserts in the oldest SSBNs we have in service. You could just make them inserts you literally slot into those modules. Because you're not going to tell me you can't do that, considering it's pretty much what they've done already. They just made them permanent inserts. I'm sure we could come up with a way to make it a modular insert. And just plot them in and just go, boom, done. Yay, we've got them. Because, as said, it would be I would like Britain to have more, to have some, because it would be useful for Britain, especially.
I mean, the other thing about using older platforms with SSGN conversions is that while strictly speaking, you never want to go, oh, this platform is less survivable, but it's fine. The thing is, if you're using nuclear subs in the Western format of an SSGN, like the Ohio's, i.e., go find somewhere nice and hidey offshore and wait for the signal, as opposed to the Russians with the Oscars of, actually trying to attack a fleet with them. That's, to a certain degree, probably one of the easier nuclear sub missions, because the ballistic subs pretty much have a similar profile of go hide somewhere until we need you. But because the ballistic missile subs are so valuable, people spend an awful lot of time and effort trying to find them.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, attack subs have to go motoring around to a certain extent at higher speeds, which can compromise their stealth somewhat, depending on the design. Whereas an SSGN that's supposed to just volley fire a bunch of Tomahawks into some unfortunate person's bunkers, literally they could just creep in at whatever speed they need to, hide wherever they really want to. It's of the mission profiles of the various subs, it's the less risky one. Until I fire their missiles, obviously, but then that's the same with anything that starts firing missiles. So,
what's the phrase I've heard used? As an SSGN or SSBN, your whole objective is to be an empty space of not water that doesn't exist.
Yes.
Mm.
And that's basically what you do. And to be honest, again, if you've... this is the the two arguments which benefit creating SSGNs is they are absolutely perfect vessels if you're dealing with a peer threat. Because they are both capable of causing enough damage they're worthwhile investing in, but they're also annoying enough it's almost not worth actively going and hunting for them. You try and prevent them getting into certain areas, certainly, but whereas it's worthwhile going out to try and hunt the ballistic missile submarines, the SSGNs are attacking. They are attacking targets, but not on a strategic level. Nuclear weapons. So you don't want to take units away from other things to go hunt them actively. So as long as they're keeping quiet and they're being sensible about where they're operating, it doesn't matter if they're Ohio's. It doesn't matter if they were Vanguard class for the British. Admittedly, Hull Life might have a problem with it, and with the Vanguards especially. But yeah.
I still have the concern that some bright spark, either in a suit or a uniform that's more politician than strategist, is going to think a Virginia is a Virginia is a Virginia, and send those someplace they have absolutely no business being.
Hopefully they will give them a special set of names so they are distinguishable. Because they talk about going with fish names. Maybe choose a whole load of particular types of fish, like the sharks or something. I think you were mentioning about that in your Elbonian. No, not Elbonian. On the live stream, Jack.
Yeah. We'd hope they do that, but the reality is, do we think they're going to be that sensible?
And you could name them all for complete. No, the ships you really.
Dan is trying to think of a way to say they would be smarter than this, but then he's going, no.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think. Would you want to call the ships that you really don't want to use for something after particularly unpleasant politicians, or would you save that for the ones you do want to send into harm's way?
No, see, here's how the conversation is going to go, and Dr. Clarke can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The Secretary of the Navy or the Secretary of Defense or the President or somebody that wears a suit more than they've worn a uniform is going to ask, what do we have in the area that can, prosecute these maritime targets? USS, I can English, I swear. Salmon. Oh, what is that? That's a Virginia-class SSGN. Oh, okay, so it's a Virginia. All right, well, go send it into that hornet's nest to go kill the thing. The G is going to get ignored. And it's the same if they named it, SSS or USS Yunkin to pick on my governor. Like, what class is it? It's a Virginia. Oh, okay. Great, use it like a Virginia SSN, but it's an SSGN. Yeah, but it's a Virginia.
Yeah, this is the trouble because it's going to be someone pushing through without listening, who isn't going to listen to what it is. All they're going to listen to is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I prefer if you're making an SSGN, I prefer to make it of a ballistic missile type than of an attack type. It just makes more sense from the point of view of
you're already going to have a load of problems. Because you're using state names for your boomers and your attack subs anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, have the US switched to state names for their attack boats? I thought it was still on city
Virginia.
names.
USS Virginia.
USS
Virginia, my guy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
the Virginias have been very weirdly named.
Yeah.
Wherever there's a potential for duplication, you need to make sure that one is a Virginia class and one is a Columbia class. So it's like North Dakota is a boomer, South Dakota is an attack sub. North Carolina.
West Virginia. That'll confuse people. But that means
Virginia is a nuke boat. Why is that? Because we trust them. It is a bomber because we trust them with nukes because they weren't the pro-slavery ones. They were the anti-slavery Virginians.
I wish that was true.
But then, but the problem is you're going to start running out. You're going to start running out of pairs soon, unless you want to resurrect Kansas versus Arkansas or Arkansas.
Well,
Oh.
clearly the US is going to have to expand.
Please, no, just no.
USS
no,
Greenland.
USS Iceland.
no.
I think
Please,
USS New
God,
Mexico is already still around, isn't it?
No.
The sub.
New Mexico is, yes.
Yeah.
What about
USS
USS
Old
Old
Mexico?
Mexico?
USS Newer Mexico.
Oh. Wouldn't
I
a
swear
stu-
at this point you're just trying to wind up the
Yeah, and I don't
The
need to answer that
token
question.
American.
I don't need to answer that question really because it's just obvious. Would an astute look ugly with a 16-cell VLS added onto it? Honestly, an astute is actually fatter than a Virginia and could more easily accommodate it without having the weird hump.
You
But,
you could probably put that forward of the conning tower, put an extra section in.
as long as Fleet's not in charge of the design team, we're fine.
Look, I am perfectly capable of
He
doing
is the only
things with
person
stuff,
who
all
looked
right?
at a Typhoon and thought I could make that bigger.
But no, I
No,
didn't.
he's the
It's
only
red.
person. He's the only person who looked at Hosh, a ship not even the architects could love, and went, "I love it. I want 15."
Oh, you're careful, Ronan.
You know what someone would probably do with the astute. They'd probably put like really long fairing off of the conning tower and have them all position, or have all the launch tubes positioned kind of forward and angled out to the side. The kind of big shotgun spread. That's probably what they do. It wouldn't be a good idea.
No,
but it's probably what BAE would come up with.
because they'd have
To be fair,
someone
given-
who has a similar aesthetic taste to Fleet.
To be fair,
Look,
given
my
the
aesthetic taste is
Appalachians,
perfectly fine.
Fleet, you like the Hosh.
And what's wrong with the host? She looks perfectly fine.
Oh dear God.
HMS Captain looked perfectly fine as long as you were on the other horizon.
Okay, look.
Okay.
Captain's abysmal.
Remember,
like
I just-
Captain.
Hosh looks great as long as you're aboard her and therefore can't actually see her.
One of
I
these
just-
days.
Colin
One
Cameron,
of these days.
This is the question
Can I
from...
just check? We are going to be doing the retro phrenology on Fleet next weekend to try and help him with his Hosh problems, aren't we?
yes, we are. That's why
Mind
we're
you.
going to be doing that at Prussia Cove for HMS Warspite.
Yeah.
Drac?
I've just realised something.
Yeah?
You could do a really good steampunk horror game that's set on Hosh. And you wouldn't really have to change very much because players would get completely disorientated and forget where they are and how to get from A to B.
That's
They'd be
not
like,
fair.
I'm next to a turret. Have you any idea how little this narrows it down?
Oh,
Like,
that's
where
not
does this walkway go?
Very
Who
well
knows?
Also, not helpful.
I mean,
Well,
Oh.
if you really want to, you could incorporate a little bit of the Hogwarts moving stairways, and then you'd never get out.
Right.
You just exit on a random deck, and there's just new gantries going everywhere, and you're just like, was this here before, or is this new?
Or is this part
It
of the
doesn't
ship
make any
that-
sense. And then it never made any sense.
Drac, I have a better idea.
Oh no.
For how to keep them trapped. Anytime they find the exit, you just put up a picture, low resolution, like 360p, of the Hosh in front of them and say, if you exit, this is what you will be greeted with. You will be able to see everything. You will perceive everything. Are you sure that this is what you want to do?
Or you just make the world's highest polygon model exterior model of the hull, and with all those different continuous curves all over the place, anyone who actually escapes and exits, their computer just bricks itself because it's trying to process infinite pixels or infinite polygons.
Oh, that's cruelty. Right, and we're going to move on to Colin Cameron's question now before we get the completely done Hosh one, but also because I think you're going to enjoy this. You've said in the past that an all-U-boat Kriegsmarine would be easier for the Royal Navy to deal with, but how would you pre-war prep for 4 and 2 years fighting this kind of war affect the Royal Navy against Japan? Well, pretty much me and Jack already discussed it earlier, but if you're doing that, you basically, all the forces have said will move to Japan, move to the Mediterranean. Which means,
Yeah,
probably in
and
the nicest way, the Italian fleet ceases to exist somewhere around about the Toronto time period. Probably for similar reasons as Drac outlined, and I also discussed.
And I mean,
And
I've
then
said
they're
it as
just
well.
sitting in
I
the
mean,
Indian
I've said it
Ocean,
before.
waiting for war, and Japan's got the scenario of basically every single battleship and carrier, and quite a lot of the cruisers the Royal Navy has, are sitting in the Indian Ocean, and there's the US fleet in Hawaii. And they've got to...
They kind of,
You don't want to start that fight.
but they got to. They can't not.
They could... Yeah, I think at that point they might try and find another way, because that's the scenario
Yeah,
where there's...
that might be the only thing that could make them stop.
It's the point where the Imperial Japanese Navy have their Kriegsmarine moment, where the Kriegsmarine were going, you have confidently told us that we will not have to fight the British. We are perfectly prepared to fight the French. Oh, by the way, you're going to be fighting the British as well. What?
It's not even that. I mean, this is the sort of event where basically the control faction in the IJA and IGN might team up and go, right, that's it. Come on, we've had our fun. Let's try and hash this out.
Yes.
Because the main problem is, it's like the Kido Butai in a surprise attack can do severe damage to one or the other enemy fleet, but not both.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the British you got to go for. They've got more fast battleships at that point in theatre.
You can't, because they're way further away, and you have to get into the Indian Ocean.
Well, the other problem is, I mean, it's not that the Japanese would know this, but assuming that the China station in this scenario is keeping up its submarine patrols the way they historically did before they all got called away, the minute the Kido Butai, because remember the whole thing about Pearl Harbor is no one was expecting it.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kido Butai sails for, let's say, Singapore, they're going to run over 2 to 3 lines of patrolling Royal Navy submarines, one of whom is going to go, I wonder where they could be going. Maybe I should radio in all of these carriers and battleships streaming that way, so it's no longer a surprise attack, at which point you're actually better off going for Pearl Harbor, because at least that will still be a surprise.
And also the British fleet, because there's a war going on in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, even if they've basically knocked the Italians out, they probably kept the fleet in the Indian Ocean, which means it's not attacking the British in Singapore. It's the Royal Navy operating out of Bombay or Colombo or Trincomalee, and that's just not. You can't. Even the Japanese just can't do that, because you can try and do that covertly, like they did in Pearl Harbor, to avoid the trade lanes. You'd have to go round Australia to get into the Indian Ocean.
The other nightmare scenario for the Japanese would actually be they do the on paper sensible thing and go, the British will probably spot us coming, so we'll take out the Americans.
Yeah.
And after all, that's what they plan for most of the time. Except you get another scenario like good old HMS Regulus just before the war, where Regulus was assigned to patrol near Japan, and her captain decided, I'm going to enter into that little sea area just right where all the home islands major ports are.
Yeah.
Found the at that point brand new commissioned Hiryu, went, we've not seen this kind of carrier before, I shall follow it and find out what it's all about, and proceeded to follow the Japanese through their entire yearly naval exercise without ever being detected, and came home with a bunch of photos. Now, if you have another captain, or possibly even just Regulus again, toodling around off of Kure and Yokohama and all of those wonderful places, then the Kido Butai might do the sensible thing, deploy to assemble to go off to attack Pearl Harbor, and the Royal Navy sub goes, they all seem to be going somewhere in an awful hurry. I wonder where they're going. I shall follow them. And then radios ahead and goes, Hawaii, you may have some visitors soon. You may want to prepare for this. And then imagine the Kido Butai comes rolling in over the Hawaiian foothills, only to find every single P-40 and F-4F in the entire Pacific Fleet and US Army defense sections is just waiting for them.
Going, hello. It's just
it's like, well, you can go back. It's just you're not going back with your aircraft.
It's not a good scenario for the Japanese if the British and the Americans are both don't have their fleets occupied. In fact, it changes the war dramatically. It really does.
like
It
the
changes
idea
the war dramatically.
HMS Regulus doing a little photo presentation of what I saw on my holidays, and then afterwards, what I sank on my holidays.
Yes. All
What
right.
you did at school.
Right.
And then I sank this.
Now, Matthew
What was
Blair.
that? We're not sure.
Okay, Matthew Blair's
Never
question.
seen one before.
All right. Why were Matthew Baleron's next question? Why were the Royal Navy Type 42s not equipped with anti-ship missiles, but the Argentine Type 42s were? The simple answer to that
I've been
is
doing
cost.
Yeah, there is cost as well, but there's also the fact that the Type 42s for the Royal Navy were procured as the cheap option for a relatively effective air defence asset for the Royal Navy. Well, it was supposed to be based around the Type 82s for air defence for the CVA-01s, which were then cancelled, and then of course the Type 82s were then cancelled as well, and so the Type 42 comes in as the cheap option, ends up being the only option procured. The Argentinians, however, look at the Type 42 and Type 42 and go, slap some exocets on this, it becomes a relatively cheap, multi-purpose destroyer for our navy. So, there you go.
Basically, it's saving money. It is the British government's universal declared desire to save as much money as it possibly can that will end up costing it a lot more money in the future. And for those people asking, Steve Clarke is collecting questions, I think, at the moment. Once you've reached a certain level, Steve will send me a message in chat and then I'll open up questions again and then he'll collect more. Because the bot only seems to be working on Twitch.
I did see somebody ask.
Seeks to annoy the bejesus out of me.
Yeah, there are some questions.
Just randomly, I did see somebody asking what camera body I was using, and that's a very quick one. I'm using a Sony Alpha 1.
I'm using, for my streaming on here, it's a Osbot 4K, tiny. It's a cute one. It's my own. I think you had the same one, don't you, as well? Streaming?
Yes, yeah, oh yeah, for streaming. No, they were just asking. I think that was a question from way back when I was talking about going out photographing things earlier today.
You have the fancy camera. It's all the equipment we take with us, which basically guides the requirement of hotels when we travel away for the ship-shaped trips. Because basically a case of, is this a hotel I mind leaving my stuff in? Is the requirement. Oh, although that where was that hotel where me, you, and Dan were staying in, and we basically took a picture of ourselves at the bottom of the lift well, just looking up because it had this entire massive void space in the middle of it. Was that? That wasn't. That was. Oh.
Was that Melbourne? No, it wasn't Melbourne.
That wasn't Melbourne. Melbourne was the one where I got stuck in a in a cell. The one where they decided I paid for a window and they put me in one without a window internally, and then they graciously upgraded me.
I think it was Brisbane, wasn't it?
It was
Brisbane, the one that's got the enclosed void.
Yeah, that was also the place. That was the place where me and Dan also ended up when you were really tired. You went to sleep because you'd been not feeling that well.
Yes.
Went to sleep. Me and Dan went off and had dinner in a church.
Yes,
because we found a church.
That seems to be the new standard for new build Hiltons. Weirdly, because when I went to Prague to see Lord of the Rings live in concert, the Prague Hilton was exactly the same. Just a big square with a massive roofed over void in the middle.
Yeah, it does seem to be
similar. The void is a fire safety thing because they've got them in some hospitals and they have to go to regular fire lectures. So basically, it's because it gives the smoke loads of space to rise in, so that you've actually got time to evacuate before the smoke has got to the stage where it will suffocate people trying to escape.
Oh,
okay.
Now that's going to become a requirement now for hotels when I'm staying. If I haven't got a big void, I'm going to run away. Leslie Mitchell's question.
The hospitals are notorious for being terrible in fires. Yeah. And the London Fire Brigade has got to the stage where they are no longer amused after finding oxygen cylinders scattered in places they shouldn't be, sometimes actually propping open the fire doors and then becoming missiles that fire at the firemen trying to, or fire and rescue operators trying to evacuate stuff. It's happened too many times for them to not for them to still be kind of laughing and putting up
Yeah,
with
that
all of
that
the hijinks.
I think that's
Flirting
the
with the
point to
nurse.
which the firemen probably start complaining professionally. Leslie Mitchell, you mentioned that the Drifters in Glyn Stewart's Peacekeepers of Souls series would face challenges in creating and maintaining large fleets. Given that the Craftworld Elder in the Warhammer 40k universe also live in space, what specific issues do these spacefaring cultures encounter, and how could they survive? Well, honestly, when you consider the realities of living on a ship versus a planet, you start to realize space gets very limiting very quickly. Very, very limiting. And when you want to change and add things on, you've got to. It's far more difficult than finding space on a planet. It is far, far more difficult.
And that's actually kind of emphasized, I think, in the background quite well of 40k lore with the Eldar, because they are classified as a dying race. And it's like, yeah, okay, the craft worlds now in the 40k setting are a lot bigger than they were when they originally left the core of the Eldar Empire, because they've been added to and expanded. And to be fair, craft worlds are verging on the size of planetoids in odd shapes at some points. But the thing is, no one's building new craft worlds.
No.
So, you can... It's that whole thing of the defender has to be lucky all the time. The attacker only has to be lucky once. Every time a craft world is badly damaged or destroyed, the race is diminished. So, a nice, populous, well put together craft world can build new ships and crew them and everything. Great. Right up until something happens to that craft world. And then that's basically that taken off the board completely. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of craft worlds that got destroyed in the Horus Heresy. I forget exactly which one it was. There was one that got the complete unluckiness of having 3 Psi Titans from the Ordo Sinister dumped on it.
Yes.
As well as the Blood Angels.
Oh, come on. Oh, I know this one. I know this one. Oh, I just listened to the Oculus Imperium episode about Sinister, and
But but then even in the more modern 40k lore, it's like, look, Craftworld Yanden. It was probably one of the larger and definitely one of the most, if not the most populous of the craft worlds. It had a huge fleet. It had a huge fleet to the point it still had a huge fleet even after Prince Iriel wandered off with a good chunk of it and went pirating. And then the Tyranids showed up. And now Yanden is as close to a ghost craft world as you're ever going to get, and relies mostly on wraith constructs. And they basically can't repopulate. No. So you can have a fleet right up until you can't, whereas planet-bound civilizations, they can regrow a lot easier. Because they just have a lot more resources to hand.
Even the Drifters, there is also a discussion which Glyn Stewart, I remember in his one in Peacekeeper's Soul, and I'm not sure if Drax read the series, but possibly has at some point, because we went through a phase where especially after we saw Glyn in Canada, where we all basically devoured his books for a bit, just to make sure we were caught up with what he was talking about. And the Drifters, even the Drifters, occasionally, they traded with a lot, they trade with people from planets, but they also absorb populations from planets, and people from planets come to them to renew their population, which they have the chance to do. The Eldari don't do that.
No.
I would also point out the Eldar also are a bit unique in this situation, well, because you can't really get new Eldar either. Like, even if you have
just a process.
It's very slow.
Such an incredibly slow process. Also, that risks warp contamination.
And they can't create more souls, which is the issue.
Yeah. So,
however,
it's why they have to keep
on a craft world that has an
stones.
infinity circuit, they can reuse the soul as a new person.
But technically, you're never really getting a positive to the race. At best,
you're maintaining.
The Dark Eldar can make vast numbers of people. It's just they're kind of stuck in Comoron.
Yes, they're also the Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
And they don't have souls. They
Mhm.
physically don't have them.
Which is
Maybe
also
it's the
where
most
we get into the whole discussion of where the people who keep fantasizing about Gilliman and Yvraine becoming boyfriend and
yes.
girlfriend. And there is
Oh no, please no.
the one thing which I did see about that, which was kind of possible, positive, was, well, in that case, there would be a new soul created, and because it would be half whatever Gilliman counts as, because of course he's superhuman or
Transhuman.
posthuman, and Yvraine, what would that? There is a chance that they would actually be okay and it would actually work, but
Yeah.
in the nicest way, that's kind of a long shot. Although I did see a very, very funny, a very, very funny comic, which actually did really, to me, actually live up to the whole details of Gilliman, because it was basically Lion explaining to him where children come from.
So the interesting thing about that
Mhm.
idea of Gilliman and Yvraine, or just in general,
It all
Eldar.
comes from the fact he actually let her live. That was it. Literally, there's some interaction.
Yes, I despise the whole thing beyond that. The whole thing is, yes, we have to work together, otherwise we die.
Yeah.
But in general, it actually brings back a very old bit of lore, which has been mostly written out of canon at the moment, which is Eldar hybrids do exist with humanity. We still see a couple of these, they're just not called hybrids anymore. And that is one of the few ways Eldar do get new souls, because it's not just Eldar, it's humanity.
Yeah, because
So the
Emperor
Eldar
has a claim
despise
on all
them because
human
they're not
souls.
Eldar.
By the time of 40k, the Emperor has a claim on all human souls.
Yes.
Slanesh has a claim on all Eldar souls.
Which
Whether
means
it's the
Things happen.
whether it's the Emperor or the
It's the
Gestalt Emperor created by the thoughts of humanity, because the question is the Emperor in control of the Gestalt being that mankind has created, or
That's
is it
not the
something
Emperor.
called the Emperor?
Right, okay. Right, the Gestalt entity. What the current context is called the Gestalt entity is the Emperor.
yes.
The name for the mortal Emperor is Revelation.
Well, that's one of his names, but yes.
I would like to point out that
Revelation?
Re-elevation is... Wait, no.
Revelation.
Revelation is them. And the Emperor are two separate beings. One's a discount Chaos God. One, we don't know what he is.
Oh,
Which one did Gilliman speak to then?
who
I'm
knows?
genuinely curious.
He spoke to both.
so
Yeah.
I just would like to flag, because I find this to be ironic. While we're talking about this, I'm scrolling Reddit and eating some incredibly disappointing homemade mac and cheese to the point where it's functionally inedible, which is very disappointing. I got a comic from Idiot of the East in my feed that ends with Gilliman's mom on
Yes.
Ultramar
it's the
saying,
one.
"Where's my grandchildren, boy?"
Yeah. Okay, so next question, this is actually appropriate enough, is these next two questions are both for Foxo and Dragon. Did you manage to play the Towards Tulipina Seas event? And are you excited for the glorious meta?
I played a bit of it, but then got really bored because, to be honest, I know the Dutch Navy is important. But they are so unimportant in AL, it was really boring. Like, yes, we gave you, 3 ships. Your entire new faction gets 3 ships.
Yeah. Right. Next
Heaven,
question.
Are you Heaven over on YouTube chat? I'm very interested in why you keep deleting your messages after a couple of minutes.
Well, that's strange,
Yes.
in my humble
And
opinion.
very consistently doing so too.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, anyway, next question from Knight6831. If the Germans built only 3 Deutschland class, 3 Braunschweig, 3 Wittelsbach, 3 Kaiser Friedrich, and 2 Brandenburg class of pre-dreadnoughts, how happy are the British?
Well, it's important to bear in mind that while, yes, the British will be happier that the Germans are kind of sticking within the 2-power standard, if they're not using that dockyard capacity and funding for pre-dreadnoughts, what are they using it for?
Probably cruisers.
Well, it probably means the army's still getting there.
Well, that's what they can hope. Or,
Yeah,
in the
but I
worst
would-
case scenario, the Navy just didn't get the funding.
I would probably say I understand what he's done, but I would say you'd probably be better off dropping it down to 4 ship classes, because that was equivalent to what the Russians were doing and other powers were doing. So you'd have 4 Brandenburgs as your starting point, then you'd have 4 ship classes going forwards. Because I think the German pre-dreadnoughts were 5, I think, ship classes usually.
Mind you, I could see an argument for dropping it to 3 because having a 4 ship classes is still gonna push the German pre-dreadnought fleet numerically up into the taking one of the 2 slots for the 2 power standard, which is potentially a bit of a concern. Whereas if you drop each class down to 3, then they do drop into kind of probably a comfortable 4th at least until the Russians go and lose most of their fleet in the Russo-Japanese War.
Which then leaves us with the horrifying thought that the 2 power standard is the United States of America and the German Empire. A German Empire that might actually have some of those 9.4-inch armored cruisers you like so much, Drac, in decent numbers.
Well, the other thing, because the other thing you've got to remember is that you are looking at fiddlesticks. If you've got 3, it's the rule of 3s. You can always have 1 in service.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your minimum price of entry realistically for a class that's going to continuously have at least 1 ship available.
Yeah.
So having them as class of 3, it's not great because ideally almost everybody has either battle squadrons or half squadrons of 4. But it is probably the lowest you could go, unless you go even lower, but then you'd have to start changing up the design. So if you said the Germans are going to have different classes because they're built in different years, but they only build 2 of each, you'd have to then have each class be at least somewhat similar. So not quite standard type as in the US standards, but like the 2 9.4-inch classes or whatever. If they were close enough for government work, then you might have then you might have an argument for 2 per class.
It's possible. Yeah, honestly, that would kind of make sense because you'd have 3 sets of 2, Brandenburg, Friedrich, and Wittelsbach, and then as the Germans start kicking things up a little bit, probably in response to the Russian efforts to rebuild, or the Russian efforts, at expansion that were occurring in the 1900s, to try and maintain at least superiority in the Baltic, you can then go to the 3 Braunschweig and 3 Deutschlands. Because that then gives them 6 11-inch ships to match up against the 4... Is it 4 or 5 Borodinos? 5, I think.
Well, it's 5, but they're never all in service at the same time. Because the reason Slava doesn't go to Tsushima is because she's not ready in time. And by the time she is ready, Tsushima's already happened.
The poor old Russian Navy.
That would have just added another ship sunk at Tsushima.
Yes.
If there was ever
catastrophic existence failure.
I will admit, I do have a soft spot in my heart for the Borodinos.
You do.
Well, they were when the Russians were beginning to get pre-dreadnought design somewhat correct.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, the Borodinos weren't awful, put it that way.
It's one of the things
Which is more than can be said for a lot of other Russian pre-dreads.
It's like the French like to alternate between doing glorious and terrible designs, and the Russians were starting to build up to something which was looking pretty darn good. And let's be honest, some of the ideas of the post-Gangut classes were looking very good on terms of the dreadnoughts. And then there's
the Russians in the dreadnought era, they were cooking. The Russians were cooking in the dreadnought era. They were properly on fire.
They were producing some very interesting looking designs, but the trouble is how do I put this politely? The quality control was still an issue, and the standardization was still an issue. So they're starting to get part of the equation right, but they still have got a long way to go, mainly because of the system behind it, if you know what I mean. It's the things which are
Yeah.
setting up the infrastructure and setting up the issues.
Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause the on paper, the Andrei Pervozvany, the Borodino successor class, on paper is a really nice semi-dreadnought.
Yeah.
In practice, they're almost a textbook lesson on how not to build a ship.
Yes.
I think that that also comes down to kind of the fact that they are stopped, then reworked massively, and then built based on Tsushima,
Yes.
and it kind of breaks them.
There's the panic that comes in from Tsushima. There is honestly a panic that comes from it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Although
next
it does
question,
lead to the whole.
next,
Go on.
next
Go on.
question actually leads off from this quite nicely. How successfully do you think Russia will be in resurrecting the bastion strategy of naval security?
I mean, resurrecting. They never abandoned it.
Well, no. They never abandoned the strategy. Their ability to actually enforce the strategy has long been not there. How successful they will be in resurrecting it? I don't think... While the war in Ukraine is going on, I don't think they're going to be very successful at it, because it's just too much resources are going towards Ukraine. And I'm sorry, I know there are people out there who like to say things like, Russia's only using 5% of their resource in Ukraine. If they deployed their full force, they'd have it over in 5 minutes. You sit there and go, no one lets the war go on as long as it has done, and been as embarrassing as it has been, and doesn't deploy their full strength to try and stop it. They don't.
The only counter
in nicest way, if Russia was that strong and they really haven't just ended it, then there are much more. They have even bigger problems than we know. It's not the way you act at war. So stop with that one. That one's complete. Just listen to yourself when you're saying that and think, does this sound like sensible strategy? If the answer is no, then it's not the truth.
Well, the thing is, it's like either Russia can't win the war in Ukraine any quicker or slower than it is at the moment, in which case they're pretty terrible, or if they're holding back a bunch of troops which could win them the war nice and quickly, but they're holding them back for unexplained reasons, they're actually even dumber than they seem at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the saddest thing is the war's basically in a holding pattern because, unfortunately, there's no way out for either side short of sitting down and hashing out a new border. And unfortunately, neither side's willing to do that quite yet, so we're just kind of stuck in a holding pattern of death until that resolves itself. Yeah. What I would also say, however, in regards to the Russian fleet, is that the Russians have been rather good during this conflict at attempting to ablative armor various parts of their defense industry and their economy as best they can. They haven't always succeeded, but the one area where they have tried to is the Northern Fleet in particular. So, for example, during the conflict, they've commissioned, I think they've got one new Ysen, and they've finished off the last of the Boreas SBNs during the war.
I mean, to be fair, the other thing you've got to bear in mind is that while the Russian surface fleet is proving to somewhat of a joke in a lot
only
of
the Baltic fleet.
You do have to remember that anyone who's vaguely connected with modern military, modern Western naval strategy will tell you straight up that the one part of the Russian Navy that is actually still to a certain degree works and probably should not be underestimated is their submarine fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, in terms of competence of the surface fleet, it kind of runs thusly, as me and Dr. Clarke have discussed. If you're competent and politically reliable, aka you're not politically connected and can be relied upon to follow orders, you go to, and you're a good officer, you go to the Northern Fleet. If you're slightly less competent or you're more politically compromised, you go to the Pacific Fleet. If you're politically well-connected and an abysmal officer, you end up in the Black Sea.
Yeah. But I would say I'm already seeing there's already people. Look, Castaner said there may be political reasons for not doing the sensible thing. You read the US in Vietnam. The US actually won the ground war in Vietnam. They didn't invade North Vietnam because they didn't want to expand the war dramatically. But that doesn't mean that it's going to sound strange. They are pretty much deploying their full military strength to it. They win the war, lose the war politically. That's the thing. Vietnam War is lost on the streets in the United States more than it is lost in Vietnam. It is really, once you start looking into the data and the facts, you realise very much the Vietnam War was lost in the USA, not in Vietnam. And
Well, the other thing you got to remember is that you had the Warsaw Pact
and
sitting.
Calvin Gasberg is always reliable for giving us the Russian narrative because that they do seem to be very well informed on the Russian narrative, and their view is that if they blitzed the NATO-backed Ukrainian army instead of going slow but effective grind, the West would use nukes.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
No,
Here's the thing you've got to bear in mind.
He has said, "Add salt as you like."
Yeah. Here's the thing you've got to bear in mind. The way the war has progressed is basically down to. It started due to miscommunications on the Russian side, owing to the way in which they thought Ukraine was prepared. Therefore, you got the entry into Ukraine that we saw.
They thought the war was going to be over in 6 hours, then 6 days,
yeah,
then 6 months, and now it's 6 years. Yeah.
Then the pendulum of strategic initiative shifted several times over the last 3 years. Yeah. Now we're at a point basically where, if you want my fundamental opinion, both sides have basically lost. Yeah. Ukraine is unfortunately in the situation where they are going to have to give up territory. But Russia, even though it might gain some territorial concessions, has gutted its military, crippled its economy, made itself a pariah on the world stage, and for what? For blasting Ukraine?
We always. I think the thing is, you always got to remember my default position on the entire thing is that now the war has been going on long enough. We can look back at some of what happened in the opening stages and draw relatively firm conclusions. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, it's an ongoing conflict. Both sides have a vested interest in keeping what's actually happening very close to their chests, unless it benefits them.
Yeah.
And keeping any defeats very quiet. And they also have a vested interest in making sure as much propaganda favourable to them and not favourable to their opponent gets out, which means that ultimately we don't know what's going on. Probably neither side actually truly knows what's going on, because obviously the enemy's doing their level best to deny them access to what's happening, which means that ultimately, apart from some very, very broad commentary, anyone who says, I know exactly what's going on in Ukraine and this is what X side or Y side needs to do to win is probably at best delusional, at worst lying, because if anybody was in a position to know that, then they would have done it already.
Yeah. I mean, you make a brilliant point there, Drac.
Unclear at the moment.
Yeah, you make a brilliant point there, Drac. Yeah. Really is.
Yeah.
Oh, the fun things.
Black Horse moment.
Yeah, Black Horse. The next question. But
I think that is also the way that. That's also the way that people were experiencing World War II and all these other wars, and we have the benefit of hindsight.
Yeah,
and they really didn't.
Yeah,
even if you look at stuff like Cunningham's autobiography, Cunningham's autobiography is one of the best first-person sources for the Mediterranean campaign, but elements of it are blatant lies, because at the time that he was writing it, Bletchley Park and Ultra was still ridiculously heavily classified.
Yeah.
And so he just attributes all of that stuff to lucky reconnaissance aircraft and spies and so forth. And he knew he was lying because he knew where that intel came from, but he wasn't going to say.
It's important to bear in mind that it's important to bear in mind that what we're basically looking at, hang on, sorry, I've got my thoughts collected. For example, look at the change in circumstances in terms of what the people at the time knew compared on the Allied side between the beginning of 1944 and the end of 1944. At the beginning of 1944, as far as everyone was concerned, the Italian campaign was a grinding slogfest. The Japanese navy still existed in decent strength, and there was no second front in Germany. By the end of 1944, the Japanese navy has been rendered impotent, pretty much. There is a second front in Germany. In fact, the Allies are on the verge of entering Germany from the west. The Soviets have absolutely shattered Army Group Center and turned the Eastern Front into basically a running route westward. It's amazing how much, well, with hindsight, we go, oh, well, the signs were there very clearly, and
Yes.
it was all coming up.
Italy,
But
Italy
at the time, they were not.
They weren't, no. And, well, that then gets us into the next question, which is a rather fun one for me and Drac. Was there a possibility for Germany to have what we would consider modern submarines instead of submersibles early in World War II, and how would it affect the outcome?
I mean,
Not.
it depends how far you go with modern. I mean,
I think
if
it's
you look
basically,
at,
I would translate it as Type 21s instead of Type 7s.
so in that case, I would say the idea of a submarine that is optimized hydrodynamically for underwater performance as opposed to surface performance, that is not new.
No.
That is something that's been around since the R class in World War One. So yes, it would be entirely possible to build a submarine with a hull optimized for high-speed underwater travel as opposed to surface travel. Is it possible to build a large submarine? Because then the next thing you need would be a large hull to contain all the batteries and so forth that you needed. Yes, I mean, look, you've got X1, you've got Surcouf, you've got all sorts. There's plenty of big submarine hull designs out there. And I think at that point, the only thing that's really missing is somebody putting two and two together and going, okay, but if we build a really big sub, ideally double hulled, as in figure of eight style hull, and then just stick a load of batteries in, you could build honestly not a Type 21 at any point pretty much from, I would say, probably around 1930 onwards.
Honestly,
That's roughly being the point where you could get big enough, powerful enough diesel engines for your surface running and high-speed capacity charging. My only sort of big red flag on all of this is the fact that you do not have the battery tech. The battery tech is continuously advancing at that stage. So, I mean, even if you look like the Guppy, half of the Guppy program was
I think
refitting new better batteries.
I think also you
So
have
you could get a Type 21-esque thing in 35, but it won't have anything close to the performance of a Type 21 because the batteries just will not have the power dash capacity that you would have of late war
and
batteries, the way that they
the
have.
other problem you have is that if the Germans are investing in such modern boats, you look at the number of boats they actually build and actually have available in 1939, 1940. If they are building them, and they're not going to be building them in many numbers, but that's the sort of thing that's the kind of technological jump which is going to get Britain paying a lot of attention and France paying a lot of attention. And the response to that, well, you know, the Hunt class, etc., or Flower class could have been ordered a year earlier. And as I've said before, the Flower class fits quite happily in Section 8 of the Naval Treaty, which allows you to build as many of these sloops or vessels under 2,000 tons, under 20, can't be designed to be faster than 20 knots, and all these things as you want. And they could start churning them out without any worry of the treaty.
I mean, the other thing you've got to bear in mind is, as I said, all the bits of the technology underlying the Type 21 are there, with the exception of battery technology. So
some of the snorkel
anything.
stuff is still in development, but it's not. There's there.
Well, yeah, but you don't
We can nick
need
that off the
a
Dutch. It's fine.
snorkel.
It's fine. We can nick it
You-
off the Dutch. It's fine.
But the thing is, you don't need a snorkel. A snorkel makes
No.
you safer,
Yes.
but a snorkel is more important in an era of centimetric radar, which also isn't a thing at that point
No.
in the 30s. So
Yeah.
at that, but my point is, if all the technology is there and someone just needs to put it together, if the Germans start putting it together, there's nothing. Given that the British already have experience with an underwater high-speed submarine with the R-class, and very nearly made the U-class into an R-class successor, you could certainly do a Type 21, but you also have to then bargain with the fact that British might rock up with an R-class specific hunter-killer successor, which would actually be very, very interesting, because then you could end up with underwater dogfights as one of the ways to defend convoys.
What I would
Steve
like to
Clarke,
point
can
out
I
is
just,
that very.
Wait.
Can I just go before you jump out, Fleet?
Yeah, right.
Steve
Yes,
Clarke,
right.
put
Yeah,
it
carry on.
That you said that the problem is the 20 knot speed limitation of sloop loophole. Drac, the phrasing is designed for no more than 20 knots. Do you believe any of the sloops were actually capable of only just doing 20 knots?
20 knots in all weathers and conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's everything depends on what you test them for and what engines you put in them.
Yes, and,
I mean,
and
The
what
ship-
pressures
the
you're
ship is
prepared to
making
run the boiler at.
19.9 knots. The ship is running at 19.9 knots. This is our maximum speed.
Yeah, sure.
Really? The
Um,
boiler pressure's needle is still like only 2/3 of the way across. No, it's our top speed. We will not go faster. No, definitely not.
Yeah.
I believe the phrase you're looking for is not dog fighting underwater, by the way. It's hot sub-on-sub action, according
good
to
Lord.
TV scripts.
Oh, good
Okay,
Lord.
let's move on
So
quickly
basically, what I
now.
was.
Yeah. I want to say something right now. I really want to say something right now.
Sorry,
But if
I
I
think
do,
Dan
it's
stole the
going
bit
to
from you.
violate the little cousins rule, and I
No.
just don't have time for that.
No, I had a whole thing about what this potential submarine might look like and what it would be
Unfortunately, I
spec'd for, but
think
never
that
mind.
ship has long sailed.
Oh.
Does it
Yeah,
have
sorry,
cat ears?
Sorry, Fleet. Dan has just shut that down. So, next question.
No, come on.
After the 8 coastal defense ships the Germans built, if they hadn't built those 24 pre-dreadnought battleships, what would have come next? If
you don't commit to pre-dreadnoughts, you basically give up on a high seas fleet.
You're building cruisers. That's probably what that's coastal defense ships and cruisers. Do you agree to
well, possibly bigger coastal defense ships or a bigger armored cruiser fleet. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Because as I covered with the Rune, they actually the German armored cruiser design takes a big leap up to bigger, faster fleet scouting escorts with the Rune, whereas before they're more station ships. Yeah.
I think it's not even that. I think you're actually jumping too far ahead. First Bismarck is the template that's followed, probably.
But this is my point. It's like historically, the armored cruisers start off as essentially foreign station flagships and so forth, and then they transition during their sort of design lineage over to bigger, faster fleet scouts, as opposed to just can be protected cruisers. But if you're not doing the pre-dreadnoughts, you've got you could either go one of two ways. Either Germany goes, why have a battle fleet? We just have coastal defense ships and everything else is for colonial stuff. In which case, yeah, first Bismarck and the Adalberts and so forth are your default. But you could also end up in a situation where they go, okay, we're not going to have a battle fleet of battleships. We're instead going to have a battle fleet or a battle fleet replacement that is made just a fleet of armored cruisers. In which case, the shift over to a Rune Scharnhorst paradigm actually might happen sooner.
There is a horrifying thought here, because the whole thing with an armored cruiser is that it's a belted ship that is faster than a battleship, but is usually more weakly protected and, depending on the navy, more weakly armed. If the Germans are going all in on it, then obviously armored there's no loss in size because armored cruisers are usually as big and as heavy as the pre-dreadnoughts they serve alongside. So the question would be, does the German Navy go, ooh, this whole dreadnought idea is brilliant, we can start building battleships now? Or do they go, ooh, this whole dreadnought idea is silly, let's upgrade our armored cruisers instead?
Well, they might go straight to fast battleships.
Yeah.
That's the thing, because if they put speed and they just go, well, let's just give it a bit more armor because we're starting to be on less good terms with the British. Because for some reason they're cozying up to the French, which we don't understand because we thought they hated the French. Oh, they do still hate the French. They just are prepared to talk to them now.
Oh, that's good.
But you do still hate the French? We do. Yes. Okay, good.
So then, the next question that comes on, and I have to say myself, I think, just to cap that off, I would say I think the Germans would go down the armored cruiser route, and I think possibly they might even end up going the dreadnought armored cruiser route, and create battle cruisers on fast battleships by the back door. But now to Matthew Clarence, and Matthew Clarence, you're going to have to clarify when Tom Sharp is talking about, because he said officers who advocated for corvettes had their careers cut short. Are you talking about the officers in the pre-World War II period, because they didn't? Quite a lot of them went on to senior officers. And are you talking about the ones in the recent period? Because, strange enough, one of the people I know who was involved in that kind of went out and finished his career as head of the Royal Navy. So I'm interested to clarify exactly when, and then I can talk about it, because there were some officers who, in both sections, who did find their careers not going further, but it was usually they might blame their advocacy of the corvettes, current officers. Others might not. The thing is, how do I put this? There was a period when the Royal Navy was looking at the Black Swan sloops and various other ideas. They're looking at all these things as future, and yes, some of those officers ended up not going further in the Royal Navy, but one of the things that still some officers find very hard to deal with is the Royal Navy has huge cut downs in numbers. So if you go look for lieutenant commanders to commander, there's a huge cut down in number of personnel. And then commander to captain, there's again a huge cut down in number of personnel. And then captain to anything senior, there's a huge cut down in personnel who will not go any further. And the thing is, they don't have space for everyone to go up there. And the problem the corvette people mostly ran into in this time period was it was very hard to define what a corvette was. And basically, the Royal Navy's ended up managing to get this by having a light frigate and a frigate program. They haven't gone for a corvette, they've gone for a light frigate. And the reason they've done that is they basically go, because what they wanted from when they looked into the corvette program, it's sort of the same problem with the Black Swan sloops, is that every time they started adding in more and more facilities, more and more things into there that they wanted added on, and more capabilities they wanted part of it. And so it grew to a frigate anyway. And it was kept being, well, we can do it this way, we can do it this way, and the thing is, there's only so much you can do with these ships. Now, I have to say, I haven't read Tom Sharp's article, so I'm not sure which specific officer he's talking about, so I'm speaking terribly generically. I have read quite a bit of what Tom Sharp writes, but I don't manage to get time to read everything. And I would say, yeah, the RN isn't necessarily aggressively against corvettes, but they are aggressively against scenarios where they find people giving competing views enough in public that it's starting to cause the Treasury to question existing programs. Because it's hard enough for the Royal Navy to get funding for programs without the Treasury using jam tomorrow as a reason to cut them. And that is when they do get a bit on the aggressive side. Would you agree, Drac? Was that fair?
Yeah, well, I think the other thing is that if you're going to advocate for a corvette or corvette-alike in the Royal Navy, it's very much a matter of timing. Because if you advocate for a small, cheap combatant that can be ordered in slightly larger numbers at a time when the government is trying to work out how it can supposedly deliver the next generation of the Royal Navy without having to pay very much,
Yeah.
that's a really bad time to advocate for it, because then the government's going to latch onto that and go, see, someone says we can deliver the entire thing for a fiver, and the Royal Navy is probably going to cut you off at the knees career-wise for potentially compromising the Navy's future.
Because as
Whereas
useful
if
as a
you're in a
Corvette
position,
would be, you still need the Type 83 destroyer, you still need a Type 26 frigate. The Corvette adds on to that, they don't replace that.
yeah. So when you want to advocate for a Corvette is when you have your frontline major combatant program already well underway, and then you say, well, we're committed to building X of this and the steel's cut, etc. But, while we're at it, we might as well supplement them with this other thing. So perhaps if it becomes known within the Navy that, let's say hypothetically in 5-6 years' time or whatever, they've ordered let's be really hyper optimistic and say they've ordered a dozen Type 83s.
Woohoo!
And then the Navy's like, well, you know what? We really would like another batch, so maybe a batch 4, so another 4. And the government's going, I don't know if we want 16. That's when you argue for a Corvette, because you're already committed to 12. You can say, well, we want these we'll have a dozen or
we'll have a dozen
or
of
2
these small-
batches, 8 Corvettes instead of having 4 Type 83s. That's when you argue. So it's not necessarily that the Royal Navy is anti-Corvette. The Royal Navy is nowadays having to play its cards very close to its chest and only advocate for certain kinds of ships at certain times, not for any actual strategic or tactical reason, but purely just to make sure that the politicians don't get the bright ideas at the worst possible time.
And
I mean,
as
it's
we all
important to bear in
know,
mind that the Royal
bright
Navy has
idea
been-
theory is something that fairy is something which curses the Royal Navy on a regular basis from the politician side. But carry on, Fleet.
The Royal Navy has been rediscovering proper advocacy, as in being able to advocate for what it needs and why it needs in the last decade. After being a little bit off kilter for it for the last, peace dividend didn't help, but it's honestly being a bit of a problem since, the 50s and 60s.
1948.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, right now we're actually having a bit of a rehash of a lot of arguments that were had, in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think any of us were around and cognizant at that point, but those of us who have read the history of it, you'll remember the whole, the RAF argument of surface-to-air missiles and Tornado in its old GR1 format will be able to do everything everywhere because we have strike radius of X from these various bases. And then it turns out with things like the Falklands, it's like, okay, so where are your Tornadoes basing themselves so that they can hit the Argentinian forces around the Falklands? Oh, right, you can't.
This is the thing.
And we're literally having exactly this argument now where the RAF advocates are going, and with the best will in the world, I like the RAF, but when you've got someone either from or ostensibly aligned with the RAF saying, oh no, with Typhoon and F-35 and our existing air bases, we can cover all the commitments we need to make. It's like, we've had this argument already when we had longer range strike platforms. And we had more air bases.
And also,
what I would say
living memory from 2010, the joy of trying to do those strikes from the UK to Libya. It was terrible.
And in the grand scheme of
thing.
things, Libya is not that far away. Sorry, Fleet.
This is the thing. The Royal Navy has not only remembered how to advocacy again, it now has an awful lot more ammunition than it had during the Cold War in the 2010s to advocate with. So, things are going better.
I am amazed by a number of people keep trying to write off the entire Far East and going, no, Britain doesn't need a presence over there. We can just concentrate on Europe. And you're just going, no.
It doesn't?
No,
this is the thing. The Royal Navy needs an expeditionary capability to the Far East. We should primarily be an Atlantic Navy, but we absolutely need the ability to rock up into the Far East with a carrier task group and go, so, heard you were being annoying.
Yeah.
I think it's
Well-
more. So, hey Pete, how's it hanging?
Well, the thing is, it's. I mean, it's not necessarily quite the Gandhi solution, as in Civilization Gandhi, but ultimately you do need to back your words up with firepower.
Yes.
And if you can't, because ultimately, yes, the UK is a big economy on the world scale, but we're not big enough. We're nowhere near far enough up the scale to turn around to somewhere like China and say, oh, if you don't do what we want, we can put financial sanctions on you. The Chinese at that point would rightly laugh and go, just like, yeah, go on, try it, see what happens, because they have much bigger guns, metaphorically speaking, in the economic department.
Yeah.
So. And even with smaller countries, I mean, what's the UK going to do? Yeah, we've got a lot of economic clout, but if we say do this or we'll do this to you economically, if that is at odds with, let's say again, China can just go, okay, yeah, if the UK does this to you, we'll double it. The Tyrion Lannister thing of. If someone ever orders you to kill me, I'll double their price for you not to.
Yeah, and
China can literally turn around and do that and say, "Oh, the UK is going to sanction you for 10 billion. We'll give you an economic deal worth 20."
Yeah.
And it's
so
the thing that really starts off is simple with these things. I was also trying to explain to people. It's smart power, and there's a reason it's called smart power, because the era of the sternly worded note is over. Because the sternly worded note only works when it's backed by sufficient military force that people know that if you do have to turn up the military force, you're going to rock them. You're going to rock them sideways. And that's the thing. The sternly worded, if they don't think you have the force, they don't take any notice on a note. And this is where we start talking these days about smart power in terms of the idea of you have enough military force, and also you have. You do the diplomacy. You don't turn up with a warship and go, "We'll blow you to pieces if you don't do this." We send a note and go, boom, and they know we already have the warship.
Yeah, because it's there. It's sat there. You can see it. It's right there, looking at you.
Which is one of the reasons why I often tell people that you can't do. Unfortunately, submarines, as great as they are not good for peacetime diplomacy. Because their entire capability is based on them being underwater. If you're actually having them surface, it is a tool you can use for diplomacy. But it A, shows their location and gives a starting point. B, gives a location if they've got any hydrophones in the region where they could try and filter through that area to get their acoustic signature. And C, and this is the most important thing, the moment you circled them, the moment it's gone above the water, it's also shown other people it's not anywhere near them. So if you have a lot of submarines, you can do it because they don't know where they are. But if you're the UK and you only have 6 or 7 SSNs, and that equates to 2 to 3 available at any one time likelihood, if one of them surfaces somewhere as a diplomatic demonstration, that's just shown the world, well, there's probably one keeping not far from the ballistic missile submarine, so yeah, there's that one on that duty, so that means we now know where roughly 50% of their SSNs are in the world. And oh, do they have a carrier group out as well? They do. Oh, that'll be where the other one is.
Yeah, this is the thing. It only really works for 3 nations currently, and that's the Chinese, just about, the Russians, and the one who can really make use of it in a big way, the USM.
I would say for the Chinese, in the nicest way for the Chinese, I'd say their boats, especially the vast majority of them, are noisy enough they don't need to surface for everyone to know where they are.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, for the Russians, it's kind of a brown trousers moment. For the Russians, it's kind of a brown trousers moment when a Trident submarine surfaces off Norway, and you're like, oh, those Tridents can reach us before our submarines can flare. Because, yes, congratulations, our submarines can fire from the pier.
Fleet, why are you doing it with a Trident submarine?
Because they did. The US did that.
Yeah, the US did that. Yeah, and that still caused me half populations then. You don't do
and the whole point was...
I think what it must have done...
the whole point was... I mean, the whole
you
point
want us
was to
serve
point
it.
out to the Russians that, yes, your much vaunted peer-side launch capability means nothing
Yeah.
because we can hit you before you can launch. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
The only time it makes sense to surface a submarine as part of diplomatic signaling is when you can surface it in a place where they don't think you could have gotten it to.
Hmm.
Like you're legally able to be there, but they didn't think you would put a sub there.
Actually,
not
Carl
really
Gazmok's just said
like-
if you don't do it, here is a carrot, maybe two, and the carrot part is less used than needed. Actually, no, the carrot part has been relied on for the last 20 years, and this is where we've got to. They relied on the carrot part without the stick. Honestly, you don't hear. The trouble is, you hear about when the stick is used. That is talk. That makes news. The carrot doesn't make news. This is the problem with the worldview you can get from just watching. I hate to use this phrase, but there's nothing else to describe it. The mainstream media. Because the only time the carrot's part's going to get talked about, and the only time it really does get talked about, is some very niche blogs and magazines which focus on diplomacy on the internet. And to track those down and gain access to them is expensive and time consuming. And even then, they don't talk about it much. They talk. It's when you're in the media, you hear about the stick. You never hear about the carrot. And also, there's the other reason you don't hear about the carrot is governments often don't like to tell people what the carrot is, because that means that the next time you have to use the carrot, someone else will have a baseline for what that carrot might be.
And
I love modern
We're
questions.
carrying on trading with you. We are a good friendly neighbour.
Yeah.
Look, I love modern
I mean,
trading.
another time when the carrot gets talked about is when you see like the programs get cut. And we saw this. We see this in the U.S. now. We've seen this in the U.K. recently. I think there's a couple other European nations that have drastically cut their foreign aid programs.
Yeah.
Or when in order to make a point about national budgets, the usually opposition party in the system attacks those programs as being wasteful.
This is the thing. We're trading soft power for hard power, which honestly kind of makes sense given the current geopolitical situation. But luckily, the UK has not completely abandoned soft power. We've just shifted priorities rather than abandoning completely, which is the right choice.
Yeah. But we're just about to head into the weeds of this stuff, so I'm going to move on to the next question.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because
I love modern questions.
This is a fun one.
But I miss my crutch.
Yeah,
I miss my crutch. I need cyclic here. Cyclic is my crutch.
Yes, Fleet. But this is why we do these questions on Bruships and bilge pumps. Black Horse. This is a question from Black Horse. Was it possible for Germany to secretly continue designing battleships even if they never built them during the interwar period? I'm presuming this is. And they could do, yes, but the trouble is most of the designers and design teams, they disappear off to other countries where they can be gainfully employed or retire. That's one of the problems. They lose an entire generation, arguably 2 generations, of constructors, of designers. And that's what caused them a lot of damage.
I don't know the answer to this. Were the German design teams, bureaus and names, were they government or were they commercial shipyard ones? How much was the split?
They have a mixture of the two, but they lean far more, if I remember correctly, on the shipyards than the Royal Navy did at the time. Jack can correct me if I'm wrong, but they did. I think they did. They leaned far more on the shipyards than the Royal Navy did at the time. And the Royal Navy leads enough on the shipyards, but I think the Germans lent slightly more on them.
It's a mix because a lot of the German shipyards are heavily supported by what we would today call state subsidies. Mm-hmm. It's not strictly the same way as you would run them these days, but the other problem is that, to be honest, you can design as many ships as you want on paper. The fact is that the vast majority of institutional knowledge comes from you design something, you build something, you discover what did work really well, you discover what didn't work, and you put the two together into your next design, and you iterate. If you don't get to build the thing that you've designed, then it's very difficult to think of new things to incorporate into the design. And then you can end up in a bit of a difficult situation, a very difficult situation, because you can end up chasing down a route which essentially is a boondoggle. You can end up looking for a design criteria that you think will work. You go, okay, we think this will work on this design. We're going to iterate on that on paper in this next design.
Yeah.
Well, great, except that that first bit would never actually have worked. So you'll get 3-4 generations down the line of designs, and you've now built your entire ship around a whole series of features, none of which have ever been tried. And when you try and build them, it turns out none of them actually work.
And then you end up with something called
some
a
of these
Bismarck.
things, some of these things can be as deceptively simple as how do you format the drawings and plans?
Yeah.
Because as somebody who spent a good couple of months trying to piece together engineering drawings for a control system, how you format stuff together has a major impact on how you actually build it. Because, as a personal example, we had a rooftop unit at my last job that had systems spread across 3 different wiring diagrams. So when you started cross-referencing the wiring diagrams, if you went with the main one, you would be short wires. If you went with the other one, you would be short wires. And it caused problems.
The only way this works is if the Dutch find a magical money tree and decide they want to build 2 classes of 2 battleships, one in 1922 and one in 1928. And a bunch of suspiciously non-aligned persons with very big handlebar mustaches turn up and found a design studio in the Netherlands.
But no, because even then you're looking.
Some of them might be in Sweden.
But the other thing you're looking at is like even then a Dutch ship is going to be designed primarily for colonial work overseas in the Dutch East Indies. It's going to have to be built in the Netherlands, so it's going to have to. You're basically looking at something that's going to have shallow draft. Theoretically has a long range, but practically actually doesn't really need it. So essentially something that perhaps can carry a bunch of additional fuel as a one-off, but actually it's not really, day to day its main fuel tanks don't take it very far. It can't be very big, it can't be particularly heavily armed. You're looking at with what the Dutch need, you're basically looking at a colonial protection battle cruiser, which is almost the dreadnought version of what the old armored cruisers were supposed to do. That might give you some basic experience on how to make a ship stay upright. So it might, refine your stability calculations with the fact you now need an extensive anti-aircraft battery and air handling facilities. But that really is all it's going to tell you. It's not going to tell you how to build a proper battleship. It's not going to tell you how to build a proper armor scheme or anything like that.
No,
It might feed into the second gen. The second gen might feed into things like the German cruisers and the Deutschlands. So the second gen might prevent problems with the Deutschlands are okay historically.
Remember, the Germans aren't prevented from designing cruisers. Under Versailles, they can build cruisers. Yeah. They can build the Deutschlands. That's all within the Versailles Treaty. It's the capital ships that are the problem.
It's them not choosing. They choose not to build them. They choose not to. Or rather, and before we get started on the cruisers they actually do build, we're going to move on to Black Elsa's question, because otherwise this video will, instead of answering questions, turn into 2 hours of me and Drac correcting the German light cruiser program. Because we can go for 2 hours correcting the light cruiser program, because we have.
Can we get a video of that anyway?
Only 2 hours?
That was the length for the flight.
We get a video of that anyway. That sounds pretty good.
That was the length for the flight. Are there World War I or World War II minefields that are still dangerous? Not minefields, but they're individual. We lost a lot of mines. A lot of mines were lost at the end of World War I and in World War II, and we still keep finding them occasionally. So, it's not so much minefields as There are mines floating around out there, and they can hit things and go boom. Hopefully
They do
by now
fetch up on beaches every so often.
Yeah, and it's the disturbing is the amount of time. Every time they fetch up on beach, they go. There's first note people goes, "It's so old it won't work," and then they send a bomb disposal expert over to look at it, and they go, "It's ticking," and everyone runs. Okay.
Remember, most explosives become more volatile over time instead of less volatile.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you
But
mean you found a spicy rock on the beach? What do you mean
Basically,
it's ticking?
the problem with most World War II era mines, I think the World War One mines have mostly are not a threat anymore. But even then, that's a qualified thing.
Yeah.
The problem with the World War II mines is essentially, has the explosives compartment of that mine remained watertight? If it has rusted through, or there is in any way, shape, or form a breach, there's probably been enough saltwater intrusion that those explosives have been dissolved. Essentially, they're no longer a threat. If that compartment has stayed sealed, then the explosives will still have decomposed, but as was just said, they will have decomposed to an even more sensitive and even more dangerous format. That, the old sea mine, you'd have to break a Hertz horn or whatever to set it off. Then, as it is at the moment, a good kick, and you're probably looking at.
No. Just no. If you see a spiky rock on the beach that looks interesting, keep well clear.
And don't throw rocks at it, because you might have that rock come back at you very, very fast.
And so
but you won't be feeling much after that happens.
No.
So you know.
A question 88. What was the difference between the Vought F4U 4B Corsair and the planned British version, the Vought F4U 4C Corsair? I'm trying to remember the differences.
Too many numbers and letters.
Look at the design's characteristics and make the judgment for yourself.
It's
like, sorry to be curt.
It's a
but...
It's a lot of minor changes. Honestly, it's a lot of minor things to reflect British experience and British ship design and British carrier form versus American one.
They almost certainly would have included mildly clipped wings as a standard feature, as opposed to
it was going to have the dance like an Egyptian wings. Where they go down the end, so it's dance like an Egyptian.
I mean,
wings.
You'd probably have. I mean, it's going to massively upscale the capabilities of things like Invincible, because they're going to have a more capable asset. It's going to be an upgrade from Sea Harrier, on the one hand. But what I would say is
FU Corsair.
No, we're talking about the World War II Corsair.
Yeah.
Did I?
Not the F8.
No.
Whoops.
You're jumping questions, Fleet.
Classic Fleet moment. Oh well. Hey, I don't come in.
Right. If you do it again, I'm going to put you on another quiz.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Come on. No. Come on. No.
We'll do a quiz.
Can we let that joke die?
Can we let that I got
die?
called out on that Fleet? Like it's bad when I get called out on a World of Warship stream saying I could do better. I might be able to do better.
That's
still horrifies me. They might
not
take
a
that
specifist.
up on that.
All right.
Dragon. Technically, actually, they had one of the things Killivan has actually come to me, has actually suggested to me as a bit of a joke. We might have to have you and Foxo on there with Fleet at some point, just to see which one of you, whether you beat him on the quiz.
Well, considering I would have got the U-96 question right.
Angry Fleet noises.
The thing is, the question, the prize if you beat Fleet would be you get to run his show for 1 week.
Fleet, buddy, pal, friend. We do it because we care, but also because you leave. You don't just leave the door open. You leave the Spruce Goose's hangar doors open. Mm-hmm. It would be a crime not to go through them, if for no other reason than to check out the engineering.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, it's partially intentional at this point.
All right, next question.
Moving swiftly onward.
Next question from Matthew Blerens. What would the Royal Navy look like if the UK had adopted one of BAE's supersonic Stovall fighter designs in the 1980s? Would the F-35B exist? Would Tempest be Stovall? I'm not sure about Tempest. I honestly think it would probably still be where it is, because it basically goes Tornado, Typhoon, Tempest. It fits in that line. But the thing is, if you do have a supersonic designed from the 1980s into the Royal Navy, the thing is that would only come into service be post Falklands and would require probably to make use of it a bigger carrier than Invincibles, which means you get a new carrier build in the late 1980s and a new aircraft for it, which is going to substantially change the Royal Navy and everything going forward. It's probably going to change which of the Type 45 designs is selected. It's going to change all sorts of things. So it might
It
do.
depends on
It would
which of
probably
the-
mean we'd be a later adopter of the F-35. Instead of us adopting at the beginning, we'd probably be adopting about now, sort of thing.
It depends on which of the Stovall designs they go for. Some of them are much larger, but some of them are deliberately designed as can walk like a Sea Harrier, talk like a Sea Harrier, but it's just better than a Sea Harrier.
If they were,
And I
if
would
they're
say-
going to go for a 1980s design, and if it's going to have to be a full spectrum, full capability upgrade, because I said it's going to be based off Falklands experience, and they're going to want something which can be an air defense fighter and a GL, and basically they've used that as a case to get decent carriers and these decent sized carriers. So you're probably looking at a carrier which is going to be about 40,000 tons.
I would say though, I would absolutely love to see. I think it's the P1147 project.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the one with the forward swept wings, supersonic. It's a supersonic forward swept wing canard, with the wings and the canards at different heights, and a slight, if I remember correctly, a slight crank to the wings as well.
I'm trying to find a picture of it.
One thing that
This sounds
Sorry,
glorious.
one thing that I would point out though is that if you have Harrier, if you have son of Harrier, let's just call it that, go into production, serialized production for the Royal Navy. What does the F-35 look like? Because by the time they start cutting aluminum for the F-35, that aircraft will have been in service probably for a couple of years at this point, and they're probably going to be looking at that as it must be no less than this threshold.
Well, the F-35 would probably have to be faster because the BAE proposals were pretty nippy. I think one of the really interesting thing would be what the lift system would be on them. Whether they go for a variant on the Harrier having the engine remaining just central and then having lots of propulsion ducts that swivel, or do they adopt a lift fan? Because the lift fan element on the F-35B comes from BAE. I know because I was there in the meeting where they discussed it.
Excuse me, gents. let me just tend to chat for a second here. Team U, that is a moderator only command. If you want to get specific information for any of the panelists, sans Drac and sans Dr. Dan, you just put ! Then their name, I believe, is how I've got that configured. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, as I say, if they come up with a new lift system, then the F-35 might well incorporate that. Whereas, it's going to be a bit of a difficult one, I think. But the interesting thing is you might not have. The flip side for the F-35 development program is you might not have anywhere near as much resistance as you did to it used to be the Joint Strike Fighter program. Because if you've got Harrier, then you've got Supersonic Harrier, and then you've got F-35, which you can then kind of sort of sell that as this is Stealth Harrier.
Mm-hmm.
And Stealth Harrier, or Stealth Son of Harrier, is a much easier sell than we want to go supersonic and we want to go stealth, whereas before we've only had a subsonic, unstealthy aircraft.
It's going to sound terrible. I've been hunting all this time for a P1147 picture, and I can't find one. I can only find, because I sort of thought this was going to be the case, but I have on my files, because I have planned for a future video on the key aircraft series coming up. A series entitled Super Harriers That Almost Were. And it's just sort of looking at them as a sort of genesis that leads to the the F-35 program and leads to all those things. And basically, so I do have, and I can therefore show a picture, and I'm going to show this picture now. I'm going to hunt down the picture quickly.
I was going to say, have you checked the War Thunder forums?
It's gonna go up on my screen. I couldn't find it on the War Thunder forums. I couldn't. I did look, but I can't find a decent one for decent one for it.
Actual ops tech stuff.
Yeah, it's too full as current stuff that I can't actually find anything which is what I'm looking for.
And Steve Clarke has received his last question of this clutch.
Okay, I will after I've got this picture up on my YouTube screen, so everyone can see on YouTube what we're talking about, because this aircraft isn't too dissimilar to what we're talking about. It's pretty darn sexy.
Is it Matt Smith, Doctor Who TARDIS sexy?
No,
That's a designation of sexy I was not prepared for.
This is something which, frankly, if it is something which looks good. I'm not sure why it looks good, but it does look good. And yeah, that is. Let's put it this way. It's got everything. It's got forward swept wings. Hasn't got canards, but it's got twin tails. It's got an F-16 style air intake, and it is something. It is something special.
Why do I feel like that is just going to be a machinist's nightmare?
That is going to be something which is it was. That is something which is probably going to would take out pretty much anything that got in its way, but it would also be something which would it's described by many people as the attempt to fuse the idea of the Sea Harrier and the Tomcat.
What?
Yeah, because this thing's got a big air defense radar in it. It is built for air defense.
I'll tell you one thing.
But as I say,
when you let the British aerospace industry cook, they do come up with some good meals.
Yeah, the thing is, the one thing I would say about that design is, again, they only work if you've got a bigger carrier. And that's the real point I would make on that question, is that if the British get a bigger the only reason the British are actually going to go ahead with supersonic Sea Harrier is they got a bigger carrier being built, and that's one of those late 80s designs, which were about 40 to 655,000 tons, gas propulsion again, mostly designed for an air group of roughly, I think it was 24 and 36, wasn't it? They were designed around an air group of 60 aircraft. Yeah. 36 of the Super Harriers, and 24 helicopters.
How do I see the picture that you were putting out?
It's up on my YouTube stream. Pull up the screen, it'll come up.
Oh, right. I'm just watching on the Discord bit.
Oh, I'll share on Discord as well. If I go to that and that.
But let's be honest, nothing good came out of the latest 80s, did it?
No, well, not really. But there again,
metal.
There were plans.
We got metal.
I was thinking more of some of the members of this group chat.
Yeah, pretty much all of us are from the late 80s.
Nope, I'm early 80s.
Yeah.
Listen, just because you Xers are bitter doesn't mean the rest of us have to be.
Me and Fox are quietly in corner.
Zoomers.
You can't help being babies.
Zoomers.
It should be, and there should be a picture have just shown up in the chat for this discussion. Theoretically, it should have shown up.
No, figure out where the chat is.
Yeah, I mean it's somewhere between pretty and I'm fairly sure I saw that when I was G.I. Joe. It's very G.I. Joe.
What's Castina's question? Oh, okay. Sorry. Join us, Jonathan. Become one of the observed.
It's finally showed up.
Rain
Oh, that
down
yes, the
14
12,
and 15-inch shell
Yeah,
fire upon
12,
your
13.
enemies.
yeah, the 12, 13 and the 12, 12, 14
Yeah.
was the one I was thinking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. Sorry, it's not got canards, but yeah, that was the one I was thinking about. The 12,
Oh.
13 and 12, 14 program.
Jonathan.
They are
Jonathan, that's not fair.
Mhm.
That's actually a very pretty aircraft.
gorgeous. Anyway, leaving that to one side, let's go to the question. Yeah, in nicest way, it's definitely no Blackburn. It's not going to hurt your eyes that much.
Yeah, that one's okay.
It would. Let's put it this way: if I had to choose between looking at that Hosh or the Blackburn, I'd look at that.
Michaels, how often did ships try to run away from what they consider to be insane people controlling a ship? In other words, how often do people they try to run away from Royal Navy destroyer crews? Far too frequently for the Royal Navy destroyer crew's happiness. But to be fair,
Okay, now
most destroyer crews are basically. How do I put this politely? Your destroyer crews in the 1920s and 30s were trained to be sufficiently aggressive; they would make Genghis Khan feel uncomfortable. For most of the major navies.
why do I feel like the phrase of "go ahead, run"? He likes fast food could be applied to most Royal Navy destroyer crews.
And most American destroyer crews, and don't get started on the French destroyers, which were some of the fastest destroyers in the world. And frankly, yeah, you're running? That's fun! They get to race along beside you and smile at you while they launch torpedoes.
What about the Poles?
Don't run. You won't get a
The
chance to run
poles
past
are the
some
people
poles.
where you see a destroyer flotilla coming over the horizon, you turn to run, and the poles are the ship that you discover waiting in your path, having somehow mysteriously got there before you.
Yes.
You see, we can teleport.
Yeah.
Well, I think that it comes back around to the point I've made a few times in various videos of the Royal, not short selling the Royal Navy or the US Navy destroyer crews. They are very competent and very aggressive, but ultimately, any US or Royal Navy destroyer crew by the mid part of the war is going to be partly career people, partly war service only, partly volunteers, potentially partly conscripted.
Yeah.
It's going to be a mix. The free Norwegian, free Polish, free Dutch, etc., etc., the free crews, they're the ones who could have stayed at home and sat out the war after their home country fell, but decided with no real guarantee that they'd ever see their home country again, that they were essentially going to put two fingers up at the occupying German or Italian forces, sailed out to honestly what in the first couple of years looked like might be a losing cause, and then decided we're just going to keep fighting till the very last.
Yep.
They are exceptionally highly motivated to kill anything that gets in their path.
Yep. I'd add that.
I love that
to be
British
fair,
turn of phrase.
To be fair, the thing interesting point I found though in a note about because of course I study the tribal crews quite intensely and quite in depth, the class crews. There was some concern put forward by Vian at one point to 10th Flotilla Commander. Are the crews the same quality we used to have? And the response was, if anything, they're even more so because they're trying to live up to their image. And so you have those two-edged swords. You have some of the general quality of the force, as I said, does become more mixed. But when you're talking about the elite destroyer flotillas, the newcomers, whether they're conscripts, volunteers, whatever they are, tend to try and live up to that image they have of the previous generations in their head of what it means to be a tribal crew, and they become even more insane. Is the only way to answer it, really, in some of the things they do.
Mm-hmm. I know that both you, Dr. Clarke, and Drac have touched on this from time to time, but going into the prime time period for both of your channels, how much latitude do ship's captains, command staff have in selecting officers and men for specific roles?
It
Like,
depends
can
on.
they say, "This is my chief engineer who goes with me"?
It depends how many favors you've basically got built
Yeah.
up in the Navy. And weirdly enough, in some ways it gets easier in wartime, and in other ways it doesn't. So in peacetime, if you've got a little bit of social cachet, I guess, then or a good reputation, then you can say, look, if you're transferring me to a new ship, I would like to bring XYZ crew with me.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a lot easier if you're going to a new ship or a ship that's just come out of refit, as opposed to a ship that's already got a pre-existing crew. Because to be honest, you're solving a whole bunch of headaches for the Navy if you're just like, well, I'd like this chief engineer, this chief gunnery officer, and this signalman to come with me. They're just like, great, fantastic, we filled those slots. We don't have to think about that anymore.
Yeah, and we've got a team which already works together, so that's going to make it easier for that ship coming into service.
Whereas if if a ship's already in commission and you're just generically being transferred over, then they're going to go, no, we've already got those places filled, go away. And then in wartime, it becomes as a bizarrely easier and harder because, on the one hand, you've got manpower shortages, which means if a ship has an officer, the Royal Navy is going to want to keep that officer in place. But equally, if you've built up a reputation as a good fighting officer and you have some victories under your belt, then you can essentially go to the Admiralty and say, hey, this is my team, this is how we won this.
Yeah.
If you want us to keep winning, you keep the team together. And they go, oh, well, okay, we can always find places for everybody else. The main thing is what else is available, because if somebody gets transferred to a different ship because the incoming captain wants to bring in his own person for that role, that's not necessarily a huge problem. It's where are you assigned instead? If you're side graded or downgraded, you're going to have a problem. But if they're like, well, actually, I don't know. Let's say what would you say, Dr. Clarke? If you're on renown,
yeah,
and someone offers you and someone says, look, we need to clear your post because the captain's bringing in his own man, and we're offering you a transfer to King George V, and King George V is outbound for the Pacific Fleet, that's kind of a step up you might take. Whereas if they say, we'll offer you a position on Malaya, and by the way, Malaya's 2 weeks away from going into permanent reserve, you're not taking it.
No, and it's gonna sound strange again, but there are certain officers who do it, who manage to get this because they keep being asked to doing difficult jobs. It's like Philip Vian, he does that a lot. He does take the crews with him, but he has a habit of getting fairly new, recently commissioned ships or ships which are having quite a changeover crew anyway. And B, he turns up. He's basically going, look, you want me to go and do these difficult tasks? I need the people I work with. But he also has a habit of getting them. Then he gets them promoted off after they've done some time with him, so they go off to a new role, and then he takes in new ones, and he keeps the new ones while they're at that rank. He keeps them with him, but when they're due to be promoted, he gets them promoted to a good position. So it's a constant rolling over of who he's taking with him. It's like he wants to choose when he stops working with you, not the Navy.
Doesn't he also quite often end up with his ships needing to go into dockyard for a prolonged period so the crew would get taken off anyway.
Yeah. So it kind of makes sense.
That's another thing that you're taking off a crew when something goes in, when a ship goes in for prolonged dockyard periods, because it was something like a lot of Belfast gunnery crews went to Hood and died
Yes.
at.
It was pretty much
Denmark.
almost the
At Denmark,
entirety.
yeah.
It was pretty much the entirety of Belfast crew got moved to Hood.
Yeah, because with our gunners, they basically just went, look, you've got a brand new ship. We've put together this whole gunnery team. Now the ship's out of action. We've basically got a nice, fresh whole gunnery team for a 4-turreted ship. Guess we're moving you pretty much wholesale. And the ones from the original Belfast gunnery team who didn't go down with Hood were essentially the core personnel who were needed to point the dockyard workers to what needed doing and keep everything working while the ship was being refitted.
Speaking of which, Drag, when is your book coming out?
Theoretically, in 2-3 days' time, in the UK. I mean, it's been out in the US apparently for a few weeks, but they've had some very serious problems with Amazon UK. Basically not uploading the data that they've told that the USNI have basically said to Amazon UK, this is what the book is, this is when it's coming out, and they've just not translated that into the actual front store page statistics. It's slightly better. I checked it yesterday. It's slightly better now in that you theoretically can order it, but instead of being a standard Amazon item with a release date coming up in the next few days, it's showing somehow magically as already released, but also
not.
Also, like, oh, you might get it in like 2 months, which is wrong.
Did you crack the bestseller again?
Oh, Amazon.
No, well, it is really messing with it because, of course, a whole bunch of people have done pre-orders and then had them cancelled, and now it's all patchy, and we don't know. I don't know because obviously it's the weekend. I don't know what's going on with that at the moment, so I'm going to have to talk to USNI tomorrow and hopefully get it sorted again.
That is a shame.
Right. Knight 6831. If the replacement for the D&C class cruisers was the Crown Colony light cruisers, then what were the E-class replacements, and was actually a planned replacement? Now, this comes from the fact that we were talking the other night about the Didos, and I pointed out they weren't replacements for the C's and D's, because they were basically by the time they're ordered, the Royal Navy's not replacing the C's and D's. They're converting them to AA cruisers and keeping the service while they're growing the fleet up until 1945, and they're planning to replace them later on, between 42 at the earliest, but probably 45, with new ships coming in. And the Crown Colonies are more the replacement therefore more the replacements for C's and D's, because of the scenario that happens. It's like the plans to replace the C's and D's in the early 1930s are very different than the plans to replace them when they're actually building the ships, and this is why they're actually building Didos, because they're doing the conversions. Now, the thing is, what are the replacements for the E's then at that point? And I honestly, I'd say it's probably more Crown Colonies, or whatever follows them. You know, that's it.
It basically comes down to the whole point that when we're talking about replacing the C's and D's, you're in the run-up to World War II. The Royal Navy is looking to generate combat power, specifically in its cruiser arm. And at that point, the best thing to do is to either build more of the designs you're building, or very, very slightly iterate and then build more of that design.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
As I often explain to people, the Crown Colonies are war-built towns. They are towns stripped of everything you don't need to make a cruiser that's effective, and then they build them in numbers.
And at that point, it's going to be more Crown Colonies.
I think there's more of a nuance to this, and I think I know where Knight is getting this from. From what I can tell, it's that the Dido class were kind of picking up where the Royal Navy had kind of suddenly gone, oops, we need more big boy cruisers. for the trade protection and had gone with the town class and had binned the last 2 of the Arathusas, but they still needed something, and it's the fleet cruiser role.
Yeah.
That the Didos are replacing the Cs and to some extent the Ds in, which then displaces the Cs and Ds to do other things, which is kind of the distant stations and
AA cruiser.
potentially being the AA conversions and things like that. So that's what it is in terms of the replacement. It's the replacement in that role.
Yeah.
But it's not replacing one for one. It's not that you commission a Dido and you retire C-class. It's that you commission a Dido and the C-class can move and doesn't now have to be supporting a destroyer flotilla or a group of destroyers in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, and the trouble is the E-class is just,
The E-class are exceptional, and they're odd ducks, and there's only 2 of them. So, that, as always, 2 ships does not make much of a capability. It's a fun bonus.
The only it's basically a case of if I'm replacing the E's, honestly, and I was talking about 2 vessels replace them in terms of status and role, it's got to be Belfast and Edinburgh.
And honestly, at that point, you're not even. And honestly, you're only replacing. And honestly, you're only replacing the E's that aren't Enterprise. Enterprise has enough of a capability difference that you want to keep her.
Yeah, and there's only one. That means you're only replacing 1 E, Emerald. Because there's only 2.
Yeah.
And
honestly, that still maintains the fact that I would still go with Dr. Clarke. You do go with 2 to replace 1, because the whole point is you're not replacing. You're supposed to be generating more combat power.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's replacing in a role, in a particular role, which then means that something can take over another role. And in this case, they've been gapping those roles rather than having really old. I mean, they kept some of the C-class, which around into the 30s, and then binned them. They kept some of them to the late 20s. They kept some of the town class 1910s, apart from Adelaide and Brisbane. I think all went pretty early.
Yeah, but Adelaide and Brisbane are interesting, and I think one of those is actually completed post World War One.
Adelaide.
Yeah.
HMAS long delayed.
Yeah. I think Drac was going to say something.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say you've got to bear in mind the whole issue when you're looking at cruiser replacement, any replacements for the Royal Navy in the interwar period, is that they start off with a plan of fleet modernization, which is initially like-for-like replacement, and then as the treaty system breaks down, becomes replace and expand. Mm-hmm. But then, as things roll further forward into the late 1930s, it then becomes, is this ship physically capable of still sailing and fighting in some manner? If yes, we keep it, and we build what was going to be its replacement, and we build what was going to be its expansion. And that's why initially you have the plan of King George V will replace one of the R's, and then the other King George V will replace the other R's, the Lions will replace the QEs, etc., etc. Well, the Lions will replace the QEs, and one of the battle cruisers, probably Repulse. Mm-hmm. And on you go. And then it becomes, okay, well, we'll move all of that, so we'll keep the R's when the King George V come out, but we'll replace the R's when the Lions come out. And then it goes to, we'll build the King George V and the Lions, and yes, we will decommission the R's, but we'll strip their armament off and build a whole series of Vanguard successors.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with cruisers. It's like, yeah, we can replace the C's, and then but we could use the C's as convoy escorts, and then it also becomes, but also these hulls, we can cover them in 4-inch guns and make them into anti-aircraft cruisers.
Yeah.
And we just took all these single 4-inch guns off ships to give them twins, but actually we've got lots of space on this, so we can give lots of 4-inch guns. And we've now got some 6-inch guns. Those Effingham class, they've got 7.5-inch. What if we gave them 6-inch?
No, and yeah, and
Maybe
Do you mean
yeah,
the Hawkins
they're easier to
class?
well,
Yes.
the D's, the Danaes, they were on the list for disposal when various full-sized treaty cruisers get built, and Delhi gets converted into an AA ship with 5-inch 38s.
Yeah.
Which is a fun thing.
Because isn't she also a test bed for the one of the American fire control systems? As I recall?
Yeah, because they basically take the entire they essentially take the entire pre-chosen, hand-chosen armament for one of the US destroyers, whose captain has been very, very diligent about figuring out exactly which 5-inch 38 guns and which Mark 37 system he wants.
Yes.
And then Delhi shows up and just takes it all.
Yeah.
Leaving him very sad, but it
actually takes more than doesn't just take his guns, takes his guns and another destroyer's guns as well.
Yeah. But then it means that obviously then Delhi has some of the best performing fire control systems and 5-inch 38 guns in existence.
Yeah.
And the Royal Navy's like, actually, this thing's really good. We should try and get more of them. But
yeah,
at that point, the US isn't giving away 5-inch 38s for love nor money. But they do agree to sell the Royal Navy a bunch of Mark 37 fire control systems.
Now, next one is a fun question.
Can I just ask one thing quickly?
Yeah.
The Lion class, because there was supposed to be 6, so there's 4 names which are in fairly public domain and things. Do we know what the other 2 were going to be called? Numbers 5 and 6.
They weren't officially named at the time the program was cancelled.
Do you know what names
But
are in grounds?
well, the thing is, Lion, Temeraire, Thunder, and Conqueror, they're all World War One names. They're World War One adjacent. Obviously, Lion is a battle cruiser back then. Thunder and Conqueror are both battleships. So I suspect they would have lifted from there. But exactly which names they would have picked, I'm not entirely sure.
I have a list which I found in DNC's notes, in their personal notes in an archive. So I will go and track those down. Of course, Thunder and Conqueror both come from the Orion class.
Mm-hmm.
I've got noted down Centurion and Audacious. But Audacious was basically going for a carrier already. So I don't think that was the case. And the other one next to it is Marlborough. Which is a possibility.
So Centurion and Marlborough.
Yeah.
Because they still had Centurion around, but she was... Was she the training ship or the gunnery?
No, that was Iron
ship?
Duke.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Iron Duke's the Royal Navy's gunnery training ship by World War II.
Centurion's basically a hulk at that point.
Okay. So they just reuse it, so they feel they can nab that name.
Yeah.
Because I was also wondering about... Because Tiger gets used for a cruiser, so I was wondering if that was something where they kind of went, well, it's a good name, we want to keep it. But, we got it all worked.
Tiger was definitely up there on the considerations, but I think Tiger was planned for the next class.
Okay.
Because
Tiger would have been the Lions.
It was very interesting. It was a few years ago. Oh, which archive was it? It was in one of the archives, because he's one of the deputy naval constructors he died in Wales, and it's an archive in a little Welsh estate house, and they've just got the local people who are important who've died, and they've left their papers to the local house, sort of thing. Okay. And honestly, there was nothing in there that was design materials or anything like that, but there are a whole lot of musings and discussions. And I photographed it all diligently and read it through, and found it quite enjoyable, and the tea cake and the tea cakes and the very nice the Welsh rare bits you could get in the little cafe was lovely, and it was full of very interesting little tidbits. It's one of those documents which is really annoying because you can tell this person knew a lot, but they're not going to write a lot in their diary unless it's something which they think is no one. It doesn't matter if anyone else reads, and so it's often things like naming discussions and little bits like that, and little asides about people. And it was from that diary. I know that I put a line. I think I put it in my thesis. Henderson was noted as having dancingly intelligent eyes, and it came from that diary as a line because the guy was listening to his speak. He always spoke with dancingly intelligent eyes, or dancing intelligent eyes, or something like that. When Henderson spoke, he was an animated speaker. And I think that was the phrasing which I remember got from him because the guy was interesting. And what is the difference between a carrier strike group and a carrier battle group? This is from Matthew Blairens.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, where do we begin?
Functionally, there isn't a difference.
Yes, that's the first point. Functionally, there isn't, but the problem is when you get into the weeds of the whole topic.
Basically, the British tend to prefer carrier strike group as a phraseology, because it emphasizes what a carrier is for. The Americans tend to go with battle group, but I think today they might actually now be moving into strike group territory. I'm not sure.
I mean, the thing with the Americans is that with the amount of carriers they have and the way they've been planning to use them, for them a carrier battle group as a designation makes more sense, because for them a carrier is not just an asset for strike; it's an element of sea control. A carrier battle group is something you can deploy anywhere in the world to control that part of the ocean. Whereas for the Royal Navy, their carriers are very much assets for strike. Yes, they can do sea control, but with the more limited numbers of them available to the RN, it's far more fitting to use them and designate them in a strike role than it is in a sea control role.
It seems to be approximately that actually the Americans are doing the same thing as them, because for them, a carrier strike group works out as an aircraft carrier, a cruiser, and but functionally 2 to 4 destroyers or ASW vessels, vessels capable of carrying ASW. And so basically, it's 5 escorts and a carrier plus a submarine. And Britain, it works out as it's theoretically supposed to be 2 destroyers, 2 frigates, a submarine, and a carrier.
At the risk of sounding mean, it's a bit of actually a shrinkage from the
carrier battle group, which was about a dozen escorts. So basically, it's a way of saying, oh, now we deploy strike groups, not battle groups, and so they don't need as many escorts. So it's sleight of hand. It seems to be is being used.
It's lean, and probably some sort of faux Japanese term that people have been told means efficient. It probably actually means something like this way up.
Yeah. Is it agile?
Don't go me. Don't go there. Please don't. No one bring up the word agile. So, next question. How important do you think copper bottoming was to the eventual survivability of the RN in the Age of Sail? Exceptionally, because infrastructure and operation-wise, it had a huge impact on the operability and the force structure of the Royal Navy in terms of them allowing to keep more ships in service for longer, and in terms of maintaining them on far distant stations. So it allowed the Royal Navy, for the same number of ships, to generate more than fleets which weren't copper-bottomed. But it was a huge cost to do it, and that was one of the reasons why other navies were quite so slow at doing it. Would you agree, Drac?
Yeah. I mean, I covered this in a
Yeah, I know you and I have both done videos about
in
this.
a dry dock recently. But yeah, I mean, one of the many things. Well, there were a few little interesting technological issues, like the fact that prior to the coppering of ships, a lot of ships had used iron nails
Mm.
And that turned out not to work very well when you cover the ship in copper and immerse it in seawater. So there was a little bit of initial teething trouble before the Royal Navy then switched over to copper nails as well. But you also had to have an industry that could produce copper in large enough amounts, in good enough quality, at a non-extortionate price. I mean, it was, as you said, it's very expensive, but there's expensive and then there's expensive in all caps.
Yep.
And the fact that at the time Britain had native copper reserves, which meant it didn't really matter if you were at war or you were at peace or whatever, you had access to a reasonable amount of copper at all times. So both finding the copper and continuing to find the copper for maintenance wasn't a problem. It was just finding the money. Whereas France basically doesn't have copper reserves, practically speaking, at least not exploitable ones at that time period. Spain has a little bit, but not much, and there's a lot of other uses for copper. Yeah, and using large amounts of sheeting to stick on your warships isn't really one of them. They do have access to copper from overseas trade, but guess what one of the first things that the Royal Navy takes away from you when you go to war with them is?
Unfortunately, your
overseas
trading
trade.
privileges have been revoked. Do not ask why, unless we revoke them more.
And the next question
Hello.
is really fun. It's
Oh, lovely.
what did the
I've been looking forward to this one.
What did the French and the Japanese think of the Ding-Yan class ironclads?
Well, the thing is, the French, they weren't really a problem for the French, since their delivery was delayed owing to the outbreak of the Sino-French War. So the French really didn't have to deal with them. They would have been a threat had they been available, but of course, they weren't. And were never going to be, sadly. In regards to the Japanese took them as a very credible threat, because you always assume that your enemy's competent, even if they're not. Had the Ding-Yuans actually been, well, whether they were competently crewed is up for debate, because there was the whole blowing their own bridge off moment, but apart from that, they gave a relatively good account of themselves during the Battle of the Yellow River. There is the minor problem, however, the fact that some of their shells for the main guns were not filled with explosives.
Well,
Sorry, what do you mean they blew their own bridge off?
Yes, one of the Ding-Yuan class ironclads rotated its main battery to fire at a target ahead of it, and because they are ironclads of the period where on-echelon turrets were all in vogue, the main battery fired almost bearing down the center line, and the blast effects of the guns going off blew the bridge crew out of the bridge.
Well then.
Sometimes there are
brain.
design errors, and sometimes there are design errors, and sometimes, if you consider the command
That's why you
crew of
install
some
limiters.
some of the Chinese ships, you might
Okay,
actually.
the Ding-Yuan, that wasn't a design error. That was just in vogue for capital ships of the period. The British were doing it, the Italians were doing it.
On the turret transfer so that you can't blow your bridge out.
Well, the thing with that is most ironclads of the period had the capability to fire at that angle. They just didn't because, well, people didn't want to blow their own bridge out. But there was always the capability there that if you were doing a stern chase, you could probably chance it in wartime, as in you probably evacuate the bridge before you did it, but you could probably risk banging away straight forward if you were prepared to take the chance. The Ding-Yuans were, quite frankly, at the time of the first Sino-Japanese War, the most powerful warships in the Far East, as far as basically anyone else was concerned. At least that were permanently based and owned by a nation in the Far East. British and Russian ironclads transited through on a fairly regular basis, and the Germans kept popping up every now and then. Drac, Dr. Clarke, thoughts?
Lay their towels on the benches, on the couches.
I'm just waiting to hear Drac and Dr. Clarke sharpening their word shifts to destroy.
It's just the case of the Ding-Yuans are just. I'm not sure. I want to be polite because I know they were trying their best, but it's kind of like the captain. You're trying your best, but what are you trying your best for? And Then there's the fact that they are armed, those turrets, those so interesting 12-inch turrets, and then they have those quick firing guns mounted in single turrets forward, which also had a habit, I hear, of if their main guns were firing down line, not only did they demolish the bridge, they also managed to cause concussion for everyone in the forward 6-inch quick firing turret. I'm just
I mean, they were basically the first. Well, they weren't the first large ironclads the German yards had built,
and the whole
but
point
they
was
were very much
theoretically they're supposed to be able to fire both sides, right?
I
Yet
don't
the
know if that
aft
was
one
something the
couldn't
DUNs
actually-
were supposed to do.
The aft one couldn't actually turn to get the full way round because it would smash into the turret and the central pillar, which was between the two turrets, so it couldn't go the full way round. And the same goes for the forward 12-inch one could theoretically do it, but it might well take out the mast structure.
From what I understand and from the drawings I've seen, I don't know if the ships were ever supposed to be able to do full 4-gun broadsides.
Well,
I've got two interesting stories about the Dingyuans, which you might find amusing.
Please, take it away.
they couldn't be less
So
impressive than
firstly,
looking at their drawings.
Yeah, when they initially entered service, the Chinese Navy, or at least the fleet of the Chinese Navy that they were assigned to, because the different fleets of the Chinese Navy, but you might as well consider them separate entities because they did not get along at all.
Yes.
Anyway, they decided it was a good idea to send their new ships on a port visit to Japan to show off their new shiny ships as a kind of, informal deterrence. That did not go well. There was a massive street brawl between the crew and the local Japanese, and basically resulted in them being politely encouraged to please go away and never come back, which it greatly helped the Japanese politicians who wanted to set people against the Chinese, which obviously made then going to war much easier later on. And secondly, there was supposed to be more Dingyuan class.
Oh, that I did not know. Do tell.
Yes.
So, yeah, even Imperial China could understand the rule of threes. So they gave the naval administrator for the Beiyang fleet enough money for 3 Dingyuans, plus a bunch of other ships, cruisers, destroyers, etc., etc.
Oh no, I think I know where this is going, but carry on.
Oh, no, you don't. I can almost guarantee you don't.
I think I do, because I've heard you say it in a dry dock, but go on.
Okay, possibly. So, yeah, he decided that he was living in the 13th century, where visual impressiveness is all the rage. Big deterrent. If you get deterrent through looking cool rather than actually having actual forces.
Did he build? Hang on, I can't I'm wrong. Did he build something very big, very visually impressive, but fundamentally useless in wartime track?
Yes, he built a giant marble statue of a battleship.
Yes,
in
of course
his
he did.
port.
Of course he did.
He spent more money than it would have cost to build a third Dingyuan on said gigantic marble statue of a ship, which was positioned in a prime location deep within the main port of the Beiyang fleet, which was designed on the old school idea of the medieval idea of your potential enemies will show up and they will see that you have so much money on hand that you have quote unquote wasted it on this ridiculous frivolity to show off your wealth and power, and they're going to look at it and go, wow, if they can afford to spend their money on that, then clearly their forces must be truly mighty, and therefore we shouldn't go to war with them. Except because it's not the medieval period, the Japanese knew what the Beiyang fleet actually had, and they just went, oh great, they've wasted a bunch of money which they could have spent on an actual warship.
Now,
on a statue of a warship.
So they could have had three. They could have had three ironclads.
It gets worse because
No, I know it gets worse, but can I just finish my point
it
quickly?
does get...
It's a really quick one.
Okay, you make your
It's a
point.
really quick one. So they could have had 3 ironclads plus some cruisers, or 4 ironclads and no cruisers, but instead this bloke decided to build a giant marble statue.
No, it gets worse because a Royal Navy officer who saw the statue and who knew the Ding Wans estimated that you could have bought 2 for the price of that marble. So you could have bought 4 ironclads and the cruisers and the other ships.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets even worse.
Please tell me they dropped this statue on said person.
Well, he was still in charge when the Beiyang fleet went to war, and this and other shenanigans he pulled off were in large part responsible for the fact that the next most powerful Chinese fleet just flat out refused to come and help because
they were like...
theory, in terms of the amount of warning they had that the Japanese were coming, it was in theory possible for the 2 most powerful Chinese fleets to combine at the Beiyang fleet's home base, and then the Battle of the Yalu River potentially could have gone against the Japanese.
Yeah, potentially.
Except that by that point he'd made himself so thoroughly unpopular that when the other fleet was told, hey, you need to go and reinforce the Beiyang fleet, they basically just turned around and went, no.
China is
also,
they technically couldn't completely refuse to do anything, but they basically did the absolute minimum possible and just sat back and went, well, if the Japanese destroy the Beiyang fleet, we're actually quite happy about it.
And actually,
China is this
scenario
horrible...
is, before we go into that too much, the thing is, even if they had joined, and this is the point, people often do the analysis, but if you look at the way those fleets actually work and how they work with together and how they felt about him, they'd have probably be so disorganized and so not taking any orders, it would have probably led to a complete destruction of one possibly of both fleets, or at least still of the Beiyang fleet, because the other fleet would probably have withdrawn on them in the middle of the battle. Gone. It's falling apart. We're going to get out of here.
Or they might have just signed up with the Japanese.
No, that's probably unlikely. But Qing China is this Qing China in the 19th century post-Opium Wars is this nation that has half of the upper echelons of government want to modernize, rationalize, and move forwards, and half of them are still stuck in the 1490s.
Why are you being so recent? How dare you suggest they're that modern? That's scurrilous lies. Saying they're stuck in the 1490s.
The reason I say the 1490s is because around that point and just after it, a certain Japanese gentleman showed up in Korea. So it's kind of a significant emotional event. It was the last time China had to get serious about fighting a war.
I still think that's scurrilous lies. No, they'd willfully gone back to at least the 1200s. Willfully gone back to at least the 1200s.
No, because China didn't actually have a fleet in the 1200s, did it? To that point, when they sent to the Ming isolation.
Yeah.
Which means that they technically had a fleet, so they're not the 12th century.
They'll be Ace Pilot. They'll be reopening in a bit. Matthew Blairens, what vessel should replace the Archer-class patrol vessel for the Coastal Forces Squadron? What should it be equipped with?
I'm gonna have a nosy at this particular vessel.
The Archer-class patrol vessel is basically it's a very small fiberglass hull, four to 5 person crew normally. Usually wanders around. Used often by the university reserve units. And
honestly,
find something about the same. Find a CV90 or something like that.
Yeah, basically, you have a vessel that has the ability to carry heavy machine guns some of the time, and as it says on the thing, a fitted for but not with 20 Oerlikon 20mm mount, or a weapon of equivalent caliber. That's basically what you want.
Yeah. Steve is estimating at the pace of questions being answered that we'll never get to open again. Steve, I have more faith in us. We are faster than that. Black Horse.
Look, just because you've got... Sorry, go on.
Black Horse, have you read the book Allies at War by Tim Bouvier, and what do you think about it? I've read about it. It was an interesting take. I got a lot of interesting information from it.
Dr. Clarke,
I
that
don't,
sounds like the
I
book
don't agree with everything in there, but I do think it was an interesting take, and I that's the thing is, as a historian, this is the point. Sometimes it does depend on your perspective. Drac, have you read it?
Dr.
No.
Clarke, that sounds
No, I
like
haven't
my
either.
that sounds like my assessment of the book I'm reading on Thomas.
Which Thomas?
General Thomas.
I think he was a Brigadier General Thomas, U.S. Civil War.
That
Yeah,
Thomas.
yeah.
Definitely not the Thomas I was thinking of.
In the nicest way, the author seems to be going out of his way to make Grant, Sherman, and Lincoln be arranged in a circle performing a repetitive motion.
I see.
And Thomas as this suffering saint figure
Oh,
who is
that's
never
all.
listened to but always right.
Yeah. They're fun times. Matthew Blairens, what was the role of the carrier battle groups in the war of the Soviet Union? It's to push back the bastions, to keep the Soviets out of the North Atlantic, and to generally open up the northern flank. That's pretty much the role of the carrier battle groups. Anyone more to add to that?
No, that sounds about right.
Next one is Full Fleet of Oceans media question for 400. It is said that if the A and B turrets of HMS Belfast were fired at anger, where would the 6-inch shells obliterate?
The London Gateway Service Area, 12 miles outside of London.
Correct.
Fleet.
I'm not. The funny thing is,
So how do you know that one?
Simple, because I've been to Belfast numerous times. And the reason I remembered it specifically today is because I have had my memory jog. That Drac is here, and we discussed exactly that when me and him were sat discussing stuff on the deck of HMS Belfast.
It does also
about-
literally say this in one of the turrets, I believe.
About 3
Yeah.
years ago.
And
But I had a memory jog because of that.
The next question is
Actually,
from
my turret.
Lions, which is about the Royal Signals Museum near Bournemouth. Was it worth a visit? I found it fun. Anyone else here been there?
Right,
No.
not been that far.
I've sadly not.
Many years ago.
It was fun.
Royal
It
Signals-
was many years ago,
you
but it
mean-
was fun.
It's. Do you mean that? Oh Lord, where is the place? Not Bridport.
Bournemouth.
No. Oh goodness me! I literally used to have it as part of my postal address. Blandford,
Oh, yeah.
Blandford Forum.
Steve.
Right. No, even though I lived there.
Okay. Next question from Steve. If a Kanzuk alliance existed for the 4 nations, that would be Canada, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, I'm guessing. A current diplomatic impossible, I know, but they are part of the Commonwealth. As a single navy again, which ship submarine systems would you procure, and numbers based on approximately 2.5% to 3% of GDP for the alliance? Would you select from equipment they have available since 2015 and that planned up to 2035?
Can I go first, please? I actually have been thinking about this for a little bit.
Well, it's kind of very easy. It's AUKUS submarine. It's Type 26, Type 32, and Type 83. And
I actually have a little bit more detailed.
Yeah,
I'd have 3 QEs, ideally I'd have 3 QEs in service across the entire alliance. I'd have 3 more Canobar derivatives on the way to replace them, as in laid down building. And the idea would be to maintain 3 carriers. I'd have 5 LHDs total, with either 2 or 3 active, and then the remainder in reserves. They should ideally be ski jump to operate as kind of reserve, heavier than air naval assets.
Oh no!
Oh, would you let me finish?
You're fun.
Oh no!
Fleet, you might want before you jump too far down this particular alleyway, you might actually have to think about it, because hang on, you're going to have carrier assets. Consider where their coastlines are. Where are you going to have carrier assets? North Atlantic, because you've got both Canada and Britain there. You've got
That's one carrier.
You need to have another carrier in the Pacific because you've got Canada, Australia, New Zealand there, don't you?
That's
So you
two.
have two carriers. So you've got to have a third carrier for responding to issues and probably sitting in the Indian Ocean / Middle East area. So if I've got to generate 3 carriers, how many carriers do I need?
The reason why I've gone with 3 full-size carriers is that the carrier is basically you have one active with
that
the
means
ability
you
to
can have
surge
one
2.
to cover the whole world.
The reason why I've gone with
do surging 2 on 3.
The reason why I've gone with 5 ski jump equipped LHDs is that wherever tensions are lowest, that is where you find your 2 out of the 3 active 3 active LHDs that can operate F-35C. And then wherever tensions are currently running hot,
you've got a mixed group of F-35s, so you're not doing one 35 buy, you're doing an F-35B and F-35C buy, so you now need to spend money on training pilots of both sets.
well, you'd probably, if Kansas exists, you'd have them. With that amount of GDP knocking around, you could probably develop some form of domestic asset. Well, no. You'd have F-30. You'd have F-35C for everything at first, because the QEs are currently operating as the carriers. But running in parallel with the replacement Cadabar asset, you'd have some form of domestic Cadabar multi-role asset to operate off them.
Well, that's the thing. If you are building 9 carriers, which is what you need to get and maintain free availability, at least 9. You could probably do a 7, but you'd probably be aiming for 9, and you probably want the same number of LHDs overall. You probably are looking at your own aircraft design, but in a nicest way.
Don't know if the money's available for 9. I could stretch to 5 carriers with 2 to 3 being active at once.
Fleet, go look at the costs of if you're running these as one country. So that's basically you're running them as one navy, one country, and they're all doing 3% of GDP. Think about it now. What we're currently doing on roughly 2% of GDP.
Then again, I suppose you know me, Dr. Clarke. I always lowball these things. I like to be conservative.
No, but also there is the cost reduction you get from operating at scale and ordering at scale. As you know, the Queen Elizabeth class are famous because basically we paid for 3.5 and we took delivery of 2. So if you're running that program,
I'll tell you what. I'll square the circle.
Yeah.
I'll square the circle for you. So let's have it be this. So at the start of this alliance, assuming starting in 2015 and planned up to 2035, which is what the question says, we have 3 QEs and the 5 Adelaides. That's our carrier aviation asset at the start.
The Adelaides aren't capable of operating F-35s.
But just roll with me here. The plan will be to phase in 9 Cadabar carriers to replace that aviation side, and then some new LHDs to replace the loss of the Adelaides, or either that or the Adelaides move back to being just LHDs when that happens.
But the Adelaides
if
can't
that makes
operate
sense.
F-35s. They have a ski ramp, but they have had all the stuff removed. To actually, the Australians have done the calculations to fit it back on. It's cheaper to build a new carrier because of the changes they made in the design to delete it.
When did the Australians get the Adelaides? Let me just have a look. Because that's going to depend on what I say next. Oh, come on, folks! Just bear with me here.
We really need, don't we? We need Jamie here, don't we, Drax? Just to sit there and give us the full story of how the Australian government managed to end up procuring less capable carrier vessels than they needed. Yes.
In this universe, we can get around that because the Adelaides come in 2014-15. So the Canberras, sorry, they come in 2014-15. So so you would think for a Kansas Navy, they would actually be capable of carrying and operating 35C. So if we go with that, that gives us
Cadabar 35 on them.
Okay, I hate to
Canberras?
say this, Fleet.
Yeah, you
but
said
I'm now getting the image of you
wait, hang
in front
on.
of a whiteboard.
I'm getting
Covered in-
getting me C's and B's confused, aren't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Fleet. I'm getting an image now of you in front of a whiteboard covered in post-it notes and paper scraps and red yarn, looking increasingly haggard
I
and
want
neurotic.
to be annoyed at that, but I can't be. But sorry, B. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Clarke. I've got confused. I mean B. So that gives us. So if we have 5 plus 3 QEs with ski jump, that gives us 8 F-35B capable platforms, 5 of which can also be amphibious warfare assets as well. Then if we move to replace 8 Stovall assets with 9 Catobar assets for pure aviation, then we can shunt the 5
Fleet,
Canberras
Shall
into...
we leave you with your whiteboard for a moment, and me and Drac answer the next question?
No, it's all right. Go on. I've had my little...
Don't worry.
Anyway, I will need to head off in the next 10-15 minutes.
Okay, well,
but-
Sorry.
the next couple of questions will be quite good to your involvement. Matthew Clarence, with the rise of uncrewed systems, is it likely for the frigates and destroyers to converge into a universal cruiser, i.e. high-end ASW, AAWX in a single ship, with the uncrewed vessels providing the mass? I think I talked about this in my Battleship, 21st Century Battleship video. Basically, the idea is you eventually end up with your large escort becoming basically the middle point of its own task group of uncrewed assets wandering around it. And
I think it's very unlikely.
yeah,
For 2 reasons. Firstly, the advent of, if you like, a collective drone swarm surrounding a central mothership is all well and good, right up until you remember there's still a thing called electronic warfare. If you're fighting some third world country that doesn't even have a navy, fine. But then if you were fighting a third world country that doesn't have a navy, the large cruiser type vessel was probably enough to do the job anyway, and you've just made it more complicated. If you're fighting a peer opponent, they're almost certainly going to have jamming, hacking, electronic warfare, electronic countermeasures, electronic countermeasures. Anyone who's relying on secure, high-capacity, high-fidelity communications between multiple ships on a constant basis to keep your drone swarm all in line and doing what you want it to is, frankly, in dreamland.
And that's especially true if you have to do over-the-horizon or non-line-of-sight coordination.
Yeah, exactly. So at that point, the only drones that you're going to want to trust in that environment are autonomous, and there ain't that many things that drones can do autonomously particularly well. Now, to be fair, Outriders, perhaps as passive sonar platforms or even active sonar platforms, that kind of thing, with perhaps very, very limited direct line of sight communication back to a mothership, is a possibility. But broadly speaking, anything more advanced than essentially a mono-purpose off-board sensor platform or potentially small weapons platform, maybe something with some very basic machine learning targeting that can say, if you're at risk of being attacked by small surface drones yourself, stick a couple of 20mm cannon, a radar director, and some targeting software on it. That kind of stuff, yeah, that's possible. But in terms of here's a 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 ton autonomous platform that's gonna do all my ASW for me, no. It's far too much asset in a basket that could very, very easily be disabled or destroyed, or heck, at that point even boarded. So I think there's obviously definitely a place for high-end ASW assets, but I think if you want a full platform, then your lower-end ASW assets are still going to be something like either an overgrown Corvette or OPV, or a small frigate like a Type 31, depending on your nation and your needs, or in the US case, theoretically, maybe a Constellation or something like that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, for anti-air warfare,
Mm.
if you want to be taken seriously, just forget having any kind of small anti-air asset.
No.
It's just fundamentally not going to work, because your main strength when it comes to anti-air is You need a big radar. You need lots of missiles so you don't run out, especially in the era of drone warfare. And ideally, you also need a lot of power generation capability with lasers coming over the horizon. And all of those things require a large ship. A small ship might not have the power generation capability for laser CIWS. It definitely won't have a particularly large radar. And it's probably only going to be carrying a few dozen missiles, which means that anybody with, a bunch of the flying mopeds could take that out very, very easily. So AAW is probably going cruiser size and beyond quite quickly, I think. But anything smaller than that is essentially going to be, you might as well not bother showing up in 5-10 years or so. But the ASW, because you need to cover a much broader scope, and ultimately a torpedo is a torpedo is a torpedo, ASW potentially still has a high-low ship combination. But in both cases, remote off-board platforms at this point are only ever going to be single-purpose platforms which augment but do not enhance, or don't augment but do not complete. So basically, your assets, your manned assets, need to be able to deal with your listed potential threats on their own, even if all their remote off-board assets somehow magically exploded. Having a few single-purpose off-board assets to enhance your capability is nice, but there you should not in any way, shape, or form rely on them. If your scenario is, we've lost our off-board assets, we now have a gaping hole in our defenses, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, basically, I see them as things which are going to allow you to expand your circle. I think if you're talking about ASW operations, I can see them being a ship now could have 3 or 4 UVs out towing undersea towed sonar, towed sonar arrays, towing them out as part of its position, so it can triangulate, and it's processing the details and information from 3 or 4 towed sonar arrays rather than necessarily towing itself, which also allows the ship to maneuver far more freely if it's not having to actually tow the arrays itself. It can still have its own towed array to put out if it needs to, but it's a case of it's easier to maneuver the frigate if the frigate hasn't got to also deal with the towed array. And also, if they are being towed below the thermal layer, then it's harder for the submarines to hide by maneuvering beneath the layer. Because it's a case of, we're below the layer, they won't detect us. Oh, frigate, there's a towed array below the layer.
You're going to have a lot more viability of uncrewed assets for assets which can remain within line of sight, or at least a chained line of sight to the master control ship. Because then you can do laser link.
So just to pipe up for a second, and critique come on a lot, you can't compensate for a lot of the autonomous systems by having them have their own AI systems.
No.
Well, when we get to a point where you can, when you get to a point where you've got a computer system that is advanced enough to make all the necessary command decisions for you, then you have a system that is reliable and good enough to command your off-board platforms. But when you have a system that is that good, you have a system that can command your main platforms as well, and you might as well just all go home and watch the fireworks like you're watching a gigantic RTS game. The problem is there fundamentally is no AI or computer or machine learning or whatever you want to call it that is competent enough to command a 2,000 to 3,000 ton full spectrum mini warship and isn't also competent enough to just command your fleet. It's literally a binary choice. It either is competent enough to take over your entire fleet, or it is only barely competent enough to run a subsidiary off-board platform.
Yeah, I'm going to say one thing, and then I'm going to. Harkness has a very salient question.
Before we get to that, can I just respond to Devin Bronco? Because Bronco, you've just written the thing which I often see in books and etc. discussing the Falklands War, that the Argentinians should have won the Falklands War in the air because on paper they are superior, and then you put it's the training of the pilots and the sidewinders. The trouble is, I would say that the thing is, they're right. According to a lot of metrics at the time that are being discussed, they should have won. But as Michael Clarke put it when he came back and was confronted by an RAF officer telling him he should have been sunk, your metrics are wrong. And that's the trouble. It wasn't necessary that the Argentinians did badly, or that it was surprising how well the Harriers, and it's all down to the pilots and sidewinders what happened. No, it's that the metrics for judging it were wrong. And to be honest, as a lot of those metrics still haven't been changed when we're talking to air forces about their engagement of surface ships and how it's going to work in their computer simulations, they're still wrong. One of the interesting things I found a few years ago is the RAF has a habit of, when they're doing their simulations, they don't get current Royal Navy officers to do it. They tend to try and get reservist officers. Specifically, not reservist officers, they tend to get officers who've left the naval service, usually a few years ago, and who may or may not have come from the air warfare section. One of the interesting things I found was that one of the officers involved that they were testing out, who was running the air battle, was actually a submariner, who was a very good retired Royal Navy submariner, yes. But he'd never been trained to run the air defence on a ship, but now he's in this exercise was commanding it. And that was one of the officers used in the 1970s to train for them developing the software. He was the person commanding the fleet that they were attacking when they were doing their simulations. And yeah, it's just there have been the Argentine pilots weren't bad. They're operating in a logistics train, which is also something which happens to the other. But the thing is, there's also the fact that a lot of those statements which come out from people are based on the metrics which were being discussed at the time and are still to an extent form some of our metrics to this day. And those metrics are atrocious. And I will check with Drac. Is there anything you want to add on that before we move on to the other questions?
No. Who was going to say something, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run on.
Unfortunately, I forgot the topic before that one because I had something somewhat witty and insightful to say. But
there was someone who was asking the question.
AI and off-board platforms.
Mark Harkness has asked, hate to bother anyone, but I'd like to relate that tale of the battleship statue. Are there any readily available sources I could provide to my audience? They'll be skeptical of my word.
I have, I have several documents in Chinese which have been translated into English by a native Chinese speaker. I could probably dig up the name of the Chinese document as translated into English and then refer them to that. But then at that point, you're basically looking at either finding your own Chinese translator to translate the original document and, get hold of that document in the first place, in which case, good luck, because it took me 2.5 years. Or I can potentially provide you with the translated transcript if I can dig it up from the one of the many hard drives. Although, obviously, at that point, you then have to take my word for this is what the translation actually says. So, yeah, it's kind of up to that individual. Does he want a transcript or does he want the original Chinese to have fun with?
Mark Harkness, you can put that in the chat. And
obviously, you'd have to email me or whatever because I'm heading off in a minute or two.
Yeah. And Black Horse. How much fuel did Britain have stored up in World War II, and what were other nations' reaction to it when they learned this? Basically, you could probably have floated the entire island of Great Britain on that fuel. They had a lot stored. The Royal Navy the Royal Navy was kind of obsessive compulsive about buying fuel oil for most of the 1920s and 30s and storing it.
I can't think of why.
Mm.
My two brain cells have clinked together and it's a very short thing, and I don't expect it to spawn much. With regards to automated systems, right now, and I think for the future of my lifetime, anything which is smart enough to be left alone, you can't trust. Anything which you can trust to be left alone is not smart enough to be left alone.
Yep.
My
And
thought
so,
with the autonomous systems and having direct line of sight and things and machine learning slash AI is only that what you might be able to do is have onboard processing that narrows down the data stream you're having to actually send back to your crewed ship rather than having to send all the data and have the processing on the on the main ship, which then means that actually it's more viable to do that. But that's line of sight, and I'm thinking very much ASW kind of sonar types of things. And if they're going to stay in line of sight, I would be tempted to stick some point defense missiles or guns on them because they're going to be within line of sight range, so they might be able to help put up a wall of flak to stop incoming missiles. But that's going to be the limit of it.
Okay.
So, you know,
Next question, and this is a fun one. This is from Matthew Blair, and so I'm just skipping questions, then I'll come back to the two in the middle. If airborne ASW is the best, why do navies invest so heavily in shipborne ASW, specifically expensive sonar? Because it's not the best. It is very good, but all of it's useful, and you need all of it. It's just airborne ASW, especially with helicopters, usually has the advantage of being able to more lightly, quickly deploy and maneuver around and get more triangulation points than a frigate can. So you can have the sonar, the aircraft go out and be the extra frigate, providing the triangulation. Yeah. So they tend to work together.
To sum it up, in the simplest terms possible, can an aircraft and a helicopter prosecute and attack a submarine? Yes. Can a ship prosecute and attack a submarine? Yes. Can they do it exponentially more effectively if operating together? Yes.
Yeah. That's basically the thing. Foxer?
So, as I understand it, then, to use a slightly strange metaphor, your air warfare is your weapon, and your surface vessels are your armor. Then, both can kill you and kill the target, but one's a lot more proactive, one's a lot more defensive.
Shield and sword, yes.
And more
shield and axe, yes.
Yeah.
That's it, basically.
Because an aircraft can't defend a point, a ship can.
Yeah.
And it's the persistence. It's the how you work out there's a submarine out there at all is probably going to be on your towed array.
Yeah.
Then closing it down enough to, and also where you dropped your torpedo from, because ideally you don't want your nice big ship, several thousand tons with a few hundred people on it, getting too close to where the SSN is. You want that to stay a good distance, further than a torpedo can be fired away. So you stick the torpedo on the helicopter. Or you have something like Ikara or something. I mean, that's another thing for a drone, may just be a long-range but returnable torpedo delivery system. So you can send it out, but then potentially call it back in a way that you can't with ASRock and things, and you don't have to use a VLS cell for it like you do with ASRock. That's another use for a drone. It's not, and you can just say, go over there and drop something. And I mean, I'm pretty sure a drone can do that.
Just about. Then we have Douglas Yoti. Yeah. Using Stellaris mechanics, how would you build your space fleet and ship design? And I think this is going to be the last question before Drac has to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I thought this was a good one to get to with you, because, have you played Stellaris, Drac?
Yes.
So how would you...
very heavily modified versions thereof.
How would you build your space fleet and ship design, then? Using Stellaris mechanics.
See, this is the slight problem,
in
that my playthrough in Stellaris using actual Stellaris is extremely limited. My playthrough of Stellaris with the full Star Trek mod is quite
Well,
extensive.
Well,
And in
I
the
mean,
Star Trek mod, you don't get to design your own ships. You just get offered a plethora of pre-made designs, unless it's buried somewhere in the UI. Which, to be fair, for all the greatness that is the Stellaris Star
Which
Trek mod,
Star Trek mod is it? Because there's two.
I'd have
One
to
of them you
fire.
can-
I'd have to fire up find out which one it is, but
I just know one of them you can design your own ships and make some
Right.
really cursed abominations.
well, that's probably not the one that I've got. Because the one that I've got, the UI is okay for the basic stuff, but gets the UI gets very counterintuitive very quickly when you try and get a little bit deeper. So it's entirely possible that there is somewhere in there an ability to customize the ships, but I've never been able to find it. I've just been like, these are the standard ones, whatever. Massive fleet go.
That sounds like you've got the because there is an option. Yeah, that sounds like you've got the because there is a Stellaris after a certain update a couple of years ago put that on automatically, and some people didn't remember to turn it off.
That's because they didn't
It
know.
boots the nation as an AI, and then you take manual control for all of it.
To just before Drac bolts out, Stafford Thompson is requesting in the strongest possible terms over on YouTube that you won't try to climb Mikasa's mast like you did on Haida.
Okay, I'll be quicker and more agile, so they can't catch me.
Politely,
In a
look,
nicest
politely, if I'm gonna get the lugs beaten out of me by Drac wearing full armor, I'm gonna watch him with certain Schadenfreude climb Mikasa's mast. He's not getting out of it that easily. If I have to stand there and get 7 bells knocked out of me, he has to go up the mast.
Actually, no. It is possible we're going to get Mars, but they've been very firm because they've watched it. Apparently, they've watched some discussions of our videos. Very firm. And that one, I think, I'm still waiting for the formal invitations to come through because they are the very special formal invitations for some of them. But I think for that one's part of negotiating, you are only allowed up the mast with escort, but there is going to be escort.
Well, that's okay.
And possibly we have to leave them with some form of human hostage for good behaviour. So
that's what fleet's for.
Yeah.
Wait, is that why you guys? Is that why you guys are bringing Fleet? Is he expendable member /
My official list of roles right now goes to technology transfer, reminder for streaming for the shipshape crew, punching bag for Drac, human hostage for Mikasa. What's next? Train break?
Fleet.
Don't ask about
You're not a punching bag for Drac. You have the opportunity to hit back. Whether or not you'll be able to is a completely different matter. But,
I do not have the opportunity to hit back. That is it's Leslie's job. I just have to sit there and take it.
If you ever need to take down a man in full plate armor, especially plate armor, go to the nearest hardware store and get a ballpoint hammer.
Yeah, the trouble is,
a ball-peen hammer.
This is not going to be full plate armor. This is going to be full Japanese armor.
Oh, what's the other role, Drac? He says, dreading it.
16-inch projectile.
I do not wish to be a 16-inch projectile.
But I've just checked. As long as your circumference is less than 50 inches, you will fit inside Nagato's gun.
Please do not give me a reason to break my diet.
I'm going to be quite rude to Fleet here, and I'm sure he'll get back to me at some point. But I think he's closer to an 18-inch projectile.
Right, that's it. You're going in the mallet.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I still know a guy with a steam hammer. I can flatten you like a pancake.
I'm already flat as a pancake. I'm just fat.
Put it this way: I know I can fit with a surprising amount of comfortable room to spare inside a 21-inch torpedo tube.
Oh Lord above!
Because I did that on USS Cod. I got a little trolley and scooted my way to the launch door to inscribe my name on the inside. But I mean, if you don't want the job, Fleet, I'll jump into the 16-inch gun. Then your job becomes 16-inch gun projectile photographer.
That's fine. I don't mind. You can be the
And-
16-inch projectile. I don't do well with
Fleet,
tight spaces.
It'll be
no,
fine.
no,
It'll be
Fleet,
fine.
Fleet. What that means is that here, Drac will be the powder charge, you'll be the projectile, and you'll be photographing.
No. Drax's job
No.
has always been to be surprisingly within a warship's powder magazine, holding a shell, preparing to do nefarious things.
We're always that's
As the meme states.
No, that is a constant of ship shape. We're always pictured holding shells. But yes, in the nicest way, just remember if Drac gets in there and you're responsible for getting in there, you're also responsible for getting him out of it.
Oh no!
And
I am
That's all right.
he does occasionally get stuck because he
I am
goes
simultaneous-
in wearing his jacket, which has all those pockets on it, and he can fit in and pulls the pockets in, and then they get caught on the way out.
I am simultaneously looking forward to Japan, and I have been looking forward to it for nearly a year and a half now. But at the same time, I'm also sat here going, growing concern.
You're looking for.
Am I going to be one of only?
I've
live
been in
in
negotiations about the Japan trip for the last 3.5 years. This is how long it's taken me to get some of this stuff organized.
I continue to live in eternal concern that I'm going to have a couple of Nepalese gentlemen show up, knock on my door, and say, "We're friends of Mr. Ian. Come with us." And then I wake up in Tokyo.
And, well, the thing is, Bruno, that's not what you should be concerned about. You should be concerned about the Fleet, Drac, and Dr. Clarke plan, or as I like to call it, the two Alexes and the Jacob plan, to Shanghai you, drag you across the Atlantic, put you in front of a computer, and make you code a Minecraft server.
I'm more concerned that Runon apparently seems to have joined the Death Corps of Krieg.
Okay. Well, because I'm about to spray clear coat and primer, which are both solvents. And
I figured as much, but still.
And I'm coughing I'm coughing enough as it is, and I really don't want to inhale that right now.
And for those who don't
I'm
know,
off
business-
surprise now.
Okay.
Anyway,
As
take care,
long as
Drac.
it
Go get
comes
some
with
sleep.
either,
Take care.
have a good
Good night,
one.
Drac.
As
Yeah.
long as it comes with either a work visa or a refugee visa, I don't care.
So,
What about a
can I just-
victim of human trafficking?
If I can get a refugee visa and I don't get sent back here, I'm good with it.
Okay.
so
We don't send people back to dangerous countries.
So,
Um,
can I just
No
point out
comment.
something scary quickly?
Mhm.
If Fleet fits in a 16-inch gun, he's twice the size of me. Like,
Foxo, you probably fit in a 6-inch gun. From what
No,
I'm
Oh,
saying.
you
I'm
weigh
starting.
like a pound.
No, Dragon. I won't fit in a 6-inch. I would fit in an 8-inch.
Foxo, with a bit of work, I fit in a 6-inch gun.
I mean, in the barrel of the 8-inch gun. Not the
You know, Fleet's
Yes, it involves,
Yes,
almost
concern
tapping my shoulder.
yeah, it
continues
sounds
to,
like
Hey.
Fleet's concern continues to grow.
What do you mean?
just keep them. Just which of the Des Moines is it? Des Moines is. How the hell are you supposed to say that?
Des Moines,
This monies.
Des Moines,
This monies.
Des Moines,
This monies.
Des Moines,
This monies.
Des Moines.
This monies.
She's doing a
Yes,
warships
please,
meme.
Des Moines.
For the love of
Moines.
conking conk, will you conk the conk out of yourself, Fox, before I conk the conk out of you?
It's a warship joke. You used to
That's
call it
Anyway,
this monies.
moving on.
We've established this fleet. Good grief! Just stop trying to take that man's job away from him.
But I do have a slight thing actually, which had come up. If you don't mind a mild tangent.
No.
On which channel?
No.
Yeah.
I will point out we're
pronunciations.
tangentially related from ramblings anyway. But...
Because I was always taught a few different pronunciations, and I find it really weird how some both Alex and Drac say certain ship names. So I've always said Charybdis, not Charybdis, because it's a Chi. It's mostly from the Greek.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Well, yeah, it is Charybdis, not Charybdis. You're right. It is Charybdis. That's how you pronounce it.
there are some things which we say wrong, so it should be Skilla, I think we say Scylla, but that's a
Yeah. I've funny thing is, I've always heard it as Scylla, not.
I've always
Was it- was
heard it
it-
as Scylla, even by Greeks.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
scare you all by adding in a new question now,
Oh boy.
because we have many questions to get through here, and we will get through them
And
before
yet
the
it's
end.
12:45.
I'll get through. I will finish them all before I go to bed. I won't hold you all here, but I will finish them all before I go to bed. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if in 1940 Smaug from The Hobbit suddenly appears and begins burning Germany to the ground? Would Germany or anyone for that matter be able to stop him, kill him? Would they need a nuke?
Flak 88 would do it. Flak
yeah,
88 with AP
right.
would do it.
So while I am a proponent of that, large caliber naval weapons will kill kaiju. I don't think large caliber weapons would necessarily kill Smaug.
They would, but not for the reason Bleak's thinking.
I'm just
Probably
imagining.
concussion rather than direct penetration.
No. Go on, Foxer, then. I'm curious to know what your reasoning is.
Well, think about it. How does Smaug get killed in the
Arrow at close range.
Lord of the Rings?
Hmm.
He takes an arrow at close range to a position his missing scales.
Which is also, in particular, a weak spot. Literally an Achilles heel.
So I don't think by the 88s. I think if you throw enough flak at him, at his underside, that spot's going to get hit.
But you actually need to hit the target. That's the trouble with him, and he's going to be more maneuverable.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
stuff like a whole bunch of
Lot-
20
no, I
mils or just Ostwin.
And the
Awesome
trouble is, the thing is, I think the Jones might end up losing a lot trying to capture him before they actually kill him.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
Okay. And yeah, they could, but it would just. I would say a warship armed with 40mm would probably do better than a German 37mm or even the 88. On that one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what are your thoughts on Hanover in World of Warships? And if Germany somehow got it, how long until Britain finds a way to kill it, drops enough tall boys to re-landscape Berlin on it? Yeah, basically, if the Germans get Hanover, then they have spent a large portion of their money on it, and B, the British will be devoting a large proportion of assets to killing it, so it might not survive long enough to get tall boys. The British will probably get increasingly inventive on how to kill it, because killing it will be the #1 priority.
I
Do we all
don't
agree
know
on
how
that?
the Germans would use it. Yes, it's a
Like,
very
good luck,
Hanover's
good luck,
big.
Good
Like,
luck scraping
yeah.
the fuel together for it.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Hanover's over 100,000 tons, isn't she?
Yes, she's
Mhm.
She's H-43, basically.
I think she's 112,000
She's basically the last one of the ones where we're pretty sure she's not just made up post-war,
Mm.
but it's still probably mostly drug-based fueling of yes, please don't send me to the Eastern Front.
We can make something massive.
It will win us the war.
For Dragon and Foxo.
And-
Never mind the
Where
fact
will
that
we
you
get
can't
fuel for
actually
it?
build it. but, you know.
Okay.
That is somebody else's department.
For Dragon and Foxo.
You need to talk to Speer.
Yeah. For Dragon and Foxo, in the other lane, CN 8th and CTA announced yesterday with the title using a dirge about the Empire in the cover art. What does Realm of the Never-Setting Sun sound like to you?
Singularity.
Hmm.
We've already had the Camelot Singularity, and the idea of the Realm of the Never-Setting Sun, considering we already know of God, Emperor, Queen Elizabeth,
Mm-hmm.
like, this just makes sense if it was a singularity to me.
Yeah.
It's probably
What
going
is
to be
the
a
singularity in this
singularity centered on the
in this
Royal Navy.
context?
Alternative reality, effectively.
Thank you.
Matthew Blerens, would the F-35B getting buddy stores increase the capability of smaller carriers, and if so, why don't they have them? Yes, and I think there were plans at times for them to have the ability to do buddy stores, but it hasn't yet been invested in. I'm not
Probably partly because having buddy stores would probably ruin the stealth and aerodynamic characteristics of the F-35.
That's pretty much it, but also it's one of those things of it would ruin its stealth position, but if you're using it for one aircraft to do buddy stores and just fill up the aircraft before they go in their strike range, then you wouldn't be using that aircraft for the strike anyway. But yeah, there's a whole discussion. It's one of those things. But yeah, buddy stores, F-35 and buddy stores is if you type F-35 and buddy stores into Google, I will point out you get, well, a large number of results come in. A large number of results come in. We'll see what happens long term. It's one of those capabilities which tends to come into existence as an aircraft goes on, because it starts out them going, no, you just need the aircraft. Eventually they go, no, you need the buddy stores. We've answered that one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Dracoville had mentioned that IGN Key was not cancelled until 1924-25. Hypothetically, if the Japan had pulled the Yamato earlier, keeping it secret to build it, how would the US deal with it? Massive economic repercussions once it's found out. If they have built something like the Key class earlier and they have them in service, then you've got the whole London naval treaties, all the investigations of Japan's gun time, all the let's put it this way. The British debate about whether or not to make it public about the fact that Italy's cruisers are heavier than they're supposed to be. I don't think there would be any debate about the British Empire releasing the information Japan has a battleship it's not supposed to. And you have to remember that probably the two nations with the best human intelligence networks in Japan in 1920s and 30s are Britain and the Soviet Union. Those are the two who really do invest in the human intelligence in the 1920s and 30s. You have to remember we're talking about America. Well, the guy Stimson, who I talk about, is the guy who gets rid of the American Intelligence Agency post World War One, because it's not gentlemanly to spy on others. It was degrounded and it was just folded into branches of the FBI de facto and other things. But the thing is, America is woefully interesting when it comes to intelligence gathering in 1920s and 30s, and that's part of the reason why they push so hard with their diplomacy, and they don't factor in what other people are thinking, and then they have to rebuild it, and they rebuild it hard in the late 1930s. They really do. But yeah, America has fun with itself. As most countries do have periods where they make silly decisions, and then they have periods where they make sensible decisions, and the sensible decision periods are very short. The silly decision periods are usually pretty darn long, and every country goes through them. But yeah, if they found out about it, you've got two choices. You either go to war over it, you demand a renegotiation of the treaty over it, and it is the renegotiation of the treaty or an escalator clause, in which case Britain and America get to build their own equivalent ships.
Oh boy, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
There goes the so-called advantage Japan has built up through doing this. Evaporated in an instant.
Because probably that's the most peaceful way to seal it, is just go, right then, we found out you've got this, and there is an escalator clause in the treaty, so now we're allowed to build our counterparts. You've built this much tonnage of ship, we're allowed to build this many tonnage of ships. And Britain and America probably each allowed to build 3 18-inch fast gun battleships. And the problem is, America may or may not do that. Britain certainly will do that, because imagine, in a nice way, they'll take all the F3, G3, and the Nelrod designs, and especially if it gets found out before Nelson and Rodney are actually built, or even if it's after they're built, then suddenly what gets built is going to be based on those studies.
Hello. What? So it's kind of going to be, hello, I'm a G3.
Probably
Oh.
more, I'm an F3 with 18-inch guns and 30 knots of speed.
You offend me. You will cease to offend me fairly soon in one of two ways. You get to choose which of them, but you don't have long to make your decision.
Yeah, because that's your easy option. The other option is you go to war, or you sanction Japan, and they probably still would sanction Japan, but that's not going to make them get rid of the ship. And the thing is, yeah,
It's not worth it for the Japanese.
Yeah,
unless they.
And the Japanese aren't going to give up the ship. And honestly, in the 1920s, there's only so much. You're already dealing with the depression and these sort of things. If it's late enough in the 1920s, it's dealing with depression. Jumping on building such ships is probably going to be a good way out of the depression, or rather to help a lot of communities. So Britain and America would probably jump on it.
The only thing I could think of is if the Japanese tactically lost a couple of ships and then built claims the keys were replacements and just lied about the characteristics.
You can't lie that much. You can't lie that much. Again, why were the British fine with letting the Italians get away with having supersized cruisers? What did the Royal Navy have?
Totally 10,000 ton only pounds, Captain.
Yes,
they don't ride suspiciously high in the water. What are you talking about?
Colony, the counties, the towns, and more importantly, they also have renowned repulse and hood. So yeah, you have a cruiser. We have battle cruisers. You have look at the number of battleships we have. It functionally isn't a problem for the Royal Navy in terms of engaging them, but for the Japanese to have such strong battleships, that becomes functionally a problem.
Quick question, just along those lines of kind of a little bit later, you have it's the artists thinking of and countries making bad decisions. The British, what planet were they on when in 1936-37 they ordered 14-inch KGVs, when the French, the Germans, and the Italians have already, all three, ordered 15-inch battleships?
We can lead by example.
The peaceful
They've
caliber.
already lost. The other people have already ordered them. The cat is so far out of the bag.
Don't get me started. Yeah, nice way. Don't get me started. There is also the option of what happens if the King George V's are 9 16-inch guns in 3 triple turrets. In which case, people look at them going, ooh. 28 knots, 9 16-inch guns. Triple turrets, so they don't have the problems of the quadruple turrets in terms of the complexity.
You mean basically all the lessons we learnt from the Nelrods?
Mm.
You mean the ones where we had the teething troubles? Yes. So we don't have the teething troubles.
As part of it, you produce a new 16-inch gun, and you probably upgrade the turrets, and you might well upgrade the turrets on Nelson and Rodney, so they have better guns going into World War II as well.
Do you go to 16.5?
No.
I've got a question.
Because they're going to be 16 because that's what you're legally allowed to build.
Yeah, you'll stick with the 16-inch with the treaty.
Foxo?
Why did they go with 4-2-4? Like if you wanted 10 guns, why not just go with 3-3-4?
They wanted 12 guns, and they ran into weight issues, and they ran into control issues with the with working reliability issues with the quad turrets, and so they built a twin turret.
No,
Yeah,
I will admit
physics happened.
if the KGVs were, 12, 14-inch armed
No.
ships, I probably would have less issues with them. I'd still want 15s, but
Jonathan Moon, the plan for the alternate plan for the King George V's officially was a 16-inch gun program. They had a 16-inch gun design. That's the largest you were allowed to build on the treaty system.
because I do keep seeing the whole thing of a 15-inch armed KGV thing, which is usually shown as HMS Monarch from warships and such, but how real is that actually?
Oh, the Royal Navy had 3 gun programs working through most of the 1920s and 30s. A 14-inch gun program, which was the baseline for the smallest caliber you could build that would be a viable weapon in the world in battleships at that time. The 15-inch because a nice way the Royal Navy primarily worked a 15-inch, and the 16-inch, which was the largest. So they're all being tested, all being sort of designed and theorized. And the thing is, they go with the 14-inch because that's the peaceful caliber. That's the caliber which is supposed to inspire peace. And that's why when people tell me, oh, the 16-inch gun wasn't ready for the lines, it was ready. Everything was ready. They just didn't start the building program because they were...
When they say they're not ready, they weren't building them. They weren't prioritizing building them.
No, yeah.
Not that the design wasn't ready.
The moment you decide to build it, you take the latest design and you just churn it out.
But it's all a source of great sadness.
Yeah.
Matthew
Blairens,
because 12,
okay.
14-inch would have been good.
It would have been good. 12, 14-inch would have made sense to them, but it would have also been 3 quad turrets with all the issues of quad turrets. Because, as I've said before, you have X amount of problems in a single turret because of things can potentially go wrong with the shock damage. You have X squared in a twin turret. You have X cubed in a triple turret. You have X to the power of 4 in a quadruple turret, and it's just the sheer amount of problems you can have, things you can have go wrong, and issues you can have go wrong. The other way I sometimes describe it is you've got X in a single turret. You have X for each gun and the X that can cause trouble, so 3X in a twin turret. Then you add in a triple turret, and suddenly it goes up to pretty much. You've got the 3 individual guns, which is 3X, and then you've got the interaction of the guns with each other, which is another 3X, and so that's 6X. And then you've got the quad, and you sort of go, oh, that's 4X, and they've got interactions all of them with each other. Oh, so that one, or that one, or that one, that one. That's about 10X. And yeah, that's basically the amount of problems you get in turret just go up. Exponentially more guns you have. Now, if a controlling drones, this is from Matthew Blairens, require a weapons officer, would the F-35 get 2 seats? Yes. They'd have to redesign the airframe, but they do it. If that's what they require, that's what they do with.
And if we ever see a 35-2, it will likely be a 2-seater.
Yeah.
It'll probably be a 48 or something.
Yeah. Nice to hear, everyone. How badly would the Canadian car and foundry SBW-1B Helldiver Mark I have fared against Tirpitz?
That's
just against Tirpitz. That's still a Helldiver. Yeah, if it's just against Tirpitz, it's just engaging Tirpitz. In which case, Tirpitz on its own, yeah, it engages Tirpitz. They're dive bombers. If there's enough of them coming in, if there's one on the Tirpitz, it's not doing well. If there's 2 squadrons of them, they'll probably do better. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if after the Bismarck ordeal, Germany decided to send most of the Kriegsmarine service fleet to the Pacific to aid Japan?
How are they going to get it there?
When they break down the Indian Ocean, the Royal Navy would be very happy to... No, in nicest way. How the frigate are they getting there?
I guess they could go the long way around through the Magellan Strait, but no, that's not the Magellan Strait.
They can't go...
below South America.
They can't really, because in nice way... Any other way, they have to get through the North Sea, North Atlantic... South Atlantic, and into the Pacific, and into Japan. Not happening. If they decide to do that, those ships get destroyed en route. They get destroyed en route.
There are quite a lot of Royal Navy submarines sailing back into port with flying broomsticks and skull and crossbones.
Submarines, destroyers, battleships, the lot will be sailing and going, woohoo! YouTube Minecraft Watcher, any famous naval battles during typhoons? Not really. Typhoons tend to be a battle-ending event.
Yes, it becomes a battle from fighting, say, the French to fighting, say, Mother Nature. And you're not fighting Mother Nature to win, you're fighting Mother Nature to fight another day.
In Tech Team 26, in 1938, 38, 39, or 36, 35, we'd be talking about the 15-inch 45, not the 15-inch 50. The 15-inch 50 is the 15-inch gun which they're looking at immediately post-World War One, and what would have gone into F3s. The 15 by the time you've got on to mid to late 1930s, they're on the 15-inch 45, which is actually lighter than the 15-inch 42 as a gun, so actually can allow you to move your turret faster and actually do a longer, actually still do a better longer shot. The British tend to prefer 45, 42, 45, 48 tends to be the preferred British calibers for guns, because you also have to remember they're designing to be operated at the end of their logistics line, and therefore you want to have a gun which if you've got a gun which needs to be replaced slightly less often, that really does help things. So a 50 cal, something which is a 50 is going to receive far more barrel wear than due to the pressures and the shells going through it than a 45. It might achieve slightly longer range, and it will probably achieve slightly longer range, but it's also going to receive more barrel wear, and therefore it's going to wear out more often, which is why they tend to prefer the 45. It's a case of operating in the Pacific when your main supply base is in Britain, and your main infrastructure hub is in Britain. You want to maximize these things, even if it's not, even if it's only a small advantage or a small amount. You prefer to have something which is slightly less capable but available than something which is more capable but is not available when you need it. Given long-range missiles allow warships to have a similar strike range to carriers, and modern AAW demands that fleets mass fire missiles, how does that change how carrier strike groups are employed?
Modern AA demands that you mass fire missiles?
You don't really have to mass fire, but you do tend to mass fire so you can go around and cause the maximum trouble for missiles, but you don't have to. Honestly, CSGs, how they're employed, basically you time the things together, and you might bring the carrier, also might be the carrier might send out a couple of escorts, might push forward, or pickets might push up threat to fire their missiles, or they might not. Honestly, a carrier strike group is going to be spread out over quite a large area. Whenever you see them for Photex, they're all sailing the closest they'll ever sail. They don't sail that close normally. I was once having this conversation with a journalist who honestly believed the formation that a carrier battle group was in during a Photex was how they actually sailed. And yes, they always sail with the carrier and the supply ships in a line down the middle, and the escorts in two lines on either side, and the submarines surfaced at some point near them. Yeah, that's how they sail. And I was going,
well, the submarines have to come up for air, don't they?
What? Are you kidding me? No, that's how those escort groups sail. That's why they're always pictured like that. And I go, that's a photo exercise formation.
Is this like Top Gun, where they tried filming it at realistic distances and were like, it's a tiny dot on the horizon?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't work on film.
It doesn't work on film. It doesn't work in the photographs, so that's not how they do it. Yeah.
We're going to have to change reality. Oh, well.
It is Hollywood, after all. Changing reality is what they like to do.
Yeah. At least they actually apparently tried doing it. The real, what it would really be.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher. would APF-SDS work at sinking submarines, considering the hole it would make would be hard to find until it's too late?
No, it'll be fairly easy to find because it's where the water's gushing in just before your ship falls below the crush depth and implodes. Or hits the bottom and fills up with water and you
Also,
drown.
how are you getting hit by
But
an
also-
APFSDS round?
Yeah. Why would you
You'd
be
have to be
using
surfaced, surely.
armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding Sabo? Is a lovely phraseology, but I'm just thinking about firing that at a submarine and trying to hit a submarine with that underwater. Going through the water, all these things, that's going to make it very, very complicated.
Doesn't the water just sort of say no to that?
Pretty much, usually, because
much.
when you
Not really.
yes and no. It's going to change the angle of the thing that's going to be going.
Yeah.
And as it's a
Yeah, but
fin stabilized system, that's actually you're going to have to. Oh, good God! Do you modulate the fins to work through the air or the water? Does the Sabo come off when it enters the water? The answer to that is using that system. You'd have to do so many changes to the system as we understand it. If you could achieve a hit on a submarine, it would just sink it, because in a nice way, you make a hole in the pressure hull, etc. That's going to be instantaneous crush depth. But if it's on the surface and you hit it, that's also going to be enough kinetic energy. They're going to feel it through the hull, and they're going to see the hole. Because the thing is, that Sabo is a kinetic kill system. And it's going to create a hole in because we're not talking about an armored hull, we're talking about a pressure hull. It's going to go right through. So if it's hit on the surface like that, then yeah, it's not going anywhere.
And
depending
upon
ones don't
hitting.
work like that.
Yeah.
And depending
It's the
upon
fundament.
what material the Sabo is made out of, it might light the struck compartment on fire.
Okay, YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
It's oh,
Next question. HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Hood suddenly appeared in modern times back then, and then two modern British cruisers, so I'm
Which don't
presuming
exist.
Type 45 destroyers are the closest thing we have to them. I'm going to go for the ones which have been armed with the naval strike missiles. Take their place. What happens next? Well, the naval
So the first
strike
thing first
missiles
is-
get basically are lined up, engaged, and fired as quickly as they friggin' can.
Yes. Yeah. Whereas, well, HMS Prince of Wales and Hood are immediately grabbed and preserved.
Yes,
because,
by Drac.
well, politely, but not even by Drac. It's just
Let's wait. It's going to be a race between the Museum of the Royal Navy and Drac to do it, and the Imperial War Museum. And in the nicest way, my
you and
money's
I
on
both-
Drac because he'll be faster than both of those two organisations. Because I've worked with both of them. They're lovely people, but he will be faster because he doesn't have to have a committee meeting about it.
yeah. You and I both know that well, it has to be preserved either way because
Yeah, they have to be
Why?
preserved.
Why, Fleet?
It'll be wonderful. But
Yeah, but you're a naval historian. Think of all the taxpayer dollars that you're going to waste taking just all the asbestos out of those ships, so that they can be turned into museums for the general public.
You've not been round HMS Belfast, have you? She just has little stickers in places going, danger asbestos.
yeah,
Yes,
Just
I
don't
know
touch
this.
this.
You know this because we both work in situations that probably involve a higher than average amount of asbestos. But does the councils know this?
yes.
Actually, this
No,
is the
seriously,
one time I'll
go
actually
round
say
HMS
yes, they do.
Belfast.
Mostly because asbestos is everywhere in the UK.
In the nicest way, the main fight is going to be over where the ships are going to be put as museum ships, because there'll be such massive tourist draws and profit margins for tourism. There will be a fight over it. And also, because the only space you could stick them in Portsmouth, you'd have to turn Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales out of their berth.
Newcastle will gladly take one. We built two
although
of them.
I will point out one thing. This only applies to Hood. If Prince of Wales comes back fresh,
Hood?
me and
Oh, yeah,
Dr. Clarke knows what happens next. We've discussed it at length. If Hood comes back fresh, sorry, not Hood. If Prince of Wales comes back fresh, unused machinery, no life on her hull.
Okay, somebody please read me in on whatever
Basically, it can be used as a
interesting
stat.
idea.
But the
It could
one
be used
problem
as
is
a
then there's
status
going to be a
symbol.
whole debate as to which one should keep the name Prince of Wales.
And they'll likely go for the carrier. I feel. Though I would be up for the carrier now being renamed Ark Royal, but then again, there's the whole thing that people deem renaming ships to be, bad luck. So
Welcome to the war of the discussions that will be held over this one. Honestly, possibly Prince of Wales gets renamed HMS Duke of Cornwall. One of them gets renamed the Duke of Cornwall.
Or Duke of Edinburgh.
No, Duke of Cornwall for a very good reason. What's the other title of the Prince of Wales?
Oh yeah, he's Duke of Cornwall or
Yeah.
is it Duke of Rothesay?
Yeah. So he'll either be Rothesay or Cornwall.
Or Duke of Lancaster.
No, that Duke of Lancaster is the king. That's the king.
Steve,
That's not
Steve?
you basically in a nice way. It's a way of getting around it because you're not renaming the ship. You're naming it for another of the titles of the person it's named for.
Steve, I'm not so much worried about the asbestos that's in the House of Commons. I'm worried about the idiots that are in the House of Commons.
Look, all I'm going to say is, Rui, there is a reason you can't lick the windows in the Houses of Parliament.
Matthew Blairens, why have Navy shifted from a high-low end mix to one end of the spectrum or the other? Mostly because it's what their budgets can afford, and because for most navies, if they buy the high-end equipment, they're hoping they get the funding for the low-end equipment if conflict comes out. But if they don't buy the high-end equipment, then there's no chance they're going to get it in times of conflict.
Yeah, it's basically accepting the political and geostrategic realities of what is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I have to disappear, unfortunately. I hope you all have a fantastic time.
6 questions to go.
I can't... all right, I'll stay.
What's the time?
20 past 12.
20 past midnight.
It's only 7:17 over here. I don't know what you guys are affiliated about.
Yeah, 6 questions. If suddenly you Minecraft watcher, if suddenly IGN, Nagato, Yamato, and Congo from after Samar teleport to today, how popular of museums would they be? Again,
they get scrapped.
It'd be beautiful.
What?
No. The Japanese will not scrap them.
Excuse me.
Considering
Yamato is still considered practically a divine entity.
Considering that we had a literal argument between you, me, and Foxo about the fact that you two were consistently saying that they would be scrapped on a similar question to this not 2 years ago.
To scrap them. Right,
No, because this was about Nagato specifically. And it's like, Yamato they probably keep around. The other two are more questionable.
I would say they keep them all, especially at the moment. And I would say, in a nice way, Fleet, 2 years ago, the world today is not what it was 2 years ago. And I would say, especially with Japan looking at the world around it, and as Marshall is getting, having such ships as both tourist draws and as symbols of national pride... Yeah, they keep them.
Do you really want to have pride in that period of Japanese history?
You might not want, but there are some in Japan who still do.
I don't think we want to give those people a platform.
I'm pretty sure me and Fox are the ones arguing that no, Japan still sees these as very important things.
Yes.
While they are
we argued for the Yamato, not the rest.
I would argue for all
Well, I'm
of
pretty
them.
sure previously it was the only...
Because
they have enough, only
Fleet is deciding that all the people. You have to remember there are people in Japan who view the way the Navy fought and the fact that they were fighting for Japan as an identity, and that was a very much part of the reason why some people went to war, because they thought Japan was going to be destroyed. And they couldn't see another.
Fine. That's fine.
They take.
That's all right.
There are still them who take pride in it. So you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's acceptable. That's fine.
Let him finish, please.
So you have to be careful to an extent, over how you write that period and write off people's views of it, because there are some people who are still very proud of what they did during that war, despite and they understood they did other things which they're less proud of, but they're proud of what the Navy did, and so having those assets. Yeah, they could use them, and also look at the names which are coming back already in the Japanese Navy.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, the names themselves are Japanese names. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, names are names. What they do applies to the
Actually,
person
a
who
lot
has
of
them at the time.
names that are just province names.
Yeah,
like that.
It's
Names
like
aren't
saying
the
you
problem.
can't use the can't even ship out the counties because the British Empire did horrible things with ships called the counties.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. If it's the names, that's fine. If it's to be fair, Congo and Nagato and Yamato, they didn't really do. In terms of ships that did egregious things during wartime, they're pretty low on the list. If it was something like if it was a Kagi and Kaga, and you were thinking about the service they did off China during wartime, that would be a little bit more egregious. But as in the ships themselves, not the name. But if it's Nagato, Yamato, and Congo, of all the ships they could bring back, that's the least egregious.
mm-hmm.
And as long as the museums they're in have very, very clearly signposted this is what happened and this is what they did, and this is what the Navy abetted, etc., as Japanese museums sometimes do, then we should be fine.
Although I would like to say there has been this is one of those things which that people keep worrying about, is signposting. I agree with it normally, but I think it has gone a bit far. When a friend of mine who was recently on a Canadian Airlines flight from Heathrow, apparently when they took off, they said, of course, as we take off, we must thank the original tribes of this land, and apparently they came up with some tribe names which were pre-Roman. That's taking it a little bit far, okay? All right. I realise what you do. I realise you're thanking tribes in Canada when you're doing it. I realise that is, broadly speaking, a nice thing. In the UK, when you're going for tribes which were pre-Roman, there are tribes which were before them. There were tribes which came after the Romans. Which tribes are you going to pick?
At that point, we must thank the Anglo-Saxons who suffered under the Norman yoke.
Yes, and it's just a case of there are countries where you can do this, and it can make some sense.
And we must thank the Beaker people.
Yeah, my friend was saying, and he sent me a record. He sent me a recording. It went, "You won't believe this," and sent it to me. I went, "You have got to be kidding me! You have absolutely got to be kidding."
Especially because at least one of them, I'm pretty sure, has been used as a name. One of those tribes, although it wouldn't be relevant for any of the London airports. I'm pretty sure it's been used as villains in a Doctor Who, the Silurians.
Yep.
Pretty sure they were a Doctor Who villain.
Yeah.
Well, no, not quite. The Silurians, it was.
No, the Silurians were
Yes, but it was a completely different spelling, and it's sort of when two words sound similar.
So here's an interesting question.
Still,
if somehow,
size in cyber.
If somehow, and this was actually is not technically impossible. I have a friend who's actually written this as a book idea. If somehow a private party merchant purchased IJ and Tosa and had fitted out to spec, by the time World War II, would the Allies try to purchase Tosa for you, possibly forcibly acquired? And how would she be used? It depends which
the
private
British are
party...
going to snap her up aggressively.
Let him speak.
Now, here's the small problem. Whilst I could see someone purchasing this privately and completing it to spec, I don't see the Japanese allowing that to be a non-Japanese person. So the odds are it's in Japanese control and is part of their fleet. And honestly, someone did write this because technically there were some of the lords were still did have the right to have warships, and the Japanese did potentially think about the idea of selling them some ships as well as a way to get round the treaties. They decided against it because the precedent was there that for Britain it included, of course, the Empire and the Dominions, and as part of the Fleet Alliance. But if that had been in any way separated, you might have tried. The Japanese might have tried that trick. But if she's modernized, if she's modernized in anywhere in the Western world that the British can get her hands on it, they'll take her. But if she's, as more likely is in Japanese territory, then the Japanese have got a battleship which is roughly 45,000 tons, 26.5 knots of speed, even though she's been re-engined to be faster, and has 10 16.1-inch guns. And that is a very, very capable design. A very capable design.
Can I be really, really cheeky and ask to skip ahead?
We've only got 4 questions to go, and one of them is an Azur question.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to skip, so I can then head to bed. The question 84. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. It was just that would the Australians have been better off buying a single 1931 Leander-class cruiser to succeed HMAS Adelaide and 3 Amphion subclass 1931 Leanders instead of buying second-hand? They didn't really buy second-hand.
No, the Amphions were never used by the Royal Navy.
It's that Sydney was purchased while still on the blocks before launch, and the other 2 had been launched, but I don't think they saw. It certainly didn't see much service. They hadn't
seen any service. They hadn't even been really hadn't even been commissioned, I think.
I remember they might have seen like a year or 2, but really that's just breaking in. That's just them being worked up. So no, I think the Australians did fine, but I have a lot of trouble with the Leanders. They are too small for trade protection in a high threat environment against the Japanese, which is what I think they were designed for. And they are a bit too big to work with the fleet in the way that the air fusers do. But if you have enough of them operating in the Far East and Australia station, then they can be a really, really big annoyance and threat to the Japanese, and a deterrent, because the Japanese have gone for really little light cruisers that are destroyer leaders, nothing more really. And they're really big cruisers that have got a big fleet role. So they don't really have anything to actually counter those Leander types, which, okay, they could beat up the German light cruisers, but so could a tribal. And you wouldn't want to.
Tribals had a habit of beating up a lot of light cruisers around the world.
Yeah.
Tribals were the bullies of the seas at that point of time.
Yeah.
You don't want to take. You wouldn't want to take a Leander up against, a Polar or a Zara or a Trieste or something.
Those are heavy. That is comparing a light cruiser to a heavy cruiser, though.
Yeah, but that's the point. That kind of. But so they make sense for that bit of Far Eastern service. So actually, I think what the Australians probably should have done is, they probably should have accepted that Adelaide was not going to be a great deal of use and bought more, or in the same way that the Royal Navy had given 2 of the Amphion class of the Leanders to the Kiwis, and Neptune was virtually a Kiwi ship when she was sunk. I think her sinking is possibly the largest single loss of New Zealand personnel from a single thing ever, because much of her crew was from New Zealand. It's just it wasn't quite enough for her to be commissioned in the Royal New Zealand Navy.
Mm-hmm.
So they make a great deal of sense for that. because yeah, what are the Japanese going to do? They're either going to have to accept that the Royal Navy's sending cruisers off to pick off their merchant ships, or they're going to have to divert assets that they need elsewhere because they don't have that many heavy cruisers. They've got a dozen, a bit more than a dozen. Once you got them with the, scattered early in the war, you could do some real harm to the Japanese if you'd got them all there. Now, obviously, get the war and it. Oh, and the other thing they're good at is they can. HMAS Sydney being the exception to this, but they should be, in principle, be able to beat the snot out of any surface raider that's an armed merchant conversion.
Yeah.
But
I think the Leanders do serve reasonably well in the Med. Because
Leanders
you
serve
use them
pretty
against,
well.
you use them.
They do pretty well.
Use them against Italian light cruisers, is what I would not.
So does HMS Sydney, and a few others. Yeah. They do pretty well in the Met. Basically, the Royal Navy light cruisers do disturbingly well in World War II because it turns out the Royal Navy spent a lot of effort on its 6-inch cruisers, where others had focused more on their 8-inch cruisers. Now, I would say, just because some people in the chat answering things, Minecraft Watcher, I presumed you probably did mean an American or English person. But the thing is, an American or English person probably wouldn't buy those ships. They'd buy the British or the American ship and finish that off. Because that can negotiate, and even then, that's going to be far more difficult because the British and American governments are not in the place of liking to have people having a whole battleship. The Americans don't have the right to bear arms, and you're going to have a gun, yes, but a right to have a 16-inch battleship is not included in the right to bear arms. It's not.
At that time frame, you would have a better legal case for it.
You'd have a better legal case for it, but I'm still fairly certain. I'm still fairly certain the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Congress would have an argument with you over it.
Pretty much, you there is very little in the way of federal limitations until you get to the NFA, and at that point, it's anything over 50, basically 20 millimeter. Is considered unusual and not explicitly covered by the Second Amendment.
Yes, although I'm fairly sure even in 1924 they'd considered the 16-inch armed Colorados to be over the Second Amendment. Maybe South American countries. Well, if it was a South American country which bought it, that'd be a different matter. But they might get again American or British, but they wouldn't get the Japanese because the Japanese are they don't want anything going to the others.
But what about Texas? What about in Texas?
No.
I'm pretty sure in Texas it would be allowable as self-defense.
Texas actually is even worse because you can't, without federal permission, own anything classified as artillery in Texas. Especially at that point.
Yeah. Dragon and Foxo, India's Lane CN8th and CTA announced yesterday with a title using adage about the Empire in the cover art. What does the realm of never setting sun sound like to you? We've already answered that question.
This has been answered.
Yeah. So YouTube micro order. What if the US Navy has somehow able to convince Congress to fund them more in 1914, but a congressman demanded that 18-inch guns had been used to put American ships firmly ahead? Then the Washington Naval Treaty A has 18-inch as its head, as its as gun limit, and honestly, you're possibly getting the admirals built as 18-inch armed heavy fast battleships rather than trying to build them as battle cruisers, because you could build an 18-inch fast battleship on that scale, i.e. 28-knot ship with suitable armor. You couldn't build a battle cruiser. And the British would have done it. And goodness knows what happens in the treaty elsewhere. That's just going to cause so many different spin-offs. It's beyond belief. It's basically a whole new Red Fleet timeline for Fleet to explore.
That's better.
And the last two questions tonight. What was the hardest question asked? What has been the hardest question asked in Bruships? Mostly when mostly I consider them the harder questions when I basically have to give the answer of I can give you a quick answer, but if I was going to do a full answer, this has got to be a whole Patreon live because it's too long. Because I feel like I've disappointed people, and that's when it's a hard question for me. When I feel like I can't give it a full answer, and I can't give it the full attention it deserves because of the size of the question. Is answer that one. But that means that the final question we finish on tonight is Bug Guy 829's one, and this is one from the floors. How new could a ship be to be able to still work in the 1860s? And I would say coal-fired dreadnought, but that's about it.
I would say you'd have to wind it back about 30 years. I'd say anything beyond the 1880s is a bit too much. Because that way the ship still has recourse for sail.
Theoretically speaking, you could power a dreadnought by sail.
No, what I mean is, it's not so much the lack of... It's not... Basically, any ship that is going to be able to function in the 1860s realistically needs some recourse to sail owing to the lack of availability of coal.
It depends
In
on where you're
1860?
In 1860.
Coal is available, but you need an ability to have some sail. Simply because if you try buying up coal to fill your bunkers as a purely coal-fired vessel, your costs are going to exponentially skyrocket.
Okay,
Fleet?
Drag,
No,
Foxo,
Fleet. You're
Foxo,
200 years too late for
Yeah,
that.
Foxo. Before you give Fleet a structurally superfluous new behind, I'd like to make a point here. This is to me the hardest the hardest construction of question to answer, because define work.
I would also point out the fact that...
Hang on. Because if by work you mean be able to transit the oceans, you could take ships from World War I that were purely coal-fired and bring them back. Or merchant ships that were still using coal boilers up into the Second World War time frame and bring them back, because all you need is coal. If you mean be an effective fighting unit for an extended period of time, then there's a different answer. And in that case, I'd say something like the Royal Sovereigns. Or, God help me, Hosh.
Never heard.
Now, it's gonna sound strange, but you could probably run one of the Russian-designed carriers at this point, engine-wise. The ones that run off the really bad quality, unprocessed fuel oil.
Knight, we answered question 85. It's a Helldiver. It will do as well as any other Helldiver will do against turbines.
As long as there's enough of them deployed, they'll do the damage. It's a case of, you ask the question of how would this aircraft do versus a battleship? Well, as I presume they'd be deployed in squadron strength from an aircraft carrier as part of a strike, they'll do fine. In a nice way, the Germans don't have defending fighters, so that's not going to be a problem. So basically, it's going to be a layup with air defense and then dive through. Yeah, that's done at sea. Turpets engaged. Yeah.
I think, what's the Russian really poor quality almost crude oil called? It begins with M.
Mazut.
Mazut. Yeah. And given how closely Mazut is related to crude oil, you could probably run out of what Mazut is, based on refined fuel oil, crude oil, so you could probably take those ships back.
Yeah, because as long as they have the onboard refinery, as long as you can get it onto the ship, which they'll probably be able to do so.
And you have fuel pumps at this point. You've got oil derricks already. Well, land-based oil derricks becoming a thing. Anything that requires high quality oil is a no-show, I would think, but anything that you can run
of basic crude oil, yeah, you can take it back.
Mm-hmm.
Coal's probably the most simple way of doing it, but
But the thing is, coal stopped being used for fleet in the 30s.
Mm.
Ships that are running off Mizzou are still in active military service.
I would you see, if I was going to operate something, I'd want something coal-fired. So I'd probably say I'd take an Iron Duke class battleship back with me. I could run one of those in the 1860s.
I'd
understand
still
that the
prefer.
question
I'd
was
still prefer
theoretically.
having. I'd still prefer having some recourse to sail.
You
I
prefer
wouldn't take
recourse sail,
anything.
but in essence way, if I want to dominate Northern Europe and absolutely smash people around the UK, and I mean that I basically need one ship to defend the United Kingdom, I'll take an Iron Duke class back with me.
You
I
could
could
do
do
that
that.
with something from the
Theoretically speaking, you can
1880s.
make-
I
can
could
make a
do,
big
but
enough
it wouldn't
sail.
be as fun as having 13.5-inch guns to do it with.
Yeah,
I still.
13.5-inch guns and a top speed of 21.25 knots.
Yeah,
In
here,
1860s?
here's the
Come to me, Gloire.
again. Here's why I find these questions to be the quote unquote hardest. Is define working, because there's many different scales of what would constitute working.
Mm-hmm.
You could argue the 1990s, the 1930s, or arguably even the 1880s.
Yep.
I don't think you could make the ammunition for Iron Duke in the 1860s, could you?
Oh, you could.
Could you? I'm just not thinking of chamber pressure at that point. Because naval shells come a long way in the next.
Oh yeah, they
50
do.
years.
They do develop a lot, but the thing is, most of the base technologies are there, and some of the scientists around in the 1860s, 1870s, if you could give them a couple of working shells to test and show and get the officers who use them, and especially the way the Royal Navy trains its gunnery officers, you'd have at least 3 officers aboard that ship who'd fully understand what they were built. Yeah.
How would New Ironsides deal with Warrior?
She doesn't. She dies. New Ironsides is a small but capable broadside ironclad. However, she is fundamentally inferior to every other ocean-going ironclad at that point. Gloire smashes New Ironsides to matchwood. Never mind Warrior.
I'd say it's slightly more even between Gloire and Gloire and New Ironsides. What's something because Gloire has that lovely, interesting engine in her. We'll leave that to one side. Basically, you have to remember, Ironsides is fundamentally she's a coast defense. She's almost a coast defense ship. She's almost a mobile coastal battery. As and she's basically supposed to float around and be a defense position, whereas Warrior and Gloire, even for all her bad things, is technically is an upgraded offensive battery. She's basically one of the ironclad batteries that they built for the Crimean War with engines and sails, and Warrior and Black Prince are basically the Royal Navy going, yeah, anything you guys can do, we can do nastier.
Much better. Yeah, but look, New Ironsides should have been the starting point for the US's ironclad construction program.
Yes, it should have been.
Unfortunately, she wasn't. She was a one-off.
Yeah. And against HMS Warrior, it's a curb stomp. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it is.
against Warrior, it's a curb stomp. Against Gloire has a 70-30 chance of winning.
If we consider the USS New Ironsides, she has 14 Dahlgreens, 250-pounder Parrott rifles, 250-pounder Dahlgreen rifles. She weighs in at a little over 4,000 tons, and she has a top speed of 7 knots. And, you know, HMS Warrior in comparison,
Yeah.
we are talking about a ship which has...
Oh yeah, no.
Has a top
Warrior
speed.
just
Has
wins.
the speed of 14 knots, so she can go twice as fast.
Yeah.
Has 26 smoothbore muzzle loading 68 pounder. That's 206mm or 8-inch guns. 10 rifle breech loading 110 pounder. That's 178mm guns. So that's what is that in terms of inches? That's about 7 inches, isn't it? That's about a little over 7-inch guns. And
what did you say the millimeter was?
178mm, so it's roughly 7 inches.
Yeah, that's about right. 7 inches.
And the 4 rifle breech loading 40 pounders, which is 120mm guns. So that's for just below 4.7-inch guns. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Same armored belt. Thicker bulkheads, because her bulkheads are 4.5-inch thick. But the ones on Ironside are 2.5 inches thick. Ironsides has deck armor, which might be helpful for her, but yeah, basically everything about them is Warrior just is bigger and has more. She has 10 boilers. Yeah. Ironside has 4. She produces 5. Warrior produces 5,700 IHP, indicated horsepower. Ironside's 1,800. They both have a single shaft, and for some and Ironsides has 2 direct acting steam engines. Warrior has a single trunk steam engine. Both have full ship rig.
At first. Ironsides loses theirs.
Warrior has roughly 700 crew. Ironsides has roughly 450. It's a case of they are very different vessels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, I've been looking at Gloire. We've been saying this, and even Gloire outclasses New Ironsides fundamentally. She's more heavily armed. She's faster. Even if you cut 3 knots off her top speed, because her trial speed was 13.5 knots. If you cut 3 knots off that to a surface speed of 10 knots, that's still 3 knots faster. She carries 36 6.5-inch muzzle loading guns, which thoroughly outclasses New Ironsides. She's got a more powerful engine than New Ironsides does. 4 more boilers. She's better protected.
She's also a better gunnery platform.
Again, it just comes out that New Ironsides is not a direct competitor to the European ironclads, even Gloire.
I'm currently looking up the United States in terms of its ironclads.
He's an ocean. Politely, she's an ocean-going floating battery. That's what New Ironsides is.
One of the interesting things is when you look up ironclads of the United States, and this is going to sound terrible because I thought this was the case, but I wanted to check. You basically get a list of monitors, because most of their ironclads of the period are monitors. They really don't build ships until you get you get a long way after the Civil War period, then they start building up, because again, it's a while before Mahan etc. starts going. So yeah, there really isn't anything that comes in. She's let's see, Ironsides is an ironclad, broadside ironclad frigate, right? So let's look up frigates, the US Navy.
I'm not sure that gets better.
No, that doesn't produce anything else.
It's not a criticism of the US. It's just
it's their Congress which just doesn't fund them at this point. They just
Well,
don't fund it.
Not they're not that kind of country at the time. They're not a country that's interested in having that kind of capability, and they don't really have a need to.
And it is the USS Texas doesn't come into existence until 1892, and usually when I'm talking about ships, I can talk about their predecessor. Honestly, there really isn't much before her. I'm looking at the USS Maine. The trouble is, the Americans, they live off a lot of their ships they had built and procured during the Civil War.
Yeah, they kind of get life
Who's eating their mic?
Oh,
And then
sorry,
they
I
had the
think that was
sloops of
me.
war from the Mexican-American War, which actually preceded the
Right,
whole issues.
folks. I really do.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
just-
do have to go now. Unfortunately.
Okay. Go on, Fleet.
Good night,
Get off.
everyone.
Take care, everyone. It's just there's nothing. It's just they spend a lot of time living off the ships which the ships which they built during the American Civil War, American War, and then started building up again in the 1890s. Realistically. Anyway, I think that's us finished. So thank you, Fleet. Thank you everyone for watching. And hope everyone has enjoyed. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Good night, and yeah.
Thanks, Strat. Thanks, who's not here, and thanks, Fleet. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, everyone who's been chatting on in the chat. Thank you, Dragon and Foxo, for staying the whole way through. And I hope everyone enjoyed it. It's been 5 years so far, and I'm hoping there'll be many, many more years.
Yep.
Take care, everyone.
Indeed.
Have fun.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Quick question.
Yes?
With how ancient you all are, how many years are we actually looking here?
Many, many more.
It's like
And nicest way, I plan to never retire, so with my family, that could be at least another 60-odd years.
okay, so are we going to see you in VR chat room soon then?
I am hoping so. I am hoping
Now,
to
here's
get a
a
VR
question.
chat room set up. I've got
If we
plans for
stay
a
with-
green screen in this place.
If we stay with the channel for 50 years, do we get a gold watch?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, okay. Have you considered doing one of these in VR chat?
Yes. I have
Yes.
literally worked
That's
out.
actually been a
I
thing.
have literally worked out how big a green screen I need to make that work.
And Steve, thank you for sneaker netting. You are
Thank you.
invaluable.
Thanks,
Let no one
Steve.
tell you different.
And we will continue working on the bot.
And
I have-
hopefully I can.
Have no,
Hopefully I can get
I have no
channel
idea
points
why
on my
it
own
doesn't
channel.
like Bruships. I have no idea why it doesn't like Bruships, because I'll test it again on Thursday, and if it works again on Thursday and doesn't work on the Sunday, we know it's Bruships. It doesn't like, and we don't know why.
Yeah.
I still believe it's because it's a weekend.
It's
And we're non-stop paying it weekend rates.
Possibly.
I'm not paying it anything.
Poseidon
Exactly.
Poseidon
It wants its
7307.
overtime.
Can we open a retirement home for the ship-shape crew, and you'll be the caretaker? That's very kind of you, 7307. It's very tempting sometimes. Take care.
Just remember, Poseidon, sanity runs from my family.
I'll still be able to walk when the focus still are in the retired home.
Mm-hmm.
That's if I live beyond 40.
Take care, everyone. Take care. Have fun. Toodles.